I'd like to take this time to introduce our judges. Mr. Brigham Stewart on the west side of the arena. Red Rangers, Simba, and ARBs. Mr. Stewart is a sixth-generation stockman from Washington, Kansas, where he was born and raised. He attended Butler Community College on a livestock judging scholarship and continued his education in Kansas State, where he earned a Bachelor of Science in Animal Science and Industry. He was a member of both schools' livestock judging team and ended his judging career by winning high individual at Louisville. He now resides on the family farm and ranch and enjoys the farm life. He works alongside his father Greg and mother Debbie in the operation. He, along with his family, operate a diversified farm and a large cow-calf operation with 3 annual auctions. Family operation, better known as Mid-Continent Farm, of mom cows and registers cattle in 7 different breeds. They produced numerous state fair and major show champions over the last many years. Thank you, Mr. Stewart, for your time with us today. On the east side of the arena, Dr. John Clark. He will be judging your Beefmaster, Brahmin, and Senator Tritus breeds. Dr. Clark is a technical consultant for Purina Animal Nutrition and resides in College Station, Texas. He grew up on a cattle operation in Illinois. He attended Texas A&M for his master's degree and completed his graduate education at Texas Tech University. Prior to Purina, John was a judging coach at Iowa State and Texas Tech University and is the first individual in history to judge on a national champion judging team at all 3 levels of competition, which is 4H, junior college, and senior college, and to also coach a national champion livestock judging team at the university level. Thank you, Dr. Clark, for being with us today.
I need Jenna Minyard, Brangus Class 2, and Zachary Fry, Beefmaster Class 2, to make your way to the arena immediately. Second call, Beefmaster Class 2. Second call, Beefmaster Class 2. First call, Beefmaster Class 4. First call, Beefmaster Class 4. Final call, Brangus Class 3. Final call, Brangus Class 3. And first call, Brangus Class 4. First call, Brangus Class 4. Final call, Beefmaster Class 3. Final call. Zachary Fry from Beefmaster Class 2. Zachary Fry from Beefmaster Class 2. Please make your way to the arena immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. With that, Class 1 Brangus was led by Emma Tyner from Wise County 4-H, followed by Kinsley Rhodes, San Jacinto County 4-H, followed by Kinley Smith, Hood County 4-H, Heather King from Floresville FFA, Rose Donahoe from McLennan County, Campo FFA, Nicholas McDaniel from Sealy FFA, and Mackenzie
side. This is just a remarkable class of heifers. I'll tell you that I was really impressed with just the quality of these cattle out here. And I can tell these heifers, it's a cool morning. A lot of them, it's probably their first trip to town, but these kids did just such an outstanding job of really showcasing the quality of these females and sticking with them there. And they're just awesome showmen and made it that much more fun to sort through here. So I think it's a really close decision up top. I was torn on that pair because the heifer I landed on, I think has just more natural width and power. I read her with just more true turn to the upper part of her rib design there. And then I like just how clean and extended she is up through her front end. Her neck really sends high out of the top of her shoulder there, and she's driven up in her chest, and that really kind of gives her that dynamic look from the side. She's still got some stature and some height out there, and get behind the cattle, you got to like the power. Now, she's got a tendency maybe to round out of her hip just a shade. That's where the heifer in second definitely has a big advantage. The second place heifer's hip and hind leg posture is really attractive. I think she draws up with so much balance as we study the cattle there from the side. Still got a lot of toe spread and foot size. I think she actually more evenly dispersed her weight to her outside toe than the heifer that I elected to lead off with. she's maybe just a little bit more ordinary in the shape to her rib design, maybe not quite as chiseled out up front. Boy, that's an awful good heifer to stand in that 2-hole here. Heifer that comes out next in 3 has got a lot of the things that I like. I think her outline certainly reads with some style and some balance. She's a long, extended heifer, pulls together her top line with some skeletal strength. You know, she's starting to cake up with a little extra condition right around her tailhead there, relative to being a little bit more modest in terms of her depth of body. Heifer that comes next in 4, big body, dimensional, stout. I like that heifer's balance quite a bit. Obviously, she's given up just some age and some performance. Hope she's got enough gas in the tank and continuation, but that one's built just the way that I like them. The heifer that comes in 5, I like how long neck and extended that heifer is. Really good on her feet and legs. The running gear is exceptional. Just wish she composed herself with more strength out of the back of her shoulder. She'll kind of deviate there in her top line ever so slightly. Young man's heifer that comes next, a really deep, level-made heifer that maybe we could power up. I think we got a nice set of cattle all the way down this particular class here. Some of these females maybe could use just a little bit more dimension. Some of them, I think, all of them are really good structured cattle, maybe just need a little bit more power.
I think, again, a really nice class right on down to the very bottom, but there's definitely some differences when you start breaking down their skeleton a little bit more and studying them, and at no point did I think I was probably going to beat this heifer that comes in, and you know, she's probably a little bloomier and just carrying maybe just a little more chest floor than some of these others, but still, you study this one's foot design, her angles, the way her skeleton hooks up. From a balance and just a structural integrity standpoint, it's really, really good. And then you couple that with the fact that she's one of the bigger, stouter, more broad-built ones in terms of her rib design and her dimension from behind. That kind of surfaces her rather quickly. The pairs between second and third, and honestly, I think there's just more to the heifer here in second. She's better in terms of her rib shape. She's a little softer when we analyze that one from the side. Probably more importantly to me, though, is when we ask that one to go. Even though she maybe gets up in her top just a little bit, she's actually just a little bit better in terms of the way that she handles her hind leg, a little squarer and truer from hock to ground as we study that one in motion. And to me, that's why she's second instead of third. The heifer here in third, man, if you could just park her and just analyze this one from aesthetics and a look and a two-dimensional balanced, she's more in contention to win the class with that extra look and the extra balance that she possesses. In this particular lineup, and you study her, and it's little things when you get her and go, do I think she's functional in her structure? Absolutely so. But could I change her ever so slightly? I'd just like to make her just a shot more athletic in her hind leg movement in relation to these two above her. Because aside from that, when you put together a look and a neck and a length of body and a squareness of hip like that, you'd expect one to get out and just go and not do anything weird in terms of her structure. And she just wants to cross them legs just a little when you ask her to go fast. But a very, very high quality one there in third as well. Tough trio on the top end. Fourth is the big, stout, rugged cow with a ton of bone and a ton of dimension. When we study her, she's just a little rounder in her build, a little rounder in her neck, a little rounder in her hip design versus these top three, but still one that's going to make a tremendous cow prospect. Young lady's got a brown one that on the standstill is impressive to look at and square in her build. When we ask her to go, she's a little short on her front end structure. She's a little short in terms of her stride length. If you could change that about her, she's more in contention to be in the top three. Young lady exercise at home, letting her be a cow probably will help those things in terms of her joints. And the heifer that rounds out the class, one of the bigger framed, longer bodied ones, and probably one of the higher performing ones in the class. Maybe just don't balance up quite as nicely as those heifers you find there in front of her. Tremendous class, nice top trio of heifers. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. You just heard a really nice breakdown of Class 2 Brangus, led by Dawson Moran from Washington County 4-H, Matthew Phillips, Washington County 4-H, followed by Samuel Belt, Coryell County 4-H. Then Kylie Locke from Mount Enterprise FFA, Shaylee Meter from Wiley Abilene FFA, and Holly Seasongood from Wilson County 4-H. If you are a heifer exhibitor with scramble papers, you may pick those up at the show office before you show. If you have scramble papers, you may pick them up at the show office. In our Beefmaster show, Class 1 was led by Ryan Christopher Pena from Edinburgh Villa FFA, followed by Kirsten Santamaro, Sweeney FFA, Hannah Pace from Henderson FFA, followed by Cody Barnett from Decatur FFA, Dakota Stephen, Robertson County 4-H, Colby Slutz from Marion FFA, followed by Sarah Wells, Grapevine FFA, Lana Potter from Columbus FFA, Ande Johnson from Grapevine FFA, and Wyatt King from Wilson County 4-H.
I think four nice females, and really every one of these are built from a little different mold. They all have some pieces and some parts that are better than your class winner in certain areas, and I think there's some pieces that you could say and justify with these females that make them in contention to win this class, because this class is kind of challenging to sort. If you just break down their skeletal build and structure, there is just something you change about each and every one of them, and that's what makes it challenging to me. And there's some things that this class winner does that I don't love, and I would like to change it. But if you just break the animals down, obviously on the standstill, that's the big, stout, burly, big ribbed one that balances up really, really nice on the standstill. She's good in terms of her foot design and shape as we study her at the ground. Her angle to her shoulder and knee and how it sets square from hock to ground is really, really good. Those are the reasons why she wins this class. When we get her in motion, is she stable in areas? She wants to get up just a little on them pasterns. A big thing is exercise. You get her home, make sure you exercise this animal. Make sure before you come into the ring, not let that thing give you a bad look, because at times she wants to break over just a little in that pastern. And to me, if there was one in this class that was close to her build and better in that area, she could get beat. But in this particular class, she's the outlier just in terms of shape and look and balance and dimension. In that area, you know, again, if we see her a year down the road, you very seldom ever see a replacement heifer go out on grass and actually snap a pasture. And typically exercise and diet is what controls a lot of those things. So like to definitely change that about her, but I like her pieces. They're big and they're square and they're high quality. Second and third's probably a little closer. Second more closely follows my class winner in terms of balance. She's stronger in her back. She's bolder in terms of her forerib and how it flows into her shoulder. And then again, I do think she's maybe just a little better footed than the heifer there in third. Now again, when we ask this one to go in motion with those balance pieces and the extra look, I think that thing surfaces towards the top in this class. When we ask her to go, we do need to lengthen that one out just a little bit in terms of her stride. And again, I think one that in terms of balance and eye appeal is second for that reason. The heifer in third, and again, if you don't just totally break her down, she probably is looser built in terms of her skeleton and her movement than the heifers in first and second in terms of length of stride, in terms of the way that she sets and relaxes that pastern. But if you actually break her down just a little, she's not as stout, she's not as square in behind her shoulder, she's not as neat in terms of the turn to her rib there in behind her blade. And I just like to change her. She puts a little extra weight on her outside toe, a little smaller on her outside toe than her inside toe. Again, she's athletic. She's more comfortable on the go. You would not notice that unless you just broke down and studied that female. But again, I think that's one that puts together a nice look and actually pulls herself together when you get her out in motion. When she stands still, she wants to play out in her shoulders, weaken in her back, and maybe not balance quite as well. And the heifer here in fourth, again, a moderate, good shape, probably as true and neat in terms of her rib design as any in the class, just in terms of roundness of rib and moderation of size. That's going to make a tremendous cow for the young man. And again, an area of her structure where it changed just a little. She's just a little in at her knee, maybe toes out just a little bit up front. When you get her out in motion, she actually relaxes and pulls that area together. Again, a fourth place heifer and probably one of the nicest ones that'll stand in fourth here all day. So tremendous class, some differences, maybe not just that one to hang your hat on like a couple classes before, but I think still a tremendous one just in terms of shape and design and muscular definition, just in terms of one that's going to make a brood cow. So tremendous class.
Well, over here in our Beefmaster side, we got a great class of cattle, and I think that there's some cattle that certainly got a lot of breeding value. The red heifer that starts off, to me, is just built right in her structure. I like the angle she's got built into her shoulder and knee. The bend to her forearm certainly reads with longevity. And then that heifer's just the bigger body, deeper sided female that still gets out and uses her structure really well. She's got a little fluid built up there in her hock, but it doesn't seem to hold her back in terms of just range of motion. You know, I don't know if I'd say that she's just the cleanest fronted heifer, but I still like the angle that her neck shoots out of her shoulder. And then frame size wise, I think she projects to be the right kind of size as a cow. She's going to have some performance, but still looks like she's going to have a cost-efficient look in terms of the body and practicality that she has. The black heifer that resides in second's a little sharper up through her front end, probably got a little less character underneath her throat latch and chin there, and I like that about her. She's also maybe just a little bit fresher at the top side of her neck. I admire those attributes of her. She too's like a long-sided heifer that pulls together a strong top line, got some true dimension we get behind the cattle. You know, she's one that's starting to cake up a little extra condition there around her tail head. I'd like to change her a little bit that way. I read her to be maybe just a little up and down in the angle to her shoulder blade relative to the good-legged heifer that I elected to lead off with in this particular class. I like the foot shape, the structural correctness of the female that stands in third. This black heifer's big and stout in her outer hoof wall, got a good spread to her toe, really durable and rugged in her foot shape, or in her foot and bone design. When we get behind the cattle, for a female that presents herself with a little extra frame size, I'd like to give her just more true skeletal width to accommodate that added size there. She reads just a little flatter in the outer projection to her rib cage. Powerful heifer that stands here in fourth. Boy, this one has got the dimension to really make an impact on a breeding decision here, a breeding program. I like the outer turn to her rib cage, so just the width that she's got all the way throughout. Young man does a great job of getting her shown here from the side. Just at times when she gets going on the lead there, she'll really kind of reveal her problems. Her neck, it'll sink into her shoulder a little bit. You'll see her kind of round out of her hip. She's maybe built just a little shorter out of her rump structure there. Just like to see her compose herself with a little nicer balanced look from the side, but definitely like the power. Young lady's heifer comes next, long-sided, long-bodied, good-looking up through her front end. Got a tendency to break down behind her shoulder. Got a good set of cattle on down the line in this particular class. Some differences. This heifer here maybe could be just a little sounder on her rear leg, but a good set of cattle all the way throughout. Maybe just need a little bit more body and dimension.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. On our west side, Class 3 Brangus, led by Lily Liao from Waller County 4-H, followed by Thomas Belt, Coryell County 4-H, Colton Smith, Hood County 4-H, and Landon Stewart from Victoria County 4-H.
I think this is a tough pair to sort, and I think if we could mold some pieces together of these two heifers, you'd have that one you're looking for. And there's no doubt, I think initially you can study this one as being the biggest, the boldest, the most massive. She is just a little more mature, just as we study her in terms of her bone work and we study her in terms of her performance at this stage. But I still think you break all that down and study her in terms of her forearm and how it blends into her shoulder, study her mass and width that she has just in terms of turn to her rib there in her top line, and couple that with a nice hip, a nice long square hip, and a neat hind leg attachment. I think she's the one that needs to surface. She doesn't win the class because she's the biggest and burliest. She wins the class because of how she balances up just a little neater in behind her blade or in her shoulder, and how she's connected there in her hip and her tail head. You know, we could change that one ever so slightly. I do think she's a little more athletic or a little neater in terms of her hawk and her foot placement as we study her on the go in terms of relaxation of joints. Again, we could ask that one. She's so long-bodied, we could ask that one to take just a skosh longer stride. The heifer here in second is a shot higher quality. She's a little prettier headed. She's a little neater in her neck attachment there than the heifer that wins the class. And again, one that from a look and a quality standpoint balances up really, really nice. not as bold, not as far along as the heifer that wins the class. To me, where I'd like to change that one just a bit is when we get her out in motion, she's wanting to get just a little more rigid or not as comfortable, even though she's maybe a little better on her outside hoof wall than the heifer that wins the class. She maybe gets up just every once in a while on them rear pasterns, and still another one that could get out and just stretch just a little bit more off that hind leg when we ask her to go. That's a tough pair. I think you've got one that's bolder and stouter and better ribbed and ties together a little neater in her shoulder. And I think you've got one here that sets a little higher in her neck attachment, still extremely high quality, but maybe just not as soft or as neat in the way that she plants that hind leg or that hip and hind leg to the ground as your class winner. So nice class, probably the toughest pair on the top end we've had to sort today.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 4 in our Brangus show, led by Elena Tyner from Wise County 4-H and Weston Hinsey from Burton FFA. In our Beefmaster show, Class 2 was led by Audrey Potter from Columbus FFA, followed by Weston Brooks, Hardin Jefferson FFA, Custon Lusty from San Saba County 4-H, Landon Flisowski from Washington County 4-H, Amber Robles from Southside FFA, Colton Brady from Carrizo Springs FFA, followed by Timber Steele from Mount Calm FFA, Montana Tarkington from Overton FFA, Leslie Zahn from Wharton County 4-H, and Zachary Fry from Lone Oak FFA.
Let's give these young kids a round of applause for this first division of Brangus. Again, in these calf classes, you expect to see some different types and see some different kinds, and time will tell where these things lands as big breds this time next year or even into the fall of this year. But I do think that with what we were presented and what we had out here in these particular classes, the one surface just in terms of quality, in terms of balance. You can study. These are strong back cattle that are good in terms of their rib design, good in terms of their shape, and have the basic fundamentals of pieces that you'd take home and can breed off and make progeny out of. I do think there's one out here that probably sticks out to me, and I think just in terms of balance of maturity, balance of look, and still ability to get out and move, and she's definitely the best in these initial 4 class winners at doing that, and that's the young lady's heifer out of that first class. She'll be your champion in this division.
We got a good class of cattle over here in our Beefmaster ring. Heifer that leads off, boy, she is stout and really dimensional. I think she's one that's extremely progressive in just terms of the amount of substance of bone that she's got there at the ground. Get behind the cattle, and you got to admire the fact that she's equipped with plenty of natural dimension as well. Young man's got to present it awesome just in terms of the freshness and from a hair coat standpoint, just the skin and hide on that heifer. You can tell he's been doing some work at home, and I know it takes a lot of effort to put one together that looks like this, and I certainly admire that about that particular female. You know, if I could change her, I'd like to see her just a little more agile in the way she gets out of her front skeleton. Because of her shoulder blades maybe laid a little bit too far forward onto her body, you can see at times she's got a tendency to just break down on the backside of her shoulder and just not stay quite as strong in terms of her composure of her top line. But boy, that's a good heifer to get started with here, one that certainly got all the hallmarks of a powerful brood cow. Heifer that ends up standing in second, probably a little bit more appropriate in her front foot placement. I think the genesis of this issue is, or the genesis of this attribute is, she's got more slope built into her shoulder. A heifer that's still got a very functional set built into her hind leg, and I think she's cleaner in her joint work than the heifer that beats her in this particular lineup. But her shoulder maybe lays a little far on the outside of her skeleton, and as a consequence, she doesn't blend back quite as smooth into her forerib. Heifer that I'd like to see maybe just a little neater there as we get to her sternum and through her chest. Heifer that comes in third is one that draws up with just a tremendous silhouette here from the side. I'm enamored with just this heifer's depth of body, the fleshing ability that she has. I think all those things bode well for her in terms of production. That's the type of female that looks like she should thrive on forage. Maybe we get behind the cattle, she's a little deceptive. She's got a little more white tissue laid over her body. I think when we kick her off on the grass there, I think she might kind of melt away in terms of true width and just not be quite as impressive in terms of her power. Heifer that comes next in four, female that's bold-bodied, got some dimension. Certainly like the amount of power that she has. I wish she balanced herself up in a little bit more proportional fashion. Heifer that's a little lower in her pin set and breaks just a little bit behind her shoulder. I like a lot of pieces of the heifer in five. I'll tell you what, this heifer's outline and structure is my type. High tine, clean chested, really good in terms of her feet and legs. I like your heifer, young lady. I just hope that she doesn't get a little too tall for you. I think she looks like she's kind of going through a growth spurt. I think if she stops growing frame and bellies down and does the right things, you're going to have a good heifer here. Best of luck to you, young lady. The red and white heifer that comes next is moderate in her frame, got plenty of body, still catches her step every time. Another one that's maybe just a little bit more generic in her look up through her front end, got a little bit more skin and throat latch. I read her more compact all the way throughout. Then the heifer, we conclude the class with the female that's long-sided, certainly gets out here and takes a good step. Obviously, like a lot of the cattle, looks like it's her first time in the show ring, and she's fighting the show stick just a little bit out here. And that maybe exacerbates the fact that she's just not quite as strong in her top line, maybe reads a little bit more hollowed out in her flank line relative to some of these other cattle.
Here for reserve, it gets a little closer just because you've got some different types and kinds, and you've got some bigger, stouter ones that are maybe just a shot bolder just in terms of their muscle shape and their rib design. And then I do think there's one out here that probably more closely resembles the one that wins this division, just in terms of her angles, in terms of her feet design and shape, and just her athleticness. When you ask her to go, she gives up maybe just a little bit of maturity of muscle or maturity of shape, but she's square, she's built right. Danks are a little more attractive in terms of her rear foot. That's a young man out of the second class. He'll be a reserve in this division.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That is our heifer calf division in our Brangus show, led by Emma Tyler from San Jacinto County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf was exhibited by Dawson Moran from Washington County 4-H. In our Beefmaster show, Class 3 was led by Fisher Hubbard from Friendswood FFA. Landon Flisowski from Washington County 4-H. Hayden Lee from Parker County 4-H. Riley McCaslin from Rusk County 4-H. Kinsey Minton from Alvin FFA. Kaylee Ledger from Austin County 4-H. And Dawson Zerinsky from Mount Enterprise FFA. Just as a reminder to our exhibitors, if you win a banner, if you are a division or breed champion, you must take a photo at the backdrop. If you win your division or breed, aka if you have a banner, you must take a picture at the backdrop. All exhibitors are welcome to take pictures at the backdrop if you choose to. All exhibitors are welcome at the backdrop. During the show today and during move-in yesterday, you may have noticed a lot of students and volunteers. We would like to give a big shout out to our students at Sam Houston State University. These are the students that are working the ring today, as well as helping all the exhibitors move in yesterday.
This is a class that'll be stuck in my head the rest of the day because there's two totally polar opposite types of females and some differences in maturity and some differences in where they're at in terms of the end game. And I do think there's one that's maybe definitely a little stouter bone and more rugged footed and bigger bodied and probably a shot more mature in terms of her look, that still balances up nice enough. Is she carrying a little bit more condition? I think she is, but if you just read her parts and read like her chest floor and read around her tailhead, she's not incredibly fat. I think that's just the way that she's built. She's stouter, she's bolder, she's wider designed. And I went back and forth on these pairs on whether or not I use one that's a little later maturing, a little neater in terms of her condition, where she's at for the long game as a show heifer, or do I use one that already is presenting her pieces as a cow in terms of dimension and power and body, that you'd maybe want to lean up just a little bit. And I think this heifer here is just one of those kinds. She's going to be moderate, she's going to be powerful, she's going to be big-bodied, and she's going to be one that's going to be easy doing the rest of her life. And how you manage her determines whether or not she continues to be a show heifer or if she just goes home and makes a really nice, powerful cow. The heifer here in second, and I've went back and forth in my mind on what I should do here, because you can't get any more different in terms of quality, in terms of kind. This heifer's longer neck. She's a little square right in behind her shoulder. She's maybe definitely more correct in terms of her condition. She's maybe just a little cleaner as we study her inner joints, even though that one uses her joints and her hocks fine. But today, she's just not as much. She's not as bold in her lower rib. She's not as bold in terms of spread of rib. So are these things this heifer will get? Yeah, if these were in the same home, would there be any differences? Probably not. That's just a big, stout, powerful, moderate one. And this one's a later maturing, real good looking, high quality one that has some interesting pieces as well. I've switched this pair around in my mind a couple times, and I guess to me, to each his own, because I don't think any two guys would land on the same decision in this particular class. So nice pair of heifers, totally different in their types and kind. A pair that'll kind of haunt me the rest of the day on whether or not I use the right one, but both very nice females in their own right.
On the Beefmaster side, we got a really close decision up top. I found just a little bit more sheer performance and just stretch and the young man's heifer that leads off. She's longer in front of her shoulder blade, and I think she's a little neater down there in her sternum relative to where her midrib naturally sits. I think that heifer is considerably longer out of her hip, and I think we get behind the cattle, I'd certainly say that they're comparable in terms of width, which is certainly makes things in her favor because she's the bigger, longer option, and she still has almost just as much width. Now, I would like to intensify her from the hock down. I think she gets just maybe a little closer to average in terms of her bone work, and just give her more just substance of outer hoof wall there. She kind of got a tendency to roll from behind. I entertained starting the heifer in second. She was giving the young man a hard time out here, and he just kind of wanted to dance around a little bit. It's a nice cool morning. The cattle are feeling good. This heifer to me I thought was a little bit more appropriate in her foot size, and she was more honest in her condition. I know maybe she looks like a heifer that's given up some performance to our class winner, but I actually think she's probably a little bit more realistic in terms of the performance that she has at what her, given birth date is supposed to be. I think like that heifer is running gear awfully well. We get behind the cattle, since she is giving up just a little bit of frame. I would like to see her just maybe wider, just kind of got a tendency to pull in at her hock and maybe close as we get behind her. Another moderate frame heifer that resides here in the 3-hole. Young man's heifer may actually be just a little longer necked and better through just her forward chest than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. I like how that heifer's got some length to body, but still stays strong in her top line. That skeletal strength certainly bodes well for her as a big bred heifer as well. I just wish hope she's got enough gas in the tank. She reads just a little quicker in her maturity pattern as an individual. We give her just a little bit more stature. I think she probably wins this class pretty easy. Young lady's heifer that comes in fourth. This young lady does a phenomenal job of showing her heifer. I really like watching just how calm and collected this young lady was, and just really in control of situation out here. This heifer that she brings us is one that's really impressive in terms of the stoutness of bone that she has. A heifer that's got some extension and some length aside. As I get behind the cattle, I don't read her just to be quite as opened up. I know she's got a little extra character down low, but I think when we get past that extra navel, I don't think she's quite as big-bodied and sappy as the cattle that stand in front of her. The Baldy heifer that comes next got some bone, got some stretch and extension all the way throughout. Wish she was a little stronger in the way she hooked her spine in the backside of her shoulder there. Heifer that follows her is another deep-sided, sound-structured heifer. Got the hallmarks of a very loose-made kind of cow long-term. I think underneath the extra condition she has, she maybe reads just a little flatter as an individual. The speckled-necked heifer is really stout and rugged in terms of her appearance. Maybe one that we'd like to see just a little cleaner up through her front end, a little bit more feminine in the way that she's built. And then we conclude the class with kind of a big extended heifer here that's got some dimension. We get behind the cattle, just like to accommodate her extra frame size with more body to help her balance up and give a little more practicality.
Thank you, judges. You just heard Class 4, the Beefmaster, led by Cooper Taylor, Lexington FFA. Braden Lee, Parker County 4-H. Benjamin Schurer, Washington County 4-H. Kimberlyn Sanders from Forney FFA. Ellie Grissett from Freestone County 4-H. Fisher Reed from Alvin FFA. Blaine Kiancone from Foster FFA. Delynn Robbins from Navasota FFA. And Isla Long from Brown County 4-H. In our Moringa show, Class 7 was led by Wade King from Wilson County 4-H. And Rigby Bales from Cold Spring FFA. As we get ready for our heifer calf division and our Beefmaster side, as a reminder, if you win a banner, which is a division or breed, you must take a photo at the backdrop.
again, kind of a challenging class, and to me, what sorts them is when we ask them to go and get them in motion. And the heifer that wins the class just does that the best in this particular lineup. In terms of her angle to her shoulder, the way that she's built in her hock and her hind leg, and softness at the ground when you ask her to go is definitely better. When you actually get that one out in motion, she pulls together even a little nicer. She's not as neat-headed. She's not as neat-chested. She's maybe not quite as lean as the heifers in anywhere behind her in this class. But do I deem her too fat? I think that's just a part of the heifer. She's stout, she's bold, she's big in her rib design. But why she wins this class for me is just when we ask her to get out and go. I think her balance of being the big, powerful cow still presents a nice enough look, even though it is not as much as the other, a nice enough build in terms of her skeleton. But her structure at the ground, the way she gets out and just handles herself and her reach on the go, that's going to make a tremendous cow prospect for the young lady. Don't let her get too fat as a bred heifer. The heifer here in second, and I'll be honest, on the standstill, I'd switch this pair, and I'd do it in a heartbeat. I think she balances up neater. She's prettier headed. She's a little square on the standstill right in behind her blade. She's really neat in terms of the levelness and design in terms of her hip. And to me, what puts her second is just when we get her in motion. She comes up just a little short in her stride off of both ends of her skeleton. It's a little bit the way that she's built. A little exercise at home, because you can tell in terms of hair presentation, the homework has been done at home on this heifer. You can tell that thing's had plenty of brush on her and plenty of work ethic put in behind her. That's a close pair in my mind, but I just got to stick to the roots and just use the shot more athletic one to win this class, even though it's a tough pair. Heifer here in third, probably more closely resembles the heifer in second. She actually gets out and reaches her stride a little better than the heifer in second in terms of length of stride. But when we study her foot design and we study her down at her pasture, and she's maybe not as neat in the way that she handles that rear foot and as stable as the heifer there in second, even though she's a shot more athletic. But versus the heifers behind her, she's so good in terms of her rib design and boldness of rib, squareness of build there in her lower cage. Very, very clean, very, very high quality. Maybe just a little smaller footed and maybe not quite as neat in terms of the way she stabilizes that foot to the ground as the ones above them. The two browner haired heifers here, and again, the heifer here in fourth, you can see some parts of her where her hock would scare you on the standstill. When you get her in motion, she actually moves pretty good. She's as neat in terms of that regard, just in terms of athleticness, as any of them. A shot green today, her belly shape, she's a little weaker in her back, she's not as bold in her forerib. She just gives up some honest dimension today. Again, she looks a little later maturing. She looks right in terms of her condition. You don't have her too fat right now, but a guy could just study that one on down the road, feed her a little more, see what it does. If it transponds some more body, transponds some more look, that dang sure will help that heifer a ton. The heifer that rounds out the class, again, really true in her rib design, really neat and round in terms of the way she's built in her upper rib shape when you study her from a 3/4 angle. She's a little longer toed. She's maybe not quite as neat in terms of the angles to her shoulders or her structure in her top line when you ask her to go as the heifer there in front of her, but she's dank sure stronger in her back. She's definitely a little bolder and wider in terms of her rib construction, just maybe not put together quite as neat or quite as much length as the heifers there in front of her.
Well, we got a really remarkable lineup of cattle over here in our Beefmaster show. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. Boy, this has been a fun division to sort through, and it started really strong in that first class. The heifer that wins this class, to me, I just think it's refreshing to find a heifer that's just got this kind of look, big-time show heifer that's still got the power to generate. That heifer's really bold, and the outer projection to her rib cage there, her neck ascends high out of the top side of her shoulder. I like the combo of that heifer having some height to shoulder and some altitude, but still being pretty reasonable in the set to her knee and getting out of her front skeleton there with some agility. Like the dimension when we get behind the cattle awfully well. That heifer may have as much as true width relative to her condition as any of the females out here in contention. Now, I commented on class that she does have a tendency to round out of her hip, and that's where I really like the second place heifer. The second place heifer's got my favorite hip and hind leg posture of the entire lineup. That's maybe where we could improve our class winner here just a little bit, but I think that one's got a bright future in front of her. I think that one's going to be awful fun to have as a cow. Female that comes in second or wins our second class here, boy, the body, the structural correctness, the feet and legs and just the looseness of build is very, very commendable. I'd love to have a set of keeper heifers that all emulated that type of functionality that this female has. Now, like many that are kind of the best cows, she's also got a little extra skin and throat latch up front there. That maybe detracts a little bit from her show ring presence, but it's just aesthetics. I think she's going to be a phenomenal cow, but maybe just not quite as sharp in terms of her image there as a show heifer. I like the power and the dimension of our third class winner awfully well. I think frame size, she clocks in kind of right where I want to see her at, a female that doesn't look like she's going to be too big as a cow, but still got the type of performance to kind of generate some cattle here that are going to be profitable in production. I like the stoutness of bone, the freshness that she's presented with here. I think she's got maybe just like to see her blend a little more seamless from shoulder to forerib. I think the genesis of that issue is she's just a little straight in her shoulder, and as a consequence, she too maybe is one that just struggles a little bit out of her front skeleton, doesn't take quite the range of motion in the cattle that stand in front of her. Then the heifer that wins our last class, she's one for me that has got some very intriguing pieces. I think it's just downright impressive that this heifer's so long and extended up through her front end. And then for a heifer that's got some frame size and some gas in the tank, boy, she's got plenty of body to go along with that. Female that's still pretty square in her foot placement up front. She's probably not as progressive in her bone work as some of the cattle that I previously discussed, but I do like the fact that she's cleaner in her joint. As we get behind her there, I think her hock is freer of fluid. You know, for me, she's got this tendency to get maybe just a little extra condition on her. Young man, I like your heifer a lot. Just be careful on her because she's already getting a little fat, and since she's a little bit closer to average in terms of bone, carrying a little extra condition up high maybe throws her out of balance just a little bit, but I like that heifer in terms of what she's put together, just not as fresh and honest as what I'd like to see, but a great female that I certainly think is one that's in contention. So I think it's a really close decision for me. There's several cattle out here that got a lot of good to them. Personally, there's a pair of them that I thought were honest in their condition, probably pretty close to honest in terms of their ages, in terms of the way read to me as well. That's going to be the pair of heifers out of the first class. We're going to keep them together. That'll be your champion reserve.
And that wraps up the heifer calf division in the Beefmaster show. The champion heifer calf was exhibited by Ryan Christopher Pena from Edenburn Vela FFA. The reserve champion heifer calf comes from Kirsten Santamaro from Sweeney FFA. In our Brangus show, Class 8 was led by Bailey Seasongood from Wilson County 4-H, followed by Jordan Baldridge, Columbia FFA, Ernest Bales, Cold Spring FFA, Cade Whitten from Needville FFA, and Alejandro Martinez from Chapel Hill Tyler FFA.
Big, stout, powerful class here, just in terms of in relation to their age. I mean, these are some big, stout cows for maize, and I do think the initial two are probably maybe just a little more moderate in terms of their build than the one that you find towards the bottom. But heifer that wins this class, and you know, never did I think I was going to beat her. I just wanted to analyze these two just one more time. I think this one, in terms of balance and symmetry, and you know, when you ask that one to go, it's good. You study her udder and the way that she's built through the rear third, that thing could lay down and have a calf here in a couple days. And I know it's close to time for them, and it's time to put them into production. And you can see that she's developing a very, very nice udder, a very, very neat square and small teated udder as well. We can change this one, and we can pick her apart. She's got just a little bit more shoulder, and she's not as bold or as deep in her forerib as the rest of the heifers in this class. But I think relative to her build, that's the high quality one. That's the pretty headed one. That's the one that balances so good in her top line in terms of balance and symmetry and squareness. And then you study that one out on the go. She gets out and reaches and handles herself. And I do think that one wins this class fairly handily. The heifer here in second, not as furry, not as presented, probably with as much hair, and I would say difference in kind. That one kind of deems a little closer on the Angus side. This one looks just a shot more like the Brahman side, and to each their own. And I know both work back and forth with each other. I love the balance of this heifer too. Is it as much as that one? No, but is she a little bit better in terms of her forerib shape and probably a little deeper in her forerib? Yes. We read her. She's not as far along in calf today. She's not as far in terms of production, and gives up a little of the extras. That one's got a little extra punch when we get him behind her. That one's got a little extra neatness in terms of her hip and the way her neck attaches into her shoulder. I just think this one's a good, moderate, good built, shaped up right kind of cow that just gives up some of those extras that the class winner has. Very, very nice heifer in second. Third and fourth, to me, is close, and I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch it. Heifer in third more resembles, they're both a bigger kind of female. The heifer in third's a little stronger in her back, a little neater in right in behind her blade than the heifer in fourth. And I think she's maybe just a shot more mellow as we study that one in terms of size, in the way that she's built. The big, stout, powerful, extra high performance heifer here lands in fourth, but she maybe don't balance up quite as nicely as we study that one in her shoulder. We study that one in terms of the way she's built in her knee versus the heifer there in third. I think that's a big, stout, rugged, bull-raising cow. But I do think maybe size for me is what leans her into fourth. And again, maybe a shot bigger than the other heifers in this particular class, and maybe just a shot more mature in the way that she's building her blade and her shoulder and the way she works out of her front end. But still a big, stout, rugged one. And I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch that pair in third and fourth, because I did it in my head once or twice. Tremendous class there, and a very, very nice class winner. Let's give that kid a round of applause.
Thank you for those reasons, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 10 on our west side of our Brangus show, led by Waylon Hinsey from Burton FFA, Grace Curry, DeWitt County 4-H, Carly Burks from Bangs FFA, and Jenna Minyard from Taylor County 4-H.
when we first started this division, and I think in every class up until that last one, there were some calls to make on your top two in terms of type and kind, and to me it was difficult just because the ones that were a little burlier and a little more rugged were actually the better structured one, and that makes good cows. That's one of what's going to make really, really nice cows. And there was some higher quality, later maturing ones that a guy likes to demat and look at from a quality standpoint. Maybe just didn't either A, move as good, or just didn't have quite as much as those heifers that win the class. And then again, you study those two, and they're similar in terms of their build, just in terms of power and dimension. And then you get into the May heifer class, and had one again that just kind of surfaced because of her quality, surfaced because of her look, surfaced because of her athleticness, and is kind of an outlier as you study that one in terms of her build. And again, we talked that one in class in some areas you could change her, and honestly at this point, change it with the mating someday. You know, I mean, you can fix that area because everything else is really, really good. And the young man's got a tremendous heifer in this division. She'll be your champion rather handily.
Final call, Brangus class 14. Final call, Brangus class 14.
She's got to come into that spot, okay? And I think you could say for reserve it gets closer, but they get more similar in terms of build when we pull that second place heifer in out of that last class in this division. And again, you overlook this female because of one that was presented with a little more flair and has just a shot prettier head and a little more look in terms of her build, and definitely further along in calf, that she didn't just break down and analyze that for that second in that particular class. And I think out here as we study them, the way that she's built in her hip design, her squareness and neatness and trueness of hip and hind leg set, and yet structure, and she comes with some extras, but not as much. She does it with a little more elegant style head than the heifers there out of them first two classes. And so I think the logical thing to do here is to use the young lady that was second in that class for reserve and division. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Well, great class here in our Beefmasters. We kick this next division off with a strong trio of cattle that come to the top end here. Just to be completely honest, I'm quite taken with the heifer that wins. I think she's one that's got a captivating look from the side, very maternal in the way that her belly line kind of sweeps back here. I like the fact that heifer's got some pin width and dimension, but still stretches really long and maternal in terms of her muscle system there. I think compared to the heifer that is exiting the ring in second over there, she's better in her joint work. I think she's more appropriate in just the way that her shoulder blends onto the front side of her forerib there as well. If we could change her, I think she's starting to fill up down there through her chest, and her sternum protrudes a little bit forward there for me. If we could change her in terms of the way that she's built down there and just tone her back a little bit condition-wise, I'd like her even better. Heifer that kind of got away from us over there is one that I think's in second that was really stout and powerful. I like the bone work, the moderation. That heifer's a little bit more compact, but she's still got a really good look here from the side. The thing I'm a little apprehensive on our second place heifer is she's starting to get some swelling built up there in her hock. Just kind of like her hock, she's a little coarser in her teats, and maybe could see her a little smoother in the way that her shoulder blends onto her forerib. Heifer that stands in third is bigger and more extended in her kind. I like the fact that she's a little bit more feminine in her feature. She's certainly freer or fluid in her hock and still built right from a structural standpoint. For my taste, she's maybe got just a little bit more leg and frame size to her credit. I'd like to tone her back just ever so slightly there, make her a little bit more uniform in terms of her teat design as well, but a good heifer to stand in that 3-hole. I like the future of the heifer that comes in 4. This young lady, I'll tell you what, young lady, you are a heck of a stick. You do a great job of showing your cattle. I'm really proud. It's fun to get to watch you out here doing what you do, because you're really composed and do just such a good job job showing and really showcasing how good neck this heifer is, how attractive she is in her hip and hind leg posture. I think that heifer, if she does the right thing with some more time on feed and bellies down, I think she's going to be pretty nice. Just giving up some rib design today, not as level out of her hip, but my congratulations to you, young lady. You are one heck of a showman. Young lady that comes next brings us a big-bodied replacement, a female that's really loose structured, maybe getting a little bit more pronounced at the backside of her hock. She could pull together a top line a little bit more skeletal strength. Young man's heifer that follows her is a bold rib dimensional female. I like her outline. I think stopped in park. She puts herself together awfully well. She kind of rounds out of her hip and stands just a little posty in the feature to her hind leg. The black and white heifer that follows her is another really loose-made, long-strided heifer, really effortlessly hits her step every time. I like the range of motion that she has, and the depth of body certainly bodes well for her in terms of production. As we get behind the cattle, she's a little deceptive. I don't read her with quite as much authentic width. I'd certainly like to complement her with a little bit more power with the, kind of a mating side there when we took to sire selection. A heifer that follows her, the predominantly red heifer, a really rugged boned heifer that's got some spread to her toe. I like the depth of heel and the hoof wall that she's got there at the surface. I think she's really tough-footed. For me, as we get from there up, she wants to get a little low in her pin set, a female that's a little bit more modest in terms of her depth of body. The red heifer that follows her is a little bit deeper in her flank. She's one that's level out of her hip and then got some look up through her front end. I think she's one that gets a little cinched up in her heart, and like to see her just a little sounder as we get out of her front skeleton and then give her more bend to her forearm and knee. Then we conclude the class with a really easy keeping, practical kind of female hill, got a lot of fleshing ability to her. I really admire all those things about her. She's a little bit longer toed, not as durable in her footwall, a heifer that's starting to get quite a bit of extra condition on her relative to being a little narrower when we get behind the cattle.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. In our Brangus Heifer show, our champion junior heifer goes to Waylon Hinsey from Class 10 in Burton FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer in our Brangus show comes from Grace Curry from DeWitt County 4-H, also out of Class 10. In our Beefmaster show, Class 7 was led by Kaylee Beeson from Thorndale FFA, followed by Lily Casper, Belleville FFA. Brinley Allison, McLennan County 4-H. Riley McCaslin from Rusk County 4-H. Elizabeth Gwynn from Nordheim FFA. James Ledger from Austin County 4-H. Peyton Swanky from Lee County 4-H. Ella Schneider from Columbus FFA. Kenna Minton from Alvin FFA. And John Wickham from Dimmitt County 4-H.
Well, obviously we don't have quite as many numbers in this class, but 4 really nice females represented out here. I think the red heifer that wins probably just the one that puts herself together in the most composed fashion here from the side. She's smoother shouldered than the heifer that stands in second. I have to brag on the fact that I think she's a little bit more appropriate in terms of her teats and just the squareness that she's got there, the uniformity of those. And then more than anything, she's just more feminine in terms of her head and neck, a little stronger in her shoulder, right behind her shoulder there. Probably not quite as big boned as the second place heifer heifer, but I think she's more coordinated and plants her hock with more conviction than that heifer that stands in second. At first glance, the black heifer that resides in second certainly caught my eye. Boy, she is big boned and really progressive for stoutness at the ground. I like her foot shape, and then her neck is just almost a mile long here. It's really impressive how far away she carries her head away from her body. Now, the tough thing is she maybe just doesn't blend all those pieces together in the most collected fashion. She's got a tendency to break down behind her shoulder. She'll duck her pins and pull in at her hock and maybe just get a little uncoordinated in terms of her skeletal makeup. The black and white heifer that resides in third, strong spine. I like the fleshing ability, the depth of side that heifer has. She still catches her step every time. Maybe doesn't have as much authentic width underneath the extra condition. I'm afraid we kick her off a show feed. She might reveal herself to be just a little flatter as an individual all the way throughout. Then we complete the class with another really feminine featured heifer. I like the shape to this heifer's neck. I like the fact that she's pretty clean in terms of her joint work. That refinement translates into her having a really nice teeth quality and structure as well. Both those things I think should bode well for her long term. Maybe one that reads a little bit more fragile at the ground, not quite as powerful as the cattle that's standing for 4.
You just heard a nice breakdown from Dr. DeClerc on Class 8 Beefmaster, led by Bennett Jansen from Cuero FFA. Lily Casper, Belleville FFA. Hayes Hart from Klein Oak FFA. And Ella Clybourne from Burnett County 4-H.
Well, just a pair of heifers over here in our Beefmaster division. I think both these heifers kind of emulate some of the same functionality features that I'm really proud of. I think that both these cattle got a lot of body and fleshing ease. I read maybe just a little bit more stretch and extension, maybe a little more stature in the heifer that wins the class. I like the fact that primarily that stature comes in the form of a little bit more height to shoulder, which enables that female to balance up with a little bit more balance here from the side. Now, for me, she's one that maybe is a little propped up in the angle to her shoulder, knee. As a consequence, she doesn't take quite as long of a stride out of her front skeleton there. Like the heifer in second, we probably could see her tone back a little bit from a condition standpoint. I certainly like the moderation of frame and the depth of body, the fleshy knees, and maybe even a little more functional set to the hind leg, the heifer that comes in second. She makes a strong case to win this class because to me, she looks like the type that'll really thrive out in production. Probably not going to take a lot of forage. And if you folks can tell here in Texas, we haven't been blessed with just a ton of rain this year, so we're going to might have a limited forage setting, and this is the type of heifer that looks like she could still sustain maybe with some lack of rainfall here. Now, for me, she's one that's getting a little coarse and out at the point of her shoulder and elbow. She doesn't blend together quite as nice as some of these other cattle here, and then maybe one we could see just leaned up a little bit as an individual.
I think this is a tremendous class all the way through, and you can tell these kids, every one of these things is pretty far along in calf, and you can tell from udder development and the way that they're building their rib cage and their rear belly and how that udder attaches into it, how these things are, I'd say every one of these things will calve here in the next 60 days and if not less here in the next few weeks. But with that being said, I think a tremendous trio at the top end. You could narrow that down to a top two just because you turn the level up just a shot more. The heifer I used to win the class just fits me just a shot better. I like her size better, maybe just a shot more moderate in terms of her build. And one as we study her right in the center of her back, right in behind her shoulder. Study her depth of forerib, the way that she's built, the turn to her rib down into her lower sweep of belly, not just up high but down low. That thing's just very, very true in terms of her rib design and the way that it all ties together. And she does it just a little stronger there and behind her blade. And then you get off of these heifers just a little bit. I think there's some differences in terms of length of neck. There's some differences in maybe just the way that they set their knee into them ever so slightly. But this heifer's still the one that balances up, nicer. And I think it is because of the way she's built in her rib cage, the way she's built in her hip design, of being just a shot stouter heifer, a shot more moderate heifer. It just balances ever so slightly better as well. So tremendous heifer here to win this class. And obviously this heifer in second's what makes it close. She's a longer bodied, bigger outline type of female that is longer and maybe thinner about her neck, a little truer in the way that she ties that neck attachment into the top of her poll than the heifer in first. And I do think maybe ever so slight, and this heifer's extremely functional, her structure's fine, and the way that she's built there in her knee is admirable. This heifer is a little better there, it sets in maybe just a little square at her knee than the heifer there in front of her. But as we study this one, not as bold in terms of her rib design and her forerib shape in relation to the heifer there in front of her. And to me, that's what probably sorts the pair today in my mind, because you've got two extremely high quality ones, two well balanced ones, two good shaped ones, and it's just little things that end up sorting the pair. Heifer here in third, and she just got outgunned in a really, really tough class. Presentation's very, very nice. You love how far along in calf she is. Her balance is good. Her condition from this point forward and making a cow is extremely good. And she's closer to our class winner in terms of size and moderation. She's more like the heifer in second in terms of her thinness and neck and neatness ahead as we study that one. Again, maybe not as bold in her forerib, not as powerful as the two heifers just right there in front of her when you get right in behind them. But you've done a great job with that heifer. She's going to make a tremendous cow. Couple big powerful ones come next, and the young lady's heifer here maybe just handles herself a little better when we get her in motion than the one behind her. Bold, stout, big bodied, awesome rib designed one that wedges up nice, just gets stuck in a tough class. Young lady's darker black heifer here, again one that's a little trimmer when we study that one versus the one in front of her, a little neater about her head and the way that she's built in that regard. She's not as powerful as the heifers on either side of her. And a pair of heifers on the bottom of the end of the class that differ in their kind. Still good cattle, just differ in their kind. I like this browner hided one here just in terms of moderation and power and bone. But when you study that one in this class, she gets just a little bolder about her head, a little coarser about her shoulder and joints, even though she's sound. I think she just don't tie together her pieces of skeleton quite as nicely as a couple of those in front of her. And obviously the biggest, highest performing, stoutest built one that still you can read as far along in calf is the young man's that rounds out the class. And for me, it's her size that puts her where she is. She's kind of the outlier in this class in terms of size. If we're going to make her that big, I'd like to just power her up just a little bit in terms of rib width compared to the heifer there in front of her, even though for a big, stout, big, rugged cow, that thing still is attractive in her neck and good in her lines and nice in terms of her build. So probably one of the nicest last place heifers of the day. But very, very good class. Top pair of heifers, very challenging to sort. Give those two kids a round of applause because deep class, and that's a tough pair.
Well, we got a great class of Beefmaster heifers here. This young lady brings one out that I think is really captivating from the profile. She's one that really can project a high-quality image, which I think is compliments of the fact that she's got some skeletal strength built into her top line. She's one that's certainly very feminine in terms of the way that she's built in terms of her muscle system there. I really like just the athletic posture that she's got built into her hind leg, the spread to her rear toe there. She gets off and really shows off that athleticism here on the go. I think that's probably my favorite view of her. She still remains pretty comfortable there. Maybe one that's starting to protrude a little bit far forward there in her chest, but I think a nice heifer to start this particular class. There's some attributes of the female that comes in second that I think actually correct my female that wins this class. She's maybe a little bit tidier up there through her chest floor, a female that actually may have a little bit more just actual hip and a hook bone width as maybe compared to our class winner. She's one that maybe tapers a little bit back into her pins, and that's a kind of exaggerated by the fact that she's one that's got a little bit more tailhead fat there. A female that I'd like to see softer in her heart and maybe a little smoother in her shoulder. Good outline female that stands in third. She's one that has got some good structural correctness to her. I like the foot size that female has. Boy, she's really easy striding when we get the cattle out here, and she's another one that's really square and honest in terms of her udder design. If I could change her, I'd like to power her up. We get behind the cattle, she reads a little flatter in the projection to her rib, a little bit more modest in terms of pin width. I think she's one from a sire selection standpoint. We'd just like to complement her with a little bit more skeletal width. Heifer that comes next, a female that's got a lot of bone, a lot of extension up through her front end. She's got a little more throat, but I still think that she's a long-fronted heifer. I think a heifer that also has got some dimension when we get behind the cattle. Reads a little coarser in her teats. More than anything, I'd like to see her smoother shouldered and just stronger in the way she hooks her spine in out of the backside of her blade. Heifer that follows her, the black heifer here, really long and extended, really got a neat look here. She's almost kind of got that kind of proud, kind of cocky look as she stops and parks because she's tall-fronted. Her neck sends high out of the top of her shoulder there. A lot of depth of body to her credit as well. Kind of like a lot of the other females we've seen. I wish she was toned back in terms of her condition. Since she's carrying a little bit more there through her chest, it kind of compromises her balance from the side. She's another one that could use a little bit more width. Speckled neck black heifer here is really sound structured, moderate in her frame size. I think her frame size to me is very conducive to being a cost-efficient brood cow someday in production. Get behind the cattle. I wish she had more genuine width. I think she reads just a little bit more tapered from hooks to pins. The speckled necked red heifer here, another kind of big boned female that's got some outer spring and turn to her rib cage. I like the fact she's starting to already show a little bit more in gestation from a calf standpoint. She kind of gets a little posty in the feature to her hock, a little straighter up through her front end. A red heifer that follows her has got a functional set built into her hind leg. I like the bone that she has. She's a little longer toed and maybe got a tendency to run downhill. Heifer that follows her is a little taller fronted, a little stronger in terms of her make and her spine. I'd like to see her maybe a little bit bigger bodied. She's got a little more frame size, maybe could use more rib or be dealt more body to accommodate that added frame that she has. And we conclude the class with a female that's certainly long-sided, pulls together a strong top line and catches her step every single time. Another female that reads a little hollow in her rib design, not as practical in terms of her body design.
Pair of heifers in this class that again kind of differ in their type and kind, and the heifer that I used to win the class, and even though she's a little bigger in her size, that doesn't bother me. At this point, what I like is her balance. She's a little neater about her head. She ties together a lot neater in her top line and out through her hip when you study that one. and then you still study a 3/4 angle. She's powerful, she's shapy, she's good in terms of her rib design, good in terms of her feet and legs when you get her out on the go. In another area that probably surfaces her is her teat structure and size is very nice and square and petite and not coarse in terms of her teats. The heifer here in second, a bold, stout, moderate built one. Again, one that you just study and you'd kick out on grass. You'd appreciate this one because she'll hold together good. She's probably pretty efficient in terms of her build. Extra body, extra muscle, extra power. She's carrying just a little bit more fluid there on one of her hind legs, and she obviously just gives up the extra presence of the heifer that wins the class, even though this is a stout, moderate, powerful cow. I'd like to change those little areas of her hock and maybe just her balance ever so slightly to make this pair closer, but I still appreciate the way this one's built just in terms of moderation of size and power and still flexibility when you ask her to go. So very, very nice class of 2 heifers that differ in terms of their kind, but I think they sort themselves rather handily.
Thank you, gentlemen. Class 13 in our Brangus show was led by Bram Christensen, Brazoria County 4-H, followed by, again, Bram Christensen, Brazoria County 4-H. Trinity Randall, Sweeney FFA. Avery Rongi from Royal FFA. Jenna Jennings from Brazoria County 4-H. Adelie Petrash from Sealy FFA. And Landon Stewart from Victoria County 4-H. Class 14 in our Brangus show was led by Haley Schremek from Schulenburg FFA and an Emmy McDaniel from Sealy FFA. In our Beefmaster show, Class 9 was led by Alexis Coleman, Hooks FFA, and Bodie Frankie from Midway FFA. Class 10 in our Beefmaster show was led by Mackenzie Lee from Belleville FFA, followed by Kason Ramirez from Kaufman County 4-H, Dionisio Perez from Terry FFA, Kurt Grays from Columbus FFA, Lexi Rengenga from Hooks FFA, Kendall Schnell from Lee County 4-H, Emerson Dean from Decatur FFA, Emma Dahlmeyer from Lee County 4-H, Gracie Reed from Alvin FFA, and Hunter Frosch from Giddings FFA.
Well, I'd like to congratulate our exhibitors in this division here on our Beefmaster side. If you folks don't mind, let's give them a big round of applause. Well, I appreciate the help here. I wanted to congratulate these kids because I think we've had a remarkable set of females out here. This is a little different age division here, but got a set of cattle that I'm a little envious of because I think that we got some females that look like they're not only going to have a nice show ring career and campaign, but they've got the hallmarks to really make a mark and to make an impact on a breeding program. And that's why I'm a little envious of these kids. I think that they're going to have fun making these things cows. We started off the division with one that's just really my kind in terms of the way she's built. Her structural correctness is on point, square in her front foot placement, which is compliments of the fact that she's got probably the most angle to her shoulder of any of the cattle out here. Got a big, stout hind leg. She plants with conviction, and I still think that heifer's got plenty of dimension we get behind the cattle. Now, I think she's maybe one we could trim up just a little bit down low, but boy, that one, in terms of just the way she's built from a practicality and a balance standpoint, is sure hard to miss. I'm a big fan of the second class winner, and And I think this one is the female that really sets the tone from the profile. This is her most advantageous view because of the tall-shouldered heifer is without a question maybe the longest and the skinniest and the most refined about her head and neck of any of the cattle we've seen today. She's one that's extremely strong out of the backside of her shoulder blade. She's long and level out of her hip, got a nice set to her hind leg as well. And I think a female, even though she's got a little extra condition on her, probably still reads to be the most honest in this regard of any of the cattle out here in this particular division. Heifer that maybe gets just a little bit up and down in terms of the angle of her shoulder to accomplish and to achieve that extra altitude that she's got up front. She's maybe one that's tipped forward a little bit in her shoulder blade and her knee. And a female, maybe it's a little closer to average in terms of width, but boy, I like that one's image from the side awfully well. She can certainly strike a pose. Then we come to our Class 3 heifer here, a female that's has got a lot of depth of body and functionality. Boy, she's so practical and easy keeping. I think all those things certainly is why I project her to be a very cost-efficient replacement. Maybe at the end of a halter, that extra condition detracts a little bit from her image here from the side. She's starting to cake up with a little extra white tissue there around her tailhead. It's the same story as we get down there through her chest, and she's another one that'll splay out just ever so slightly up front. I like the running gear and the structure of the heifer that wins this last class. Boy, that's a long-sided heifer that still effortlessly hits her step. She plants her hind leg, certainly with a lot of authority out here, gets her step every single time. I like the length of hip that she has. She's a big-bodied female. You know, we talked about her in class. She's got a little extra skin and character up front. Maybe that takes away from her just a little bit from a show heifer, but I still think that heifer's symmetry and balance is directly on point to where we want to be at as well. So an excellent lineup of cattle here. I'm going to go ahead and just use this heifer out of the first class for champion. We're going to fall back with class number 4 back here for reserve. Congratulations.
A friend of mine, Lydell Meyer, had said at one point when judging cow-calf pairs, and I can't remember if it was Charlotte Junior Nationals or where we were at, where I was watching him judge some pairs, and I don't know who said it before that, but you judge the cow. There's 3 parts of it. You judge the cow, you judge the calf, you judge the cow's udder, and then you make up your mind based off of that. And sometimes when you get into a pair or a couple pairs that are tough, you have to just straight break that down. Sometimes it's easy just to find the best cow-calf pair, and then sometimes it gets challenging because the cow maybe doesn't have as nice a calf, or the cow maybe don't have as nice udder as she is built, but she's raising a big stout calf. And to me, this cow kind of holds the advantage in a couple of those areas. And I like the cow. I like her moderation. I like her shape of rib. I like her easy doing look. I like her size. And again, you study her. She's pretty square and true in terms of her udder. We could pick on both of them being a little longer teated on them front quarters, but I think both are good enough bags. This one has the advantage in terms of toneness udder, maybe a little smaller teats, even though they both are in that regard. And again, I think there's 2 or 3 months age difference in the cows, and I think both those things had calved at 24 months age, so there's 2 or 3 months difference in the calves. She's raising a nice stout extra bold and just heavy muscled female and doing a nice job of it for a December in that regard. And I think she's doing a nice job in terms of just her balance. But I just think that one on down the road is a low maintenance and a powerful cow on down the road. She holds that advantage. This cow probably has the nicer calf. I mean, and there's some age advantages there. But the calf's a little softer bellied than the other one. She's a little smoother and neater in terms of her muscle pattern. Maybe balances up and transitions her pieces as well. The cow's nice too. She's just a shot bigger for me. She's long-necked and pretty-headed and square and good hip, obviously raising a big stout calf. To me, what puts her in second, she's just a little coarser in her teeth. Could have been from a slight injury or something. And maybe just her size in relation to this heifer that wins the class, because I still think that's a very good, that's a very nice pair. I prefer her calf over the one that wins the class, but I like the cow and udder maybe just a shot better in the cow that wins the class. So very, very nice pair that's in second, and a close pair to evaluate. I just deem towards that size of cow and that kind of cow when we study them on down the road in years of longevity. So very, very tremendous pair of females here and pair of pairs.
Thank you, gentlemen. In our Beefmaster Heifer Show, your champion junior heifer was exhibited by Kaylee Beeson at a Class 7 in Thorndale FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Mackenzie Lee in Belleville FFA out of Class 10. In our Brangus Show, Class 15 was led by Aubrey Meter from Wiley Abilene FFA and Mackenzie Seasongood from Wilson County 4-H.
I think, again, a very, very nice division. And what I liked most about this particular division is everyone in class appeared, or from what I could tell visually, you know, in the first two classes appeared to be bred. And the kids are doing a nice job in terms of that. You can just tell from udder development and some things and body that every heifer in most of those classes appeared to be bred, and that's huge. And again, bred far enough along that they're ready to be in production, even though we're still showing some of these as close to 2-year-olds here in March, so and some a little over that age. So that's admirable. And obviously we had a class of pairs too of those roll-arounds and senior yearlings that were obviously had calved and in production and ready to go. And I commend the exhibitors and their parents and whoever's involved with helping these kids in that regard, because that's impressive. Not very many shows can you go to and just probably blanket say that statement about some big bred heifers or big heifers. So my kudos to these kids. I think when we break it down, there's 2 in this division, and they're going to end up being champion and reserve. And that class was really, really close, and I still, you can find faults in all of them. But I do think they fit together just in terms of balance and kind and structure and look and balance. And that's the 2 heifers out of this first class. They'll be champion and reserve in this division. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
In our Brangus show, your champion senior heifer was exhibited by Bram Christensen from Brazoria County 4-H, comes out of Class 13. Your reserve champion senior heifer also comes from Class 13, also exhibited by Bram Christensen, Brazoria County 4-H.
First call for our Beefmaster division champions in both our calf and junior division to start making your way back to the arena. Again, a first call for Beefmaster division winners, both our calf and junior divisions, to please make your way back to the arena.
Well, we got some diversity in this class in terms of just how far along some of these cattle are in gestation. I still thought from a quality standpoint, the young man's heifer that leads off just kind of stood out in my regard here. I think one that's certainly good in terms of her foot and bone. She's got some extension up through her front end. I like the length of hip that she has. She's one that maybe ties up just a little bit high there in her heart. We could get her cinched up just a shade, but I think a good place to get started with here. Heifer that comes in second's more moderate in her frame size. I like the combo of her having some stoutness just to her jawline and to the feature of her head, but boy, she's still very feminine. And then the way that their length of muzzle, the top side of her neck is extremely fresh as well. Heifer that is really square in her udder design, although we maybe could make her a little bit more refined in her teats, and I think she balances up in a very collected fashion. Now, if we could change her, I do think she's one that's starting to get a little coarse at the point of her shoulder, and she too starting to cake up around her tail head a little bit there as well. Heifer that winds up here in the 3-hole, I wanted to give her some credit for being a little bit further along in gestation. I appreciate that about that particular female. She's a deep-sided, really great balanced heifer. It's really strong in her top line. She's got the endurance to stay strong in her spine, which is really a testament to this female, because we get these cattle bred, boy, that calf starts to pulling down on their top. They can, kind of get a little bit lackadaisical and settle in their spine, and this heifer still stays very composed. For me, she's one that sits and just plants her hind leg a little posty at the ground. As a consequence, she compensates by getting maybe just a little bit weaker in that back pasture. And female, maybe we could tone back a little bit in terms of her condition. Really admired the fact that the cow-calf pair here, the first calf heifers that got a calf on her side here in the 4th hole, and I gave her a lot of extra credit for doing that. For me, that just brings a lot of credibility to the table, because we know that reproduction is the most economically important trait in cow-calf operations. I think Nebraska did a study where they found it was 5 times more economically relevant than any other production parameter for raising cattle, and I like the fact she's got a calf on her side. I could square her up and make her just a little bit more even in her udder shape, but I think she's a good one to certainly get the job done that way, and she could use a shade more bone. The black heifer that stands behind her is certainly easy keeping, practical in her kind, just like to tone her back from a condition standpoint. Got a nice set of cattle on down the line in this particular class. All of them are pretty practical. Maybe some could be leaned up. Some of them maybe we could give just a little bit more dimension to.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 13 of your Beefmaster show, led by Fisher Hubbard, Friendswood FFA. Roxanne Keel, Austin County 4-H. Clayton Myers from Alvord FFA. Ella Clybourne from Burnett County 4-H. Mackenzie Lee, Belleville FFA. Cortland Branter, Belleville FFA. Shannon McLean from Clear Falls FFA. Jake Kluwer from Alvin FFA. Keely Dahlmeyer from Lee County 4-H. And Michaela Pavelka from West FFA.
I think this show has been very, very tough, and I think the livestock that's been exhibited has been of the highest quality in terms of just finding the ones you like and being able to use that kind in a division, and analyzing these things now that they come out here after winning their divisions, and trying to either project a calf to see where she rolls or study these heifers that are further along in production, and decide what attributes or where you're going to lay your cards or where your priorities are going to lie on these heifers. And like I said, these kids have brought a tremendous set of females to the ring. I'm going to talk these three just very briefly, and then I'll pick a Supreme Reserve. And I think it's close, and I think there's some pieces of each calf and female out here that's deserving of being the champion in this breed. Obviously, the calf that wins that division, and incredible in terms of her balance. I think her levelness atop, her squareness of hip, her structure, and the way that she's built in her hind leg attachment is really, really good. And again, you study this one in terms of rib design and maturity in relation to her age, and I think that thing has a lot of future left in her too. Time will tell. We've got two big bred heifers that have made it that far and are of high quality as well. And so where you lay your cards are the pieces that you like of this one that you can read down the road enough to get around some of these breds that are already probably there in terms of production and stuff like that. So you lay your cards on that. Very, very high quality heifer. Does a lot of right things in my mind in terms of balance and skeleton and future. And again, one that's just tremendous about her look. The heifer in second, that's one when you just step off of her and get a ways off of her, and substitute one area that you'd like to change that one. She's neat. What I like about this one is her length of neck, her trimness and neatness ahead, the way that she's built in her hip design and her hind leg in terms of squareness and boldness of hip, and the way that she handles that hind leg when you go. Obviously, of these out here, she's younger and she's a little further along at calf, and that comes in as an advantage. But I think there's some areas of her where we could change, and I think maybe both these heifers that are big, you could change ever so slightly. I'm not going to mention those big crucial areas on the mic. I'm just going to explain what I like about the heifers, and you'll relate it by the time that I talk this last one. So the heifer that comes out of that third division, and again, no, does she appear to be as far along in calf? No, but does she appear to be bred? Absolutely so. That thing's really unique in just terms of her size, her moderation of kind. I love her power. I love her dimension just in terms of the way she's hooked in behind her shoulder, her boldness of forerib, her depth and neatness in terms of her forerib and center rib. And that starts up high. It just rolls right in behind her shoulder, built and wedged up from a 3/4 angle like a cow's supposed to in terms of wedge shapedness and the way that she progresses her power from there out. And again, does she give up some things to do another heifer out here? Absolutely so, but I still think in terms of balance, I think in terms of symmetry and structure, most of these heifers are a wash, and we could talk about those little nitpicky areas that anybody can see and make a reasoning to why you use one heifer or another. So to me, it comes down to probably these two bigger breds, and the only reason why is because they're here and they're high quality and they're a year further along. Nothing taken against that calf, because I think that's as nice a calf that's been out here in a while. But when you get some bred heifers that look like this and some seconds that stood to these in this division, or some reserves in this division, it's humbling to know that you could go a couple different ways and you can end up using the one that you just deem better in an area or more complete in a certain area. So let's give these kids a round of applause. Tremendous set of showmen, tremendous Brangus show here to start the day.
Congratulations in our Brangus Heifer Show. Your champion Brangus Heifer was exhibited by Bram Christensen from Brazoria County 4-H, exhibiting his senior heifer. The reserve grand champion Brangus Heifer comes out of Class 10 in the junior division, exhibited by Waylon Hinsey, Burton FFA.
Well, we got another really good class of Beefmaster heifers out here. The heifer that leads off, boy, she's really elegant in the way she kind of casts that pose here from the profile. I really admire just how feminine and refined that heifer is up through her front end. I certainly appreciate the fact that she's one that's extremely maternal in the way that her muscle stretches over her framework here. Got a great set to her hind leg from a functionality standpoint. Dead level in terms of her top line, and what I really liked is how neat her tail head caps off that good skeletal strength she's got up high. I maybe could see her just tidied up a little bit there through her chest floor. Maybe could see her a little bit more refined in her teats. I actually think when we get over to her rib cage there, she actually reached pretty honest in her condition. Maybe looks like she just had a little bit more on her at one stage of her life, and then has been kind of pulled back to be honest in her condition now, even though maybe she's still got some remnants of that extra up there through her chest. So nice heifer to get started with here. Heifer that comes in second's a little bit bolder bodied. I read more arc and curvature built into her forerib. I like the moderation of frame size that heifer has in combination with her length of body. Obviously, pounds still pay in the cattle industry. We got to get cattle that can generate performance, and the kind of performance I like is what this female has. She's moderate, where she's not going to be a big, tall, hard-doing cow, but she's long and she's got some width to where she still can add some performance to her next generation in terms of bulls or calves that she's going to have. She's actually more refined in her teats than my class winner as well, although she's got a tendency to kind of run downhill just a little bit. I think unlike my winner, she's one that maybe could be just a little bit leaner in terms of her condition relative maybe the cattle that stand on either side of her. Heifer that stands in third is one that I'm really enamored with. Young man, your heifer's awesome in terms of her condition. You can see her over her ribs. She's bare in terms of her cover, which is excellent. This heifer's actually in the kind of shape that I'd want a cow to go lay down and have a calf in. She's got a big, stout hind leg. She's great in terms of the angles to her skeleton. She's long and extended up through her front end. She's maybe just a little wide in the way she parks her front feet. As a consequence, maybe her shoulder doesn't fit back as neat into her forerib, but an awful nice heifer to stand in that 3-hole there. Female that comes in 4 is a little bit more moderate in her frame size. I like the fact that she looks like she's got the power to generate. The extra spring to her rib, the projection to her rib cage, the power that she has certainly should help her contribute to make some either bull progeny there. She still balances up really nice here from the side. Like a couple of the other cattle we've seen today, she's starting to get a little bit more forward in her forearm and knee. Maybe a female that's a little more on the moderate side of things, although that doesn't bother me. I maybe could give her a little better spacing to her teats and make her further along in terms of gestation. Got a pair of first calf heifers that stand in the next 2 holes here. I elected to use this pair because I thought the calf was maybe a little bit more impressive. This bull's really sound. He's got some hip and some dimension to him. The cow maybe is one that I'd like to see organize herself a little neater in her hip and hind leg posture. But my compliments for having the calf on the ground. I think that the pair next that we see there, the first calf heifer, is actually a little bolder and more dimensional we get behind the cattle. I think it looks like from a lactation standpoint that cow's doing a nice job. We could square up a little bit better in her udder design. Calf's a little younger, but boy, that guy's got some neat pieces there. I think it's a good pair. Maybe just wish the cow was a little stouter bone and better in her foot shape. The black and white heifer that falls, moderate, deep-sided, level-made. Certainly like that about that particular female. Maybe could be powered up. We close the class with a set of cattle that are big-bodied and practical, maybe just need to be more dimensional or have more honest width.
Really a nice pair of females here, and there's definitely some give and take. And if I could just mold these two together, I'd probably find the calf that I like just probably a shot better. The one I used to win the class, just in terms of look and length and the way that she's built up through her front end and neatness ahead, and yet still has some power and some dimension when you get in right in behind her. Where her fallbacks are is she's a shot long bodied. She's maybe not quite as neat, even though they're pretty similar in their hip design. This one molds a little neater there because of how her center belly lies. We could change that one and draw that one down just a little more in terms of rib expansion and dimension, and it would help her a lot. But that's the high quality, extra good looking one that's a shot more athletic when we ask her to go. Heifer in second, a little more compact, bolder in her rib design, and I wouldn't call her necessarily any deeper bodied. Her navel kind of throws that down just a little and gives the appearance of that much more body. But I don't think it's that much more. I think she definitely has more. She's maybe a little denser as we study her in terms of her just spread and dimension there. But she gives up just a little bit when we ask those to go. She just comes up just a shot short off of both ends of her skeleton when we ask her to go. if she'd relax her spine and relax her shoulder a little when she goes, I'd maybe switch that pair. Very, very nice pair of females.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 1 in our Red Brangus show, led by Logan Woodruff from El Campo FFA, followed by Kennedy Penn, Fredwood FFA. In our Beefmaster show, Class 14 was led by Forrest Hubbard, Friendswood FFA, William Keel, Austin County 4-H, Colton Brady, Carrizo Springs FFA, Hannah Pace, Henderson FFA, Michaela Pavelka, West FFA, Colton Klessel, LaGrange FFA, Cortland Brantner, Belleville FFA, Sarah Wells from Grapevine FFA, Ashlyn Gosh from Edna FFA, and Minda Wyatt from Temple FFA.
Very nice single entry the young lady brings in. And again, obviously, in terms of look and balance and the way that she's put together, it's very, very nice. I love her body shape. I love her length of hip. Presentation, I think this thing, the young lady's obviously done a lot of work at home in terms of keeping her fresh and keeping her hair fresh here into March, because I know you don't have many more months before the heat turns on here in Texas, and it won't be there no more. I think in terms of just look and balance and kind, I really like this female, and one that probably could handle a little more competition. Like I told the young lady, she looks like a very easy doing one. As stout as she is, as bold as she is, as good and true as she is in her rib, the biggest challenge for her is going to keep her fresh and keep her condition fresh as a big one next year. So make sure you do that. I think that's the only thing that could hinder this one on down the road in that regard, because she puts together so many nice pieces in this breed and puts together such a nice look that it's intriguing. So very, very nice class winner. Very nice single entry the young lady brings in, just in terms of structure and angles and the way that she gets out and moves. This young lady just never lets her get a bad look when she's in motion, in terms of just keeping her head up, handling it from a showmanship perspective. She doesn't have the stoutest heifer in the world, and I think this is one that's, you know, I would say right in her condition to continue as a replacement and as a cow in the show world. We could probably expand her just a little to see how much grow and see how much dimension she truly has, because you can tell this heifer's late maturing in her neck. She's late maturing in the way she's built in her head and her skeleton. Just how stout will she be someday is the question, because she looks like she could get big and real good structured, or if the feed works and the protocols work in terms of powering this one up and slowing her down and holding her structure together, I think there's some future here that this heifer could go either way. So another very nice single entry, heck of a showman by the young lady.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 4, Class 3, and Class 4, both in our Red Brangus show were single entries. Class 3 was Ashlyn Peters from El Campo FFA. Class 4 was Presley Jacob from Royal FFA.
I think a very nice division here in the Red Brangus show, and we talked these pretty extensively in class, and to me it probably gets a little closer there for reserve on which direction you go, but after just analyzing these things and studying them, young lady out of the second class will be your champion in this division. It gets a little closer between Class 1 and 3 because I do think their calves, in terms of lateness and maturity, I think both these females have some future and have some growth. The heifer that wins the first class, the younger heifer's a little more shapely, probably has a little more turn to her upper rib, maybe just a shot more dimension when we get in behind her, and still elegant enough in terms of her structure. I would like to draw that one down in her lower third and just give her more depth of body, but I think she has some advantages in terms of muscle, has some advantages just in terms of look and shape of upper rib. That thing's probably going to be stout and bold enough someday. The heifer here out of the third class, and again in terms of skeletal build and size of foot and bone and lateness and maturity, she holds some of those cards too as well. She's thin-necked, she's neat-headed, carries a little extra leather, doesn't bother me that much. She is definitely softer in terms of her build, softer in terms of her forerib. Where does she land? Is she going to be a big stout cow, or is she going to be a bigger, flatter cow? Time will tell. And to me, it's a pair of heifers with two different types of looks, two different types of shape. And so I'll select you a reserve here just shortly, but let's give these kids a round of applause in this particular division.
On our Beefmaster side, I definitely like to extend my compliments to these exhibitors. Boy, we got a really impressive set of first calf heifers out here. And I think what's important is that they're supposed to be an educational tool for these kids, and so they need to learn that reproduction is what really matters. We got to get these things bred. I don't know about your guys' ranches back home, but it sure seems like it's tough for me to make any money on a cow that doesn't calve. And so certainly like to see the fact these kids got them here, and they got them looking good. I'll tell you that Anybody that's ever fed a first calf heifer before and shown them they can eat you out of house and home, I guess I work for a feed company. I'm a nutritionist, but I'm sure my sales team would be glad to see that how many youngsters are out here dragging around these first calf heifers, because I'm sure these gals are eating a lot of feed. I think that the heifer that wins this this class here is one that I think is just so captivating from the side. I like just how fresh she is at the top side of her head and her neck. A heifer that's got quite a bit of spring to her rib design. She's big and dimensional. We get behind. I think her udder is one that, to me, from a suspension standpoint, is nice. It's pretty square. Maybe getting a little uneven in terms of just the depth to her udder there. Front quarters are maybe a little high, but I still think that one's awfully nice. Bull calf's a little younger, but boy, this is a cocky little dude. I like how stout boned and good structured he is. And looks like he kind of emulates some of the things that I like about his mom. If I could change his mother, I'd dial her back just a little bit in the angle to her shoulder. I think that's her hole. And it looks like this bull calf's got a nice slope to her shoulder. So obviously sire selection really worked on the first mating on this particular female. My compliments to you gentlemen there. You got an awful good one. The cow calf pair that ends up in second, this is a really bold, opened up dimensional kind of cow here. This first calf heifer has got a tremendous amount of dimension from behind. She's on the moderate side of things, which for some folks may kind of limit her upside, but I think you can certainly change that with some sire selection. This bull calf looks like he's got plenty of gas in the tank. He might be my favorite calf in this particular lineup. He's great structured. He's really square. He's good looking. I think he's one that kind of takes some of the best pieces of his mother in terms of width and moderation, but probably even puts it together a little bit more style and balance. I think that one's got a bright future in front of her. Maybe just not quite as big and extended as my class winner. The cow calf pair, the first calf heifer here that ends up in the 3-hole. From the profile, boy, she can really strike a pose. She's long and extended. She's probably my favorite in terms of her condition. She's in her working clothes, and she's still got just such a captivating look from the side. I think it's striking how long and extended that heifer is up front, and she certainly struck me as the female that was the most attractive in her hip and hind leg design. A little flatter when we get behind the cattle, probably one that we could see just a little more dimension. I think it's the same thing that we see in that calf there. The first calf heifer that ends up in 4, she's a really long-sided, deep-bodied female. It's got a lot of dimension. Boy, it's a kind of stout, rugged bull calf she's got on her side. The bull's maybe got a little bit more throat, but and character underneath. We could tidy him up in his sheath, but I think that cow's one that I like awfully well. I wish the cow was maybe just a little more durable in her foot shape. She'd get a little longer on her toe for us. The pair that falls next, the kind of the brockle, another really stout, powerful kind of mother there. Like that first calf heifer in terms of the amount of substance that she has. She's not as organized in her build. She's a little bit more forward in her shoulder and knee, a little off in her hip. The black and white cow that falls next, a great balance from the side. I like the strength at top, the levelness of hip, the attractiveness of hind leg, good udder on that one. The calf's probably a little bit, just at kind of middle of the road. We'd like to see him a little bigger bone, maybe a little nicer there, but a good pair there. The black one that follows her is another kind of moderate, big bone, loose strided kind of female. She too's kind of, as we kind of lost some of that extra condition, is starting to break a little bit right behind her shoulder. The calf's one that maybe we got some bone work with, but just needs a little bit more time. The white bagged kind of black cow that falls next, the gentleman brings us another one that's really sound structured. Could see that one a little nicer balanced. And we conclude the class with the bred heifer here. From a gestation standpoint, she's not showing near as much, just a calf. Would like to see her ahead of the game reproductively. Female that still catches her step and got some substance to go along with it. But for having a little extra condition, I don't like that she's still pretty modest in terms of her depth of body.
I think a tremendous one here to start with, and just breaking this one down from her shoulders back and down at the ground in terms of her feet development and size. This thing's incredible in that regard. Rib shape, top shape, balance from her shoulders back. She's got a little more throat. She's maybe not just as pretty headed as some we've seen in that last division, but boys, when you just break this one down skeletally and dimensionally and then just study cow character, that one does a lot of good things right. The heifer here in second just got stuck in a heater. This one's a little prettier, neater about her neck, thinner about her neck, a little neater maybe in her condition in that regard. She's not as square hip. She's not as true or neat in her top line. Just gives up some of those extra intangibles here in the ring to a very, very complete class winner. But this thing's still sound, still functional in her build, right in terms of her angles, maybe just not hooked up as neatly or as squarely as the heifer that wins the class.
Thank you, gentlemen. In our Red Brangus Heifer Show, your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Ashlyn Peters from El Campo FFA in Class 3. The reserve champion heifer calf was exhibited by Logan Woodruff from El Campo FFA and out of Class 1. You just heard Mr. Stewart's breakdown of Class 7 in your Red Brangus Show, led by Mason Woodruff from El Campo FFA and Harrison Patterson from Tioga FFA. In our Beefmaster Show, Class 15 was led by Quentin Garrett, Coleman County 4-H, followed by Savannah Skaggs, Erath County 4-H. Kaylee Beeson, Thorndale FFA. Amber Robles, Southside FFA. Peyton Garrett, Coleman County 4-H. Cooper Sutton, Coryell County 4-H. Riley Upham from Brazoria County 4-H. Cody Claude from Nacogdoches FFA. And David Kalami from Brazoria County 4-H.
Very nice single entry comes into class, and very elegant, very female-like in terms of her look. Her head, her neck, you know, a little tighter throat latch and a little tighter in terms of her skin than the heifer there that wins that last class. And again, one that's still good in terms of her rib design. Nice, not overwhelming in terms of muscle, but dang sure has enough in the right wedge in the right direction. And you got to appreciate it. May heifer calf looks like she could do her in the next 60 days. So again, one that's progressing in terms of production. Not the most overwhelming in terms of power, maybe not the most perfect right in behind her shoulder blade. But then again, when you get her that one in motion, she kind of connects and pulls those pieces together and looks a little stouter than she does when you get her on the standstill. Very, very nice single entry the young man brings. Very, very female-like in terms of her structure and her demeanor when you study that one in terms of head shape and size and belly and where she's at in her production game. So very, very nice heifer.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was a breakdown of the heifer exhibited in Class 10, a single entry from Jess Gold in El Campo FFA.
Well, another great division of Beefmaster females out here, folks. If you don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. Yeah, I think it's a really good decision out, or a really tough decision for me out here, because I like a lot of these heifers awfully well. It's been one of the deeper divisions that we've had. The female that's circling out that first class, she's one that, relative to her contemporaries, has certainly liked the stoutness and the feature that she's got to her hind leg. I'm really appreciative of the fact that she's so long out of her hip. I think that enables her just to take a big ground-consuming stride out here. She's long and extended in front of her shoulder, and I certainly think a female that's square in her udder design as well. You know, we study her here from the profile. Her chest to heart maybe doesn't balance up quite right. She sinks out just a little bit there, right below her sternum, and then she'll kind of like to see her maybe just a little bit deeper and bolder in her heart and smoother from her shoulder into her forerib. But I like a lot of pieces of that heifer. It's tough to make them that long and extended up front and still have a big, stout, authoritative hind leg. I really appreciate just how elegant the heifer that wins this second class is. The January's one that can strike a pose from the side, compliments of the femininity and the refinement that she's got built into her head and neck. A female that's very strong and composed in her top line. I like the endurance that she has. Most time we get these big bred cattle, they'll start to settle down and kind of sink in their spine a little bit and get a little weak in their loin. This heifer's got the stamina to just stay so strong and composed throughout the duration of the lineup, and she's got a nice hip and hind leg posture as we study the cattle here from the side. Maybe could square her up just a little bit in her udder design. More than anything, I think we get behind the cattle, she's a little closer to average in terms of width and got a little bit more condition on her. I'm afraid once we get that calf on her and we kick her out in production, she may reveal herself to be just a little bit kind of more average in terms of dimension and power, but boy, she's got a striking look from the side. Then we talked about our last class here where we got our kind of cow-calf pairs. I like both those awfully well. The cow that won that particular class was one that is just so refined in her teats. Really got to like the power that she has, just how attractive she is her from a profile. Talked about that one qualm with that particular female is she's a little up and down in terms of the angle to her shoulder. I think her blade is just a little perpendicular to the surface here, but the calf on her side is actually really angular in his shoulder and got a good set to his knee and comfort built into his front skeleton there. So obviously we did a skillful job of mating that female in that first sire selection that we made. So really impressed with that one and the fact she's still got a calf on her side here from a reproductive standpoint. So it's a close decision for me. I'm going to go ahead and keep both the females out of that last class together. They're going to be our champion reserve. Congratulations.
Here for division, I think there's some give and take in these heifers, but there's definitely one that probably I lean on just a little bit more, just in terms of her foot shape and size, her density of bone, and just the added shape that she has. This is the biggest spread in age that we'll probably that we've seen in terms of, I think we got like a November calf and a May female, and one that's a little further along in production from a raising a calf or in that regard, but you'd expect her to be in a May, and I'm glad that she is. But I lean towards this November heifer here, just in terms of her added rib dimension, her added muscle shape, love her feet and the way that she gets out and goes when you ask her to. Very, very nice heifer to win this division. Young man, you'll be reserved. And this is a heifer that's a little tidier. She's prettier about her head. She's neater about her points, and we talked about that in class. Just gives up just a little bit. She's not as true right in behind as her blade, probably because she's got a calf. She maybe gets outside of her skeleton ever so slight when you ask her, probably because she has a calf. So it's things that's not her fault. It's things part of the production process allows. So still a very high quality female from a look and balance standpoint, just gives up a little bit of mass to that younger heifer. Very, very nice division, very nice champion in reserve.
In our Beefmaster Heifer Show, your champion senior heifer was exhibited by Quentin Garrett from Coleman County 4-H, coming out of Class 15. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Savannah Skaggs, Earth County 4-H, from Class 15.
Single entry here in the Red Brangus Show, and one from her shoulders back you really appreciate. She's athletic when she goes. She's good in terms of her foot design and shape. Again, right in terms of just her body shape and the way that she's built from that regard. Gives up just a little up there front end. She's maybe just a little high at the point of her blade or the high at the point of her shoulder. Not perfect in her angles up front, but she's still sound. Her feet, I think her feet make up for that. She's set back enough in her knee that she makes up for that area. She's maybe not as balanced quite as nicely. But I think from her shoulders back, her balance and her flexibility and her feet shape and size are very, very good points for that female. Big, stout, powerful, rugged one as well. Very nice single entry.
In our Red Brangus Heifer Show, your champion junior heifer was exhibited by Mason Woodruff, El Campo FFA, coming from Class 7. Your reserve champion junior heifer was exhibited by Jess Gold from El Campo FFA, coming from Class 10.
Well, we got an excellent lineup of Beefmaster heifers out here in contention for champion honors. If you folks don't mind, let's give them a big round of applause. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you guys being here. And you know what's so cool about this is that you guys have been an excellent crowd. And it's just neat that we're at the end of kind of a long show season down here in Texas. But the support that you guys give these juniors, I think, is second to none. There's a reason everybody wants to judge a Texas major, and everybody talks about what these deals are like down here because we've got people like you up here in the crowd and the stands that are here to kind of support these young people and what they do. Because I promise you, these kids, you know, that they're spending a lot of time with these cattle, and they're putting a lot of effort into this where they could be at home playing sports or hanging out with their friends. And so it's a big commitment, and I certainly appreciate you folks to be here to kind of help them out and to give them the support they need. We got 3 really nice division winners out here. I talked about the heifer that won the very first class of the day, that April, how I liked how cocky she was in terms of her neck attachment, where her chest was driven up in her. You know, she's one that, you know, we liked her awfully well in terms of being honest in her condition and still really stout in terms of her bone work. You know, she'll maybe shift her weight to her outside hoof wall just a shade when the cattle are on the lead there, but more than anything, I'd like to just level her up just a little bit from hooks to pins. I'm a big fan of the female that wins this second division there. I'd certainly love to just emulate it and just mass replicate the kind of running gear, the feet and legs, the practicality that this heifer has. She's big-bodied, she's maternal. She's got some spread to her pin set, but still lays her muscle onto her framework in a long maternal fashion. I think that should help her be conducive from a calving knee standpoint. Generally get these cattle that got some muscle, they get short and wound up in that system there, and that makes it a little tougher to get those calves out of her. She's refined in her teat work, and she's obviously one that I think probably all the cattle out here in contention, she's got the most slope and angle built into her shoulder and curvature built into her knee. And I think that's something that has really become a little bit more challenging to find in the cattle industry out here today. I talked about her, maybe we could trim her up a little bit there through her chest floor, and at times from an aesthetic standpoint, that takes away from that show ring eye appeal. But boy, she's one that's just so good in her feet and legs, got that seed stock look. I think she's one that if her calves, got that kind of build, they should be successful. If they look anything like that, they're certainly going to be worth a lot of money. Then the female that wins the last division here, it's refreshing to find a female that's proven herself with a calf on her side that still looks this good. Anybody that's ever calved out some first calf heifers know that they can go backwards in a hurry here. So for having a calf that's a couple months or about a month and a half old and still being this kind of rig, my compliments to this young man for the job that he's done. This female's really captivating because she's one that's exciting, just how fresh she is up through her front end, really clean in her throat latch. I like the height, the shoulder, and the skeletal strength she's got built in her top line. Very attractive in her hind leg, and I like the fact that she's still very square in her udder design and refined in her teeth. She's getting a little longer toed. We talked about her. My biggest issue with her is I just think she's a little far forward in the angle to her shoulder blade. So outstanding lineup out here. My favorite's going to be out of this third division here. They're going to be your champion. Congratulations.
I think a very, very easy place to start here, and pieces of balance and the way that she's presented and her boldness in terms of her rib design, and yet her flexibility when you get her out on the move is just really, really neat. And then you couple that with that one being that far along in calf, and that one showing some favoritism just in terms of production, in terms of the fact she's going to have a pretty nice udder, and the fact that she's been able to be held together to this point. With an udder structure and being that far along. Pieces of her you could change. She's not the most overwhelming when we get right in behind her. She's also got an 8-month calf and they're dragging a little bit of that behind. And she's not just perfect in terms of her neck, but it fits the breed. It's very, very breed typish. It's very, very unique, and she's still neat in terms of her balance of her front end, because you could harp on her maybe being a shot bigger headed, but you really can't, because she's so bold and good in terms of her rib, and she's so just dimensional and eloquent in terms of the way she balances her length of neck, length of body, and her hip and hind leg structure. That's a very, very nice heifer to start out with the class. Second and third, you could call it a little closer, but the heifer in second's just bolder. She's deeper in her rib design. When you get her out in motion, she's better in the angle to her shoulder and just handles herself with a little more functionality. Obviously gives up some of the intangibles of one that's like that wins the class. It's hard to beat one like that. But that one's skeletal movement and her functionality is very, very nice. The heifer that rounds out the class, and honestly, I think if she was just further along and bolder in terms of her lower rib, like it is up high, it gets a little closer with second, because I like her size, I like her added mass and power. She just don't balance it up quite as neatly because of that underline or because of the way her belly ties into her. Again, I really, really like that heifer that wins this particular class. That one will be tough. Really, really tough. So let's give these kids a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. To wrap up our Beefmaster Heifer show, your grand champion Beefmaster Heifer was exhibited by Quentin Garrett from Coleman County 4-H, coming from Class 15. Your reserve grand champion Beefmaster Heifer comes from Kaylee Beeson, Class 7 in Thorndale FFA. In our Red Brangus show, Class 14 that you just watched leave the arena was led by Presley Jacob, Royal FFA, followed by Meredith Gold, El Campo FFA, and Dionisio Perez from Terry FFA.
a pair of females here that are just in different points in terms of their production and where they're at. Obviously, the cow that wins, and now we can call her a cow, even though she's first calf heifer, but got a calf on her side, and one that balances up really nice from a cow standpoint. Big-footed, big bone, good in terms of her angles, athletic, nice udder, maybe a shot long in her teats, but that's just getting picky on one that's obviously presenting herself as a first calf heifer and freshened and stayed good in terms of her condition. And she's raising a nice calf. And again, it's I think a January calf, a little over a couple months old maybe at this point. And obviously the cow's doing her job. That calf's got some bloom and has some extra dimension and shape. And that production level difference is what easily sorts the pair. Aside from that, she's still attractive and neat and square and bold when we study her from a 3/4 angle. The heifer here in second, and I think if she was with calf or she was closer or further along, you could maybe justify some things because her moderation is good. I like the shape of body and uniformity of body depth that she presents, and I like the extra power and shape that she has. That's going to be a pretty easy doing low maintenance style cow. The fact that this one's with calf, probably a little further in terms of production, maybe a shot more eccentric when we look at her from a show ring presence standpoint, is what sorts the pair. But that's still a nice female, just not as far along in her production life as the one that wins the class. Let's give them kids a round of applause. Nice pair of females.
Thank you for the breakdown of that pair in Class 15, Mr. Stewart, led by Colin Cerny from El Campo FFA and Olivia Edwards, Terry FFA.
this is a really good division just to see the progressions of ones that aren't as far along in calf, but probably getting closer sooner to calf, to one that could calve any day now, and then one that's obviously already in the production part of her life with a calf at side. But there's definitely one of these out here that probably sticks out to me just in terms of her balance, the way that she kind of hooks her hip up, and still for one to be that bold and that intriguing, she's still fresh and fresh enough in my mind in terms of the way her hair coat's put in together, the way her muscle and the way that her body just combines in terms of freshness and bloominess. That's the young lady's heifer out of the second class. She'll be the champion in this division.
In our Red Brangus Heifer Show, your champion senior heifer, shown by Presley Jacob from Royal FFA. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Class 15, Colin Cerny from El Campo FFA. Very nice lineup of Red Brangus females, and I don't want to say that there's any two the same that win that division, but the pieces of them that are the same. There's some differences in skin and in thinness of neck and exoticness versus ones that maybe just have just a few more folds. But you know, that heifer that wins that first division, like I said, in that particular class, she's so good just in terms of her rib design, the way that she's built out of her top line, squareness and wedgedness, and just in terms of dimension and shape, and the way that she's pulled apart in her skeleton, but still yet has a nice look about her in terms of just balance and an eye appeal. When you get her back out here amongst these others, maybe carrying a shot more condition, not terrible, but enough more that you just watch it on down the road, because that thing could be very, very competitive this time next year, as long as we don't allow that thing to get too fat. And that's not being critical of her. That's just a little constructive criticisms, because you have a very high quality female that is in contention in this race, just in terms of balance and shape and the way that she's built. And I appreciate a lot of things about that one. The heifer that wins that second division, again, we talked about that one just in terms of feet design and angles and the way her skeleton's put together. Is incredible. She's strong in her back and real square as you study her in that regard. Love her hip and hind leg set.
Love the density and just bloominess of muscle that she has as you study her from any angle. And again, one that when you ask her to go, structure's impeccable. At this point, condition's good, real good. You could call her a little plainer neck or have just a little more throat, but she's still nice-headed. She's still up-headed. Her angles and up through her front end of her skeleton are good. It's just part of her. She got a little more of, I don't know, maybe dad or a little more of the Brahmin in her, influence in her than the other two females did, probably from the Reds. So interesting heifer just in terms of balance and shape and neatness and skeletal build and design. Very nice heifer, also a contender out here. And then you get into that last division, and that was a nice pair of them. And see, this heifer's so far along in calf that I think where you would try to criticize her any sort of way is just because that thing's about ready to have a calf at any moment. But you study this one, she probably resembles that one out of that second division in terms of her feet, in terms of her angles, and the way that she uses her skeleton to go. She's bold and neat in terms of her rib design. Not the most expansive, and I wouldn't expect one that's drawing down a calf in her to just be the boldest or the most opened up high when she's that far along, but she has enough of it, and it's there, and it lines in her good, and her wedge is good. And yet still in terms of symmetry and look and balance, she's got some breed character, but yet she's got some exoticness and some neatness of lines and some cool features that definitely make that one a contender out here as well. So there's some different ways you can go. But I do think there's one that probably deems and fits me the best. And it's challenging just because I appreciate the pieces that all three of these females bring. I just got to break them down and decide which one I think's the best, where she's at in terms of her development from a maturity standpoint. And there's one here that does it and has proven the fact that she could get there. And that's the young lady out of that third division. She'll be your champion. I'm going to talk that cow-calf pair again. And again, that raising a nice calf, elegant in terms of her look, her skeleton and structure's good. And I think, again, at a level of production, she's very nice. I'm going to study these for a second, and I'll select you a reserve.
Congratulations in our Red Brangus Heifer Show. Your grand champion Red Brangus Heifer comes from Class 14, exhibited by Presley Jacob, Royal FFA. Your reserve grand champion Red Brangus Heifer, exhibited by Mason Woodruff from El Campo FFA. While we've got some time, I'd like to take this moment and thank again our Sam Houston State University Bearcats helping run this show. They also were the students and interns that you see in the ring currently, in the staging area, and helping you unload all day yesterday.
Well, I apologize for taking just a little bit more time there, boy. It's a really tough class. I think all the way down the line, we got some good cattle that stand down the class. They're just a little green and immature yet in their rib. But, boy, there's some structural correctness in some of those cattle. I would not be surprised to see some of them move up and do a little better long term. I think it's really challenging. The heifer I landed on is probably not the first one that grabbed my attention, but the more and more that I got out here, she's the one that I kind of landed on just in terms of her foot shape, the quality that she's got built there at the ground. I think she's a little bit more realistic in terms of her performance. I know that sometimes we play some counter genetics in some of these breeds here, and I think this heifer to me looks like she fits her age a little better than maybe a couple of heifers that are further on down the line. She's not as far along in terms of depth of body, but I think that that's going to come with some time. I just like the way that she's built and their elegance up through her front end as an individual. She probably could be just a little leveler hip, but I still think she's maybe a little longer out of her hip, and it has more reach and range of motion than the heifer that resides in second. Great cow prospect that comes in two. I like the bold body, dimensional view that she has here from beside. I think we get behind the cattle. That's my favorite view of that heifer. A heifer that maybe we could change just a little bit up front. She's starting to tip forward a little bit in the angle to her shoulder blade. Consequently, she gets maybe just a little over there in her knee. Like the running gear of the third place heifer awfully well. I think compared back to the heifer in fourth, she's got a more functional set built into her hind legs. She reads with more slope and angle out of her shoulder as well. She too is one that has still got a lot of stoutness at the ground. She's a little bit more modest in terms of her depth of body, got a tendency to run downhill. Those two things in concert maybe throw down for balance just a little bit. Like the depth of body, the stoutness of bone, and just the look of the heifer here in the four-hole. She's one that's pretty big for this age in terms of what her real performance is. I'd like that the look that she has, I just couldn't quite convince myself she was sound enough. She reads a little straighter off either end of her skeleton, ends up a little abbreviated in her step as a consequence. Heifer that comes in five, I think from kind of grew on me a little bit. I like the soundness, the structural correctness of that female, how smooth she is. She's a little bit frailer in terms of her make as an individual, but still like just how feminine and smooth that heifer is as an individual. Young lady that comes next in the 6-hole brings us one that's really bold and dimensional. I like that about that particular heifer. She's maybe a little plainer up through her front end. Heifer I'd like to level up out of her hip. The kind of the red tinged heifer is another one I think's got a very bright future in front of her. I'm optimistic of this female because she's level in her line. She's got a nice hip and hind leg design. She's one that just reads a little immature in terms of her body and her flank today. A little more time on feed, maybe she can do the right things. I think she'll be awfully tough. Young man's heifer that follows her is a female that takes a long step. I certainly appreciate the fact that she's got some range of motion. She's got a tendency to shift her weight to her outside hoof wall and start to roll a little bit as she meets the surface. Could level her out of her hip just a little bit. There's a lot of heifer here, and the red one that stands next. I certainly like the fact that she's got a lot of stature and some performance to her credit. I certainly appreciate that about that particular heifer. Just like to tone her down in terms of her frame size and give her more body in terms of the performance that she does represent. Young lady's heifer that comes next is long-sided, takes a good step here off either end. Probably could just be masked up. Good set of cattle on down the class. Like I said, some structural correctness in some of these females. A lot of them are maybe just a little immature in terms of their body and just need a little more time to mass up.
Thank you, Doctor. You should a breakdown of Class 1 in our Brahman show, led by Ainsley Hayes, Glenrose FFA, Cheyenne Parks, Edna FFA, Gage Smith, Midlothian FFA, Madison Rao, Karnes County 4-H, Allie Thane, Guadalupe County 4-H, followed by Ella Pinkham from Davenport FFA, Callie Welty, Johnson County 4-H, Reese Thane, Guadalupe County 4-H, Aiden Engelke, Leon County 4-H, and Cash Vidito from Sulphur Springs FFA.
great big class and a lot to sort through, and some different types and kinds and maturities and where these things are at in that regard. It's difficult. Because I'm sure there's several of these females here on the bottom end of the class or the bottom half of the class that'll turn out to be really, really nice cows. You just got to break it down from what's presented and what's here in front of you. Maybe a little confusing. We had a heifer get away. There wasn't quite enough room to go ahead and start from the bottom up. I had to clear some room, so I just at random picked the best 5 or 6 or 7 that I thought I needed to get a really good second look at, and then analyzed them others and pulled them over. But at no point in this particular class, this heifer came in a little later in class, and she surfaced, and I think she wins this class for fun. She has some maturity advantage. She has a little more size advantage than the others, but that's not why. She wins off of just quality of skeleton, quality of structure, angles, the way that she's built at the ground. She's the best structured, bloomy, stout, good-looking one of the bunch, and she wins this class rather handily. Second and third can be probably more challenging because I think in terms of balance and shape and looks, they resemble the class winner. Maybe not as big or as far along as she is, but they resemble her, and there's some differences in terms of their skeleton I'd like to point out. Baldy heifer, obviously, in terms of look, shape of rib, the way she balances up is really nice. Misses her stride by just a little bit. Could be just a flexibility thing. Could be just coming to the show for the first time type of thing. But I like her angles, and I like her build. And she is a little more sure at the ground in terms of her pasturing than the heifer here in third. She gives just a little prettier look about her head and a little neater look about the way that she's put together in that regard than the heifer in third as well. But basically why she's second and not third is because she's just a little more stable in the way she sets that pasturing to the ground. The red heifer, again, in terms of broodiness and power and boldness of rib and the way that she's put together, on the standstill she's in contention to possibly win the class. Ain't sure in contention in these top 3. When we ask that one to get out in motion, she just wants to get up just a little bit in them pasturings, and I'd like to just loosen her up just a little. There's times she'll give you a good look there, and there's times that it's just not quite good enough. That's why she's third. Heifer in fourth, one that's a little better at the ground, soft, loose, and good in terms of her structure. Gives a nice look. At this age, you're studying them versus them ones right above her. She's not as bold in her center rib. She's not as bold in her lower rib. Maybe gives you just a little plainer look around her, look about her. But I like her skeleton. I like her down at the ground in terms of her feet. And I think that one, just in terms of flexibility, is good. A nice black heifer that comes next. Really trim, really neat, really female about in terms of her look. And honestly, her structure and her skeleton's pretty good. She just doesn't have the bone mass or the extra dimension of body of them heifers that surfaced right above her in this tough class. Big, stout, broad heifer comes in next. Bold in terms of her rib. Maybe just a shot much in terms of size for me. I think there's pieces about her you really like. You like her bone work, her added dimension of bone, her boldness of rib. She reads just a shot plainer as we study that one in terms of her look and her size to me. I just don't know where to put her. She's a big burly one for an April or May. Is she too big? I don't know. So every guy probably has a little different impression of them. I do think that one in terms of foot size and bone and mass is very, very nice. Another heifer that comes out, again, in terms of flexibility down low is really good. Gives up the added power of the heifers right there above them. Another trim one fits the same mold, just gives up just a little bit of power. Here's a power heifer, bold in terms of her foot size and bone, extra dimensional just in terms of ruggedness. At the same time, she's just a little loose built. She's a little tight in her heart, a little tight right in behind her blade. Time will tell if that thing develops and expands and does cow things. But at the same time, I think she's still nice and real nice in terms of her foot size and her skeletal movement. Nice baldy heifer comes out, probably has a shot more body and forerib than the one in front of her. Just gives up just a little plainness. And as we work our way down, as you study them versus the top end of the class, like I said, there's going to be 3 or 4 of these that end up surprising a guy as a cow. And I wouldn't argue if there's some of these you thought should have placed a little higher because there's some maturity differences. But for the most part, they give up the extra balance and the extra body and just shape of them top 5 or 6 heifers in the class. But tremendous class, deep class, hard one to sort through because there were so many different types and kinds. But let's give these kids a round of applause for working with me and working through this because they did a nice job.
On our Brahman side, we got a good class of cattle here. The red tinged heifer that leads off for me is one that I really like. Boy, she's one that's moderate frame, but still equipped with the skeletal width and dimension to generate performance. I think this is the type of package that I'm after to put weight into growth into the next generation. Moderate cattle that got stretch and width, they'll still push the scales down pretty heavy. And this heifer does it with a show ring look and eye appeal. I like the way that she's put together here, got some stoutness of bone. And she got a tendency to run downhill, but I probably like the idea that here that I forecast her to always be the right size as a cow. The female that comes in seconds, maybe naturally just a little leveler out of her hip. She's definitely got more stature and height of shoulder. Her neck ascends really high out of the top side of her shoulder as well. I like those attributes of her, and I think that gives her maybe just a little bit nicer symmetrical look here from the profile. When I get directly in front of the cattle, I just wish that her shoulder fit onto her forerib in a little bit more seamless fashion there. She gets a little rough in that junction. Female, maybe we could change in that regard. I like the cow power of the female that's in third. Bold-bodied, opened up in dimensional is how I'd characterize this red heifer. She's one to me that we get on the end of the halter. She reads a little bit more jammed up off either end, like to stretch her out of her hip, and for as big as she is up high, she's maybe a little closer to average in terms of stoutness of bone work. The red heifer that stands in 4 is one that I think's got a bright future in front of her. She's really neat where her neck is attached in there. That's the cleanest chested heifer in the lineup. Boy, her is really driven up, tall fronted. Almost looks like she runs uphill, as this young lady does a great job of showing her. She's a little immature as we get back into her flank line today. More than anything, I wish she was just a nickel leveler from hooks to pins. A big stout female that comes next in 5. The gray heifer is big boned, great balanced, and really opened up. That's the thickest made heifer in the lineup. I like that about her. I just couldn't convince myself she was loose enough skeleton. She's a little straight and posty in the way she plants her hind leg. Loosen her up, and I think we'd move her up. Great balanced heifer that comes next. Really symmetrical, very strong and parallel in her lines here. Another one that plants her hind leg maybe just a little straight for my taste, and maybe could be intensified in terms of bone work. Like the power of the heifer that comes after her. She's a little immature in her flank, but we get behind the cattle. That's a big hip dimensional female. Got a lot to her. Just reads a little harder and harsher as we get to her heart and through her flank. Wouldn't be surprised if that heifer moves up because she's sound structured and really dimensional. Female that follows her next is another really good balanced heifer that's strong and level in her lines. Like to see her just a little sounder off either end. The gray heifer after her is one that's got some frame and some performance to her credit. Needs more body to accommodate her added frame size and to help her balance up from the side. Young lady here in the purple brings us kind of a moderate, loose made type of female. Got some depth through her heart. She tapers from hooks to pins and plays out from behind. Young man's female's a really loose structured heifer that catches her step every time. I wish she was broader in her pin set and more dimensional. Then we conclude the class with a female that's strong out of the backside of her hump. Got some depth to her mid heart there. A heifer that gets a little low pinned and maybe kind of closes and collapses at her hock as we study her go away.
I'm not going to lie, this March class compared to the April's on, looks like to me there's some competition that could be had and placed in the March division, because that last class was huge. And then this class is just 3, and it's interesting because I think in terms of maturity, these are bigger, broader, stouter heifers in that regard. But it's so cool that you see, just in terms of calving dates and birth dates and stuff like that, you get 20-some in one class, and then 3 in the next, and then still don't shear away from quality with low numbers, because there's 3 really nice heifers in this class. And no matter how you shake it, I think they're 3 high-quality females. At no point was I thinking to beat this black one that came in, and it's all built around her skeleton. Things angled to her shoulder and her knee and her feet, and the way that she gets out and moves makes her first in this class. Aside from that, she's still good. She's high quality about her head. She's dimensional in terms of shape. Like the shape of rib you see up high. Not the most advanced in terms of her forerib and right in behind her blade, but at this stage in her maturity, plenty good enough for me. So I think that thing, to me, wins this class pretty handily off of quality and the way that she just gets out and handles her structure. The heifer here in second holds the advantage in terms of body. She's deeper forerib. She's stronger right in behind her back. Maybe a little rounder as we study her in terms of her rib shape. And still one that presents a nice look on the standstill from the side. When we get to breaking her down, she's not quite as neat in the angle to her shoulder, maybe just not quite as agile. When we ask her to go, maybe it's partially because she's so bold and so true in her forerib that she don't have the range of motion up front, but it's also you can read that angle to her shoulder and knee, and it's not quite as good. I think she's functional, good enough in terms of her angles, just not as good as the class winner. The heifer here in third's the big stout one. I think just in terms of performance and size and length of body, and yet still having some substance of bone and some substance to her skeleton's really, really nice. She too's not quite as bold as the heifer there right in front of her. Maybe don't tie her neck into her shoulder quite as neatly there in terms of coarseness as you study her up over the top of her blade or the top of her shoulder. But I still think one that's quality just in terms of feet size and circumference and power and performance. She just got stuck in a tough class. Very nice trio of heifers. I really like that class winner as well.
Very nice breakdown, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 2, led by Heidi Bryant from ARP FFA, Peyton Pierce from Nacogdoches FFA, and Addison Lucas, Fort Bend County 4-H in our Simbra show. Class 1 in our Simbra show was led by Haley Bryant from ARP FFA, Chase Gluick from Columbus FFA, Colson Gluick from Columbus FFA, followed by Aiden Gluick from Columbus FFA, and Avery Rendon from Crawford FFA. In our Brahman show, Class 1 was led by Ainsley Hayes, Glenrose FFA, Cheyenne Parks, Edna FFA, Gage Smith, Midlothian FFA, Madison Rao, Karnes County 4-H, and Allie Thane, Guadalupe County 4-H. Class 2 in our Brahman show, Eli Parks, Lee County 4-H, Rylan Rao from Karnes County 4-H, Brant Barnes, Timpson FFA, Cameron Boatwright from Gonzales County 4-H, and Gilberto Martinez from Pasadena FFA.
We've got a nice class here of Brahman cattle. I think all these heifers are certainly very commendable in terms of the way that they're built from a structural standpoint. Heifer that leads off to me is one that I thought was the best combination of genuine width and dimension and still being very sound on her feet and legs. I think this heifer's got a lot of arc and turn to her rib cage. I like how robust she is in terms of her forerib, and then that trend continues from behind where she shows off a really square, broad pin set and has a lot of dimension. We dial around to the profile. That heifer's equipped with just a little bit more height and altitude through her front end, and when the young man gets her loin, boy, she can give you a great look here from the side. I maybe could stretch her neck out a little bit relative to her length of body or level her up just a little bit out of her hip. That's where the heifer in second makes a strong case to start. This female really campaigns excellent from the profile because she's so level and strong out of the backside of her hump. I think that she's the most nearly level heifer out of her hip that we got in the lineup, and she draws up very photogenic from that regard. When I get behind the cattle, since she's given up some frame, I was a little disappointed that she reads a little flatter in her rib design. I'd like to give her just a little bit more true width all the way throughout since we are framing down in that particular heifer. Heifer comes in third. I was tempted to tie on to. This one is unique. Her neck is a mile long. She's great structured, got a very functional set built into her hind leg. I like how square she is in her pin set. Young lady, if this heifer goes home and bellies down, she is going to be a lot of fun. Today, she just looks kind of like an awkward junior high kid that's kind of going through a growth spurt. I hope she bellies down for you. If he does, you're going to have a lot of fun with her. You did a great job showing her. My congratulations to you. Young man's red heifer is one that's got quite a bit of mass to her credit. A deep-bodied, opened-up, dimensional type of female. The longer she stands, she maybe reads just a little up and down in terms of her structure. When we get her going, she's limited out of her hock and gets just a little bit apprehensive the way she reaches out of her front skeleton. I think we make her a little sounder. We probably move her up. The big heifer that follows her, the young lady brings us one that's got some frame size. I certainly like the performance that she's got. She's still pretty honest in her condition. Another female that could use a shot of body to balance up from the side and to aid her and just in terms of practicality long term. We conclude the class with a female that's got some dimension when we get behind the cattle. I want to give her credit for being opened up, but I'm a little worried that part of the reason she's so thick from behind is because she's naturally just a little low in her pin set, but an excellent class of heifers in this particular lineup.
I think a really good place to start here with this red heifer, and just in terms of balance and symmetry and length of neck, length of spine, length of hip, and the way that all kind of connects up high in her skeleton's right. So big and stout in terms of her foot design and the way that she's put together in terms of her lower skeleton. In a perfect world, if we could change this one ever so slight, she'll duck her pins just a little bit when she goes and maybe drives that hawk just ever so slightly different. Flexibility, exercise on down the road. This thing's high enough quality, got all the right pieces. If that piece of her part of her skeleton holds, that thing's going to be pretty nice. Is a big one. The heifer here in second, third, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch the pair. There's just a little more to this female in terms of rib, in terms of shape of rib and uniformity of body depth. I think their front ends are a wash. I think really, to be honest, structure's a wash. This one's maybe a little more refined in her bone work, but yet flatter in her bone work in a good regard. Maybe just balances up her hip and hind leg a little bit neater. Or just her combination of added body and the way that hind leg and hip set in her is why I place her second over this red heifer that ends the class. Now this is the stout heifer. This is the big high performance, extra growthy one that's got plenty of performance and bone and mass. Still good in terms of her feet design, and as we study her in terms of her angles, time will tell. If feed and getting her bred and making her become a cow will add enough belly to get around these heifers right above her. At this point, I think in terms of shape of rib up high and the way she's held together and her top line's good, just don't have that extra width or that extra spring to her lower rib cage or center rib cage like the two heifers there right above her. Very nice class winner in this particular class. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Thank you, gentlemen. Class 3 in our Sembra show was led by Paisley Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H, followed by Anniston Long, Brown County 4-H, and William Andrzak from Brenham FFA. Class 3 in our Brahman show was led by William Tate Barnes, Timpson FFA. Kimber Strack from Homeschool 4-H. Morgan Smith from Alvin FFA. Raymond Fortow from Wortham FFA. Followed by again Morgan Smith from Alvin FFA and Ashlyn Gosh from Edna FFA.
Boy, we got an excellent pair of Brahman cattle to take to the top end of this particular class. They feature trade-offs in their type and kind, but I landed on the heifer that I think is just a little bit more composed in her image from the side. Primarily, she starts stronger out of the backside of her hump. This trend continues into the more nearly level hip design, and I like the fact that she's still got plenty of dimension when we get behind the cattle. I've got to brag on the fact that she reads really uniform in terms of her teat structure and square in her udder design, like the undercarriage too. That's one of the trimmer-naveled heifers that we've seen, and I think that should definitely help her when we start talking about bull production long term. Now, we could give her just a little bit more substance underneath, and she's probably just not quite as sappy in her midrib as a couple of these other heifers up here, but hopefully we'll see that kind of come along with some time here. The red heifer that's in second, I was tempted to land on. Boy, she is stout and burly and really dense as we study just the feature that she's got there at the ground. I like all the power she has when we get behind the cattle. Perhaps that's her most advantageous view. When we get behind her, she's got that big old broad pin set in her and still really good at the ground in terms of her foot shape. I just wish she put it together in a little bit more of a collected fashion. She gets a little piecey in her top line, particularly out of the back of her hump, a little off in terms of her hip. The longer she stands, she'll start to separate and open up at the point of her shoulder blade. Heifer that comes in third, stopped and parked. This is my favorite one, probably of the Brahman show so far. I mean, she is bold-bodied, opened up, and man alive is she thick when we get behind the cattle. Dial around from the profile, and boy, that heifer's got a great look, really elevated up in her chest floor, excellent up through her front end. She's just a little straight in her hock, and as a consequence, she gets a little abbreviated in her step, give her a little bit more freedom out of her rear too, and I think she wins this class in a hurry. Heifer that follows her is a female that's a little more moderate in her frame size. I like that about her. I think we need to find Brahman cattle that are a little more conducive from a performance standpoint to getting there in the real world, and this heifer does that. To me, she's one that's a little shy in terms of body. Female, maybe we could see a little tougher in terms of her foot shape. Heifer that follows her is a bigger frame female. Certainly like the fact that she's got some spread over the top side of her skeleton. Maybe could be provided with a little bit more flank. That in concert with being off on her hip maybe throws her balance off. Then we close the class with a long striding heifer that's really loose made. She has a tendency to settle down in her top line. I caught her kind of ducking her pins to catch her step and maybe gives up some width when we get behind the cattle.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 4 in our Brahman show, led by Brooke Windjura from Columbus FFA. Avery Wright, Mount Calm FFA. Carson Rabb from Brock FFA. William Tate Barnes from Timpson FFA. Madison Parker, Liberty County 4-H. And Kaysen Murray, Callahan County 4-H.
I think a really nice class all the way down to the bottom, but the top trio kind of sort themselves up just in terms of dimension and shape and extra width as we study them. This top pair to me is very, very close, and I don't know, even if I've got it 100% right, because if I can mold these two heifers together, I'd have the one that I was probably looking for. But for me, the black one probably just pleases me in a couple areas a little bit better. I think both could be redesigned ever so slight in the way they roll off of that hind leg just a little bit. Obviously, this heifer tried to lay down, so she's a little tired. Could be an explanation for some of the things I'm seeing. But this is the real good bodied, the round shape, the dimensional, symmetrical ribbed one that's still got a really nice hip and hind leg set when you study her from the side. She gives up a little bit of length of neck and maybe just a shot of shape, her muscle shape, even though I think she's dense enough in terms of her power and her kind. When you ask her to get out and go, she's just a little bit robotic in the way she's handling her hind leg. Not reaching all the way for her fronts, but she's not breaking down or doing anything weird in her hawk or pasturing at the same time. So I deem her a little bit more functional in the way her foot sets into the ground and her pasture in the way that it handles the ground, and she does it with a little more mass of body and some balance from her shoulders back that the other one does not have. This is the real good looking high quality one that wedges up real good from any angle. You study her from her front third, she's pretty headed, she's long necked, she's trimmer about her neck, and just gets more dimensional as you study her from there back. And again, one that in terms of roundness of rib and shape of ribs, really, really good. She doesn't look as dimensional or as bold in her lower rib, but to me, if that heifer was at any point weak in her back or weak in her top, then I would criticize and actually like the kind, but both these heifers are square and laid in good behind their shoulder. When we asked this one to go, and I don't want to say she ever actually breaks over, but she just ain't resting that rear foot to the ground quite as well. And again, a little more robotic in the way she handles her foot at the ground. That one handles her hawk just a little more robotic. But I think it's still a very, very high quality one that's functional, and she's functional in her build. Time will tell if that breaks over or if that stays soft. If it stays soft, that pair's going to be very tough, and I'd switch it. The heifer here in third, very, very dimensional, shapy, stout, good look, square back, big-footed, and again, one that just gives up a little extra body to them top two. And then when we study this one in motion, she wants to come up just a bit short in her stride in relation to these two. At least the top two will get out and reach a little bit better. She's the quality I'm looking for. She's the look that I'm looking for. Just gives up a little mass of body, maybe just a little length of stride. A trio of heifers, I wouldn't argue if you sorted it. The more black one or the darker black one, just middle of the road. Nice cow, moderate, good-bodied, nothing eccentric about her, nothing out of place about her. She's not as stout as the heifers on either side of her, and that probably sends her into the middle of the class in that regard. Still functional in terms of her build. Maybe we could just square that one up just a little bit from behind and stouten her up just a little in terms of her hip and her tail head. And I wouldn't argue if you wanted to roll her up a couple spots, because her balance in middle of the roadness will go a long ways from a cow standpoint. Bottom pair, again, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to trade this around. The black Baldy or kind of the brindle Baldy is sounder. She's just better at the ground. She's more relaxed in the angle to her shoulder. She gets out and reaches off of both ends of her skeleton better. I think similar sized females. This one's still okay in terms of her rib shape, not the deepest bodied one in relation to leg to body ratio, but enough probably to tell that if this thing continues to grow, she'll be fine. The red Baldy, if you just studied her on the standstill, that's a bold-footed, big-footed, flat-boned, really rugged one down at the ground. It's when we get her in motions where I roll her down just a little more. She's a little upright in the angle to her shoulder, a little bit straighter, not even resting real well. I don't know if she had an injury at some sort off her hind leg, but she wants to come up quite a bit shorter in her stride. We just need to make her a little more functional in her skeleton down low in her angles, because up high, that thing's bull-ribbed and big-hipped and good-looking, just doesn't balance up from a structural standpoint. Very nice class.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 4 in your Simba show, led by Aiden Smith, China Spring FFA. Caden Pilot from Columbus FFA. Joshua Andrzak from Brenham FFA. Tiffany Thompson, Scurry Rosser FFA. Weston Ashhorn from Washington County 4-H. And Landon Hammonds from China Spring FFA.
Second call, Brahman Class 8. Second call, Brahman Class 8. Second call, Simbra Class 8. Second call, Simbra Class 8.
Well, folks, I'd like to extend my compliments to these Brahman exhibitors here in our first division. If you don't mind, let's give them a big round of applause. Boy, it's been a tough decision for me out here. I like all of our class winners, and there's certainly several heifers out here that are worthy of distinction and taking home this calf champion honors. Just to reiterate and to re-talk about those cattle, the heifer wins the first class to me, probably the smoothest in the way that she's built. I think that heifer is very elegant in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee. I think her neck comes high out of it. Female that's very long and smooth in her muscle pattern. I think she's one of the leveler hipped cattle out here in contention as well. She's probably given up maybe just a little bit of mass relative to some of her contemporaries out here, but I think it complements of that heifer's balance and structure. She looks to me like the type that's probably only going to get better with some time on feed. The red heifer that comes in second, I'll tell you, I wish that all Brahman cattle featured this type of moderation and just body. I think sometimes we chase extremes in terms of growth and frame size in this breed, and the consequences of that are we got later maturing cattle that don't reach their sexual puberty in time, and we get most of these things that don't want to have as the reproductive outcomes that we want. They'll calve at 3 years of age, and we've really tried to get these things to speed up that reproductive cycle here, and I think this is the type of female here, because of she's a little bigger body, probably a little bit more middle of the road in terms of frame. To me, she's got a lot more utility from a commercial standpoint and making kind of production bulls, and particularly from tiger stripe standpoint. Some of these Brahman bulls are just too big to breed some of these tiger stripe cows. Those purebred Hereford cows can't handle it. And I like that about this particular female. You know, she plants them a little wide up through her front end, and at times she reads maybe just a little rounder in the way that her shoulder and her hip is constructed onto her skeleton. But I like the looseness of skeleton, and I like the power that she represents. The big heifer that wins the next class is one that's got a little bit more stature and frame to her credit. She's probably not extended or eccentric, but still think the angle her neck shoots out of her blade is very aesthetically pleasing. That heifer's got some dimension and still pretty smooth the way she puts it on. I think compared to the heifer that stands directly in front of her, she's a little better in her outside hoof wall from a foot shape standpoint. You know, she's one that it probably takes a little showmanship to get her put together. At times she can round out of her hip and look just a little jammed up. She's got a tendency at times to tuck her neck into her shoulder when we get the cattle here on the go. Then the heifer that wins the very last class of this division, you know, she's one that's really photogenic from the side. Big extended female that's dead level in her top line, very parallel in her lines, got a tremendous amount of dimension we get behind the cattle. Probably not eccentric in terms of bone, but I think it matches her. She's the one that's really elegant and attractive up through her front end. You know, at times that we get going on the lead, if she tempos up a little bit, she's got a tendency to kick up in her spine just a little bit, but her levelness of lines, power, and balance is really good. Maybe just like to see her a little deeper in her heart and her flank. So nice lineup of cattle here. My favorite's the young lady out of the fourth class. She'll be our champion. We're going to follow class 1 for reserve. Congratulations.
Very, very nice division of Cimbrough females. And honestly, I think these cattle in some of these classes weren't as deep. And obviously, that first class was just full of cattle and full of nice ones as well. But as it broke down, I wouldn't say that you could have found exactly the same kind in every class. But if you broke down them skeletally and studied their balance and studied their foot design and shape, you could compare them in that regard. You know, there's some differences in look, there's some differences in trimness, there's some differences in how their bone works may be built or developed. But I do think these are the 4 high quality ones. The heifer that wins that last class is the big rugged one. I mean, bold in her rib design, so good just in terms of her barrel, from her shoulders back, just in terms of squareness and boldness and trueness of rib, but yet being flat in terms of her bone work, neat in terms of her hip and hind leg build from the side is very unique. Not as neat or as extended up through her front end as probably any of the other 3 out here. And she comes with a little more throat, but it also comes with a little more mass. So those are some give and takes the guy's just got to roll through his head. But definitely a contender. We talked about that one and some things you could change ever so slight in her movement. She functional structured, absolutely so. The red baldy that comes next, so dense and just powerful in her bone work. And one just in terms of her skeletal build and her density of bone and just power is really, really good. Again, one that as we study, she's a little longer necked than the one in behind her, a little trimmer in terms of her look than that one. Again, we talked about that one in motion ever so slight. She wants to duck her pins just a little and maybe just get a little, I don't even like I use the word robotic because that's the best way I can put it, but not perfect in the way that she plants that hawk to the ground. And the longer she's out here, that part of her skeleton breaks down ever so slightly. But you can't get past the fact that her feet are that good, her angles up through her front end are that good, and the reason why she's still sound and still functional in terms of her build is because she's got such a good foundation of bone and foundation of foot. The heifer that wins that second class, very pretty. I don't know what else to say. I think that one in terms of flexibility and movement is very, very nice. And she's greener in her condition than the heifers on either side of her, which is a good thing for the long term. It's whether or not she gets as bold or as massive in her forerib as a couple of these other heifers out here. Only time will tell. You get her bred, you study her on feed, you can tell that she's been handling this one from a condition standpoint in the right direction to keep her structure just right. And her structure's just right. Her angles are good, her ability to get out and move is real good, and she balances up very, very nice from the side. If I could change that one, just expand her just a little more there and behind her shoulder. Then the heifer that wins that first class, and I thought she just kind of car-loaded that class, and there was a bunch of them in it, but she handled that class with ease. To be honest, this is the one that I deemed to. Balance, structure. She's a little round in her bone work compared to some of these other heifers out here, but yet she's still the most flexible. Usually them rounder bone ones maybe aren't as flexible in their joints or as flexible in their hawk. And this heifer stands true in terms of her angles, and yet she's right in terms of her rib and her design and gives an extra look too. So young lady, the heifer that wins this first class will be your division champion.
Congratulations in our Brahman Heifer show. Your champion heifer calf was shown by Brooke Wendrua from Columbus FFA, coming from Class 4. Your reserve champion heifer calf, Ainsley Hayes from Glens Rose FFA, out of Class 1. In your Simbra heifer show, your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Haley Bryant from ARP FFA. Your reserve champion Simbra heifer calf comes from Class 2, is exhibited by Heidi Bryant from ARP FFA.
Well, confronted with an outstanding top trio in this particular class, I landed on the heifer that I thought was the hardest to poke a major hole in here. The female that really draws up with a lot of symmetry from the side. I think she's extremely level as we study her out of her hip. I like the squareness that she's got in her udder design, kind of as a bonus there. But yeah, I think a female that structurally gets out and covers the ground pretty well. Got an easy flush and look to her. I think she's a little more appropriate in her foot shape than the heifer that stands in second, maybe just a little smoother in the way that her shoulder puts together and blends under her forerib than that second place heifer as well. I'm enamored with the second place heifer, and I was really tempted to start this female because she is so big hip, so powerful, bold bodied, really opened up just all the way throughout, and extremely progressive in her bone work. She's got a great look here from the side, maybe a little longer in her navel, and maybe could use a little more body, but more than anything, I wish I could change her feet just a little bit. She kind of wants to roll on her outside hoof wall, maybe could be a little bit more durable in her front foot shape, but this thing just looks like a donor cow. That kind of look and power, I think she's going to really make a mark on a breeding program. Heifer that comes in third is just excellent in terms of balance and body. Boy, she's a really deep-sided, smooth, maternal-made heifer, catches her step effortlessly. I think she's the structural upgrade of that close pair between her and second. To me, as an individual, she's maybe just a little low in her pin set, probably not quite as powerful. Wouldn't argue if you like that heifer a little better because she's awfully good. Heifer that comes next in four is really bold in dimension. I like how honest she is in her condition. I think she's maybe a little better in her navel, which obviously we care about quite a bit just in terms of making some bulls here. So I like the navel shape of that heifer. She's a little bit more refined in terms of her bone work. Female for me that could be just a little bit more durable in terms of her foot size. Heifer that follows her is a deep-sided, stout bone, rugged kind of female. Reads a little flatter in the projection of her rib in concert with being a little out at her elbow. Those two things maybe throw her off just in terms of that feminine look that she's got up front. Young lady's heifer that follows her is excellent in terms of her feet and legs. I love that thing's foot structure. I like how sound and loose made this particular heifer is. She's kind of deceptive. You wouldn't anticipate it, but when you get behind the cattle, she's still got plenty of natural width and dimension. She maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well from the side. She's a little lower in her chest relative to being kind of high in her flank. Heifer that follows her is another one that we appreciate in terms of length of body. Female that's a little bit more lethargic in the way she uses her hock, starting to get a little puffy in her rear joints in terms of swelling. Heifer that comes next is a female, the dark kind of gray heifer here, catches her step, long striding, got a little extra set built into her general hind leg, a little steep out of her hip. Then we close the class with a heifer that certainly got some length of body, reads a little off in her hip and high in her flank.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 7 in our Brahman show, led by Mark Tomlinson, Brazoria County 4-H. Cody Tomlinson from Brazoria County 4-H. Kinsley Gandy from Lee County 4-H. Baxter Whitworth from Rusk County 4-H. Followed by Rylan Rao from Karnes County 4-H. Mackenzie Thames from Columbus FFA. Katie Burnett from Cooper FFA. Tanner Bean from Wortham FFA. And Sydney Greer from Lake Creek FFA.
This is a tough class, and to be real honest with you, there's not a one that's really deserving to be at the bottom because they're just so different. There's not even two heifers in this class that are even close to alike, and there isn't one that I think that just falls out of bed and needs to just go where she needs to go. I think, and that makes it tough. That's why I walked them again and just kind of studied these things. To me, the one that just kind of throws together the most balance and look and just in terms of her skeletal builds, the red baldy. I don't think she's perfect in her knee. I don't think she's perfect up there. But I do think in terms of rib shape, I think in terms of roundness of rib and the way she's built in her hip and hind leg is good. And she's the most attractive built one as we study her in terms of female pieces in that regard. And that's why I land on her, is just because she's got the most of the good pieces. Change her a little bit in that one area. And I think she wins this class for fun. The heifer in second, and again, it took me a while to just shift my eyes onto her because just off of her throat latch and the way that and really size a skull, it makes you just want to maybe try to throw her out, and you couldn't do it because to me, she's the best in terms of her angle. She's the best in terms of her foot size and build. She's the best in terms of when you get them out of motion and ask her to go, she does those right. She's just not as mature, as far along, or as fat as some of them other heifers, even though you want to call her a little plainer up in her chow. When you study this one just in terms of wedge shapeness and her skeletal movement, that's why she rolls into second for me. Third through fifth honestly gets a little more challenging. You get out from the side of this heifer, this young man gives you a look of this thing that you would not expect to see when you get him behind her, because she's got a nice look. She's one that presents herself from the side fairly nice. You get him behind her, she's a little rolled out in her hock, extra stout, and honestly almost to the point where it almost rolls her out just a little in her hock when you ask her to go. And to me, if we could just make that hip and hind leg a little bit better, she's more in contention to win the class than she is to be third. But her skeletal build off that hind end and the extra kind of, and I don't want to even use the word terminal because I don't think her head shape and stuff does that, but she has a little extra muscle to the point where it's almost gawky in that regard. Still a nice heifer there in third. Heifer in fourth, the Baldy on the standstill, could roll her up fairly easily. I think in terms of quality, in terms of rib shape, it's good. When we ask that one to go, she's a little upright in her shoulder. She's acting up just a little bit and bunching up in her back and rolling down in her hip when you ask her to go. And I think it's a little bit of her attitude causing that. And to me, I think that's a very high quality one in terms of look, whose angles up through her front end of her skeleton ain't as good as the ones above her. She's not as big boned as the heifers on either side of her, and she just kind of falls where she falls. The heifer here in fifth, and again, to me, she's just the plainest of them. But when you just break her down, big picture-wise, other being a little long-toed and a little plainer-headed neck, her body shape's real good, her skeletal build's real good, but at the same time, she too kind of wants to get up underneath herself, get a little uncoordinated in terms of her movement. That's a tough class and a challenging class to sort, because there was 5 different kinds of females in that class, and every one of them had one attribute or 2 attributes that could allow them to win the class. And so it was just a little challenging to go ahead and sort through and find the piece and find the ones that you liked the best.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 7 in our Sembra show, led by Wyatt King, Wilson County 4-H. Addison Fusick from Rice Consolidated FFA. Peyton Moore from Robertson County 4-H. Carlton Luke Bauer from Bastrop County 4-H. And Kinley Moody from Bangs FFA.
Well, great class of Brahman cattle over here. I think a top pair that I really was enamored with, just in terms of their look from their side. And I think the heifer that wins of that pair of good-looking females, she's the one that's just equipped with more genuine width and dimension. Get behind the cattle. She owns the advantage with the broader pin set. That trend continues into the more dimensional quarter. And then at the same token, I think that heifer is still one that's really more extended through her front end. And I think the angle that her neck shoots out of the top of her shoulder blade is more aesthetically pleasing. And I think she's one that just has such a nice look here. I think her bone at the ground probably matches just the power that she has a little bit better up high as well. She's a little more moderate. I actually like that. I think this is the type of size and frame that I'm after in terms of a Brahman cattle. I think it should make her more conducive in crossbreeding programs. Start thinking about what her bull progeny could do in making some tigers or some of those things as well. Heifer that ends up here in the second hole is a little bigger and more extended. She's probably laid in a little neater at the point of her shoulder blade, and I like the fact that she's one that's very feminine in terms of her image. Young man, you've done a great job showing this heifer, and then presentation. She's just 12 o'clock. That might be as fresh as any heifer that I've seen come through the ring today, buddy. So congrats to you. I can tell you put a lot of work into that female. She's one that's probably a little closer to the population mean in terms of just the stoutness of bone. We could intensify her a little bit in that regard. Probably just not quite as broad when we get behind the cattle. Like the stoutness and the rugged made of the heifer that comes in third. I thought she beat the heifer in fourth because of moderation of frame size. She's kind of long-naveled. I'd definitely like to change that about her. To move up, she'd need to be sounder out of her hind legs. She plants a little straight in her hock. The big heifer that comes next in four, lots of power. Boy, that's a bold-bodied, high-performing female that certainly captured the performance advantage, compliments of her true skeletal width. Now, she probably rounds up out of her hip a little bit to achieve the type of height that she has. She's also compromised her front-end skeleton. She gets just a little up and down in terms of her angle. You know, for me, she's one that's a little big, but I know for a lot of folks, you know, that certainly would lend some credibility for making some bulls. Heifer that comes next, a deep-sided, loose-structured type of female, like the foot shape of that heifer. Got quite a bit more dimension from behind than I anticipated. She's one that gets a little off right behind her shoulder. It's the same story as we get to her hip. She's just a little steep. Nice set of cattle all the way on down. Some of these heifers maybe just need a little more body or to be a little better balanced.
incredible class right on down to the very end. And to me, it's challenging because at this age group, you see some diversity, see some differences in terms of maturity and size and grow and things that make you kind of just question, again, like that last class, deciding who deserves to be last, and none of them do, because I think all 5 of them heifers are good, and each of them would have an area that you could call them and make it be the reason they're last, or some of them have some areas where they could rival the class winner there towards the bottom of the class. But this top pair of heifers is close, and they're really not even built from the same mold, except for balance. I think they have balance, they have symmetry, but they're different besides that. The red baldy, I think, just in terms of shape and shape of rib, and you study that one from a 3/4 angle either direction, her progressions are right for a cow. And I think bold-footed and big-footed and big-boned and yet still attractive when you study that one's head and neck. And that thing's stout-muzzled, and with that, she's stout in her shoulder and her forearm, but yet right in terms of her rib cage and how it attaches there. She's not too outward in any point in terms of her muscle. And to me, her balance and her symmetry with that much power is intriguing. And then still you ask her to go maybe on this right hind, puts a little bit of extra weight on her outside toe, ever so slight, but she's flexible and she's good, and her angles are good in that regard. So I would blame that a little bit on being a little stouter and being a little rounder boned. But her presence and then the way she holds her top line together is just really, really nice. The heifer I use second, and there's times I thought this thing could win the class, and it's just because she's so smooth and she's so fresh from a female standpoint. I like her head shape and how pretty it is up front, and it kind of describes her the rest of the way back. I think that thing's soft-ribbed. I think she's balanced in her back. I think she's good in terms of her structure when you ask her to go. She's not the most powerful, and honestly, if you study this class, she might be 4th or 5th on power, but her balance is good. It's similar to the class winner. Carries a little extra leather in her chest floor, carries a little extra navel. I was trying to look through all that stuff, and when I broke it down and just ignored that and realized that could be part of the breed, I just broke them down on little things. And to me, the red baldy's just got a notch more substance to her, notch more substance from behind. That's still a very high quality one, and a tough pair, and I'll think about that pair for a while. The heifer here in third, little more time, has contentions and parts to win the class. She's the best looking, she's the squarest, she's the neatest in terms of her lines and the way that she's connected on the top side of her skeleton. Again, you study her substance of bone and flatness of bone, it's very, very good. She's just really, really green still at this point. She's got her leg to body ratio is probably not as symmetrical as the 2 in front of her, and that's why she's third. And I think just because as green as she is, we could roll her down another spot and I wouldn't argue. But I like the extra quality. I like the extra head and look and the way that thing's built from a quality standpoint, and still functional when you ask her to go. Heifer that comes next is the big brute. Big bodied, huge, deep. As we study that one, she's not as symmetrical in her body shape as them 2 that win the class. She's maybe got a little more on the front side than she does the rear side, but that's a dense bodied, flat, good one in terms of just ribbed cage and size. I think in relation to her age, she's big. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, she's got some size, and to me, I'd like to tone her down like those heifers in front of her to roll her up a couple spots. And you know, if she was to me just a little fuller and neater in terms of development back through that udder, in relation to how big and burly as she is, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to roll her up a couple spots. Heifer that rounds out the class, and again, in relation to size and shape and muscle, I like this one in relation to her age. I think extra dimensional when we study her down her top and out of her hip. Real good in terms of roundness of rib and foot size and bone. When we ask that one to go, again, just a little robotic in the way that she wants to plant them hinds just ever so slight. She don't have that extra reach off that rear pastern as the others. But again, when you study that one on the standstill from a 3/4 angle, she's got pieces of brood cow that are very, very good. She just got stuck in a very, very tough class. That's a really nice top pair of females, and I think that's a tough pair and one that'll weigh on my mind for just a minute or two here. But let's give those kids a round of applause. 5 kind of different type of females.
On our Brahman side, we got a really good class of cattle here. I thought the top 4 were extraordinary. Still a big fan of the one that wins. I thought of a strong group of cattle, she's the one that I really gravitated towards. Very picturesque from the profile. Boy, her neck is so long and feminine up through her front end. To have that kind of just body and practicality through her center, I like the way that her muscle stretches over her framework in a very long and maternal fashion. Heifer that I think's got more angle built into her shoulder and knee than the heifer that resides in that two-hole there, and I certainly appreciate just the elegance that she's got here from the side. We could just stouten her up a little bit in terms of from the hock down and give her a little more bone, but boy, I think that's an awful good one to get started with here. Heifer that comes in second emulates a lot of the things that I admire about my class winner. She's another big-bodied, kind of practical heifer, probably just a little neater in the way that she blends from her shoulder to her forerib than the female that stands in third. She's one that maybe gets a little stoved up out of her front skeleton there. I like the fact that she's pretty square in terms of her teats, but maybe one that's getting a little short in that regard. We could make her a little bit more prominent as an individual and give her more set to her hock. Red heifer in third here. I like this heifer. I just wish she was given, just showing herself off a little better here for the young man. She's kind of fighting the halter. That's a bold, opened up heifer that's really nice in terms of her feet and leg structure. She's got a more functional set built into her hock. She's more durable in her foot than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. Got a little bit more navel, maybe just a little off in her hip, but boy, that's a opened up female. Just wish she kind of stayed a little better there in the show ring in terms of just composing herself. I like the balance. The young lady does an outstanding job that's in fourth here. She's a heck of a stick, and she does a good job of showcasing just how level made and proportional this female is, dead level in her top line. She's giving up some body relative to those cattle that stand directly in front of her. Young man in the cowboy hat brings us a real rugged made kind of female here, like the stoutness, the intensity of bone work. With that, she's maybe not quite as feminine in her feature, probably one we could make just a little smoother made all the way throughout, a little off in terms of her hip and hind leg posture. Young man's and the young man and young lady that bring out a calf here. That this heifer is really big-bodied, easy keeping. I think she's got all the hallmarks of a great cow prospect because of the functionality she's built with. I just like to tone her back condition-wise because she's carrying a little bit more on her. We'll notice that she'll labor a little bit out of her front skeleton. Love the bone work of the female that comes next. She's stout and rugged. Just like to give her more body to match that added frame size there. Same can be said for this heifer. Really honest in her condition, long-sided, just a little shy in terms of depth of rib. Then we close the class with a female that's a little bit more moderate, probably a little bit more sensible in terms of her size, a little bit more fragile in her bone work, probably just not quite as much dimension.
Thank you, gentlemen. Class 8 in our Brahman show was led by Lily Vogt from Kendall County 4-H. Paul Hayes, Glen Rose FFA, followed by Jana Wall, Event FFA. Brant Barnes, Timpson FFA. In fifth was Heston Sauls, Mart FFA. Carolyn Smith from Bowie County 4-H. Jamie Hahn from Katy FFA. Maggie Stevenson from Anahuac FFA. Kayla Strack from Wharton County 4-H. And Skylar Clancy from Fannondale FFA. Class 9 in our Brahman show, led by Allie Thane from Guadalupe County 4-H. Reese Thane from Guadalupe County 4-H, followed by Ryan Max Simpson from Rio Hondo FFA. Callie Welty from Johnson County 4-H. Brett Prosella from Hemphill FFA. Phelan Rabb from Brock FFA. And seventh, Harley Strack from Wharton County 4-H, followed by Rylan Knoll, Little FFA. And Caden Cheatham from Gonzales County 4-H. Results from Class 8 in our Simbra show. First was Ashlyn Cole from Columbus FFA, followed by Mackenzie Groach from Snook FFA, Avery Rendon, Crawford FFA, Weston Powell, Brazoria County 4-H, and Haley Bryant from ARP FFA.
think another challenging class, and this top trio really are very, very different. And as much as I want to try to call the heifer I'm going to use to win this class too much, young man gets her presented right, and her balance, and her symmetry, and her maturity for her age in terms of head shape, and as you study her neck and where she's at in her development from an age standpoint, I deem her the best one. And I'll be honest with you that, you know, she maybe puts a little weight on that outside toe, but yet she still gets out and reaches fine when you ask her to go. She's maybe just a little coarser as we read her in their shoulder. But I think this one from a symmetry standpoint and from just a balance standpoint, she needs to win, and she does it with the most dimension and power in the class, but yet she still looks female-like in terms of her build. And obviously I'd like to tweak some areas of her, and you know, there's two heifers behind her that are a little softer in their rib design, maybe a little more uniform as we study them there. They're not as bold and as good in their top shape and roundness of rib off the top side of her skeleton. And to me, if you just read the balance and the maturity level of this heifer, she just reads a little neater in terms of her age group. The heifers in second and third are really built from the same mold. Them are big-bodied, big dense-boned, good structured females that are a little plainer about their head, a little plainer about their chest floors and necks, and maybe not as stout as the heifer that ends up winning the class. And to me, it was a top trio of what was I going to do with those three. That's the kind I probably like the best because of her added quality and her added quality of muscle shape on a female enough package. These females probably read a little more female-like in terms of their muscle structure and their muscle design and their flatness of bone. But she's carrying a little more crest and a little more condition. And I think one, again, as we study it versus a class winner, not as rugged as probably the heifers on either side of her in that regard, but still balances up really good from her shoulders back. I love her feet, love her squareness of toe. I'd just like to give her just a shot more like that one that wins the class. The heifer that ends up being third, you can get this one at times and think that you just need to use her. And then there's times where she'll get her head down, she looks a little plainer, and she maybe looks a shot big, and she's big. But I do think I do like her rib design. I like her depth of body. I like her squareness and neatness of hip. And again, structure-wise, she's still good and sound in terms of her feet and legs. She just does it in maybe a shot too big of a package for me. She's carrying a little more condition back through her pones, and that transpons up through her front end ever so slightly as well. But the young man's got a very, very good cow prospect in terms of a big, high-performance one with plenty of body. Heifer that ends up being fourth in this class, and again, in terms of muscle shape and dimension and base width and spread of rib, she has it. But from a balance standpoint, she wants to duck her pins a little when she goes, maybe not quite as athletic as we study them above her in terms of her hind leg and hip structure, but I still think a moderate, good-shaped, very neat one from a maturity age standpoint that just gets outpowered by two above her.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 9 in your Simbra show, led by Colt Ricker from Gonzales County 4-H, Grant Hinckley, Lockhart FFA, then Stockton Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H, and Corbin Campbell from Divine FFA.
We got a really close decision up top here. Wouldn't argue with you if you like them a little different than I do. The heifer that wins to me is just the best at the ground. I read her to be more durable in her foot shape, more appropriate in her length of toe and squareness there that she's got. That enables her. I think that's predicated by the fact she just built better from a structural standpoint. I think that's why she gets out and goes a little bit more reach and range of motion. She's probably not as showy and fancy up through her front end as some of these other cattle we've seen. I've talked about it a lot today. I really believe the direction of the Brahman breed needs to aim towards more moderation to cattle, and I think this heifer really fits that bill. A female that looks like she's the appropriate kind of size to thrive out in production here. A female that I really appreciate those attributes about her. Plenty of body, good structured, and still one that's got plenty of width to her. Heifer in second makes a strong case to start, and I really was torn because she's so big and stout and good looking. Like the angle her neck comes out of her shoulder blade there. She's really opened up when we get behind the cattle. She's getting a little long on her outside toe, and then when she starts to fight the halter, you'll notice that she's got a tendency to come forward a little bit there in her shoulder and her knee. Heifer that comes next, I think we got pretty close after that. You could do a lot of different things. I was really impressed with this young lady. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody that operated as a showman with this much grace. The heifer just stepped on her foot there or in the back of her heel and walked right out of her shoe, and like she just effortlessly put it right back on, young lady. So I was really impressed with that. I've never seen anybody do that well before. So you're a cool operator. This heifer's one that's got some stature to her. I'd like to see her just a little square from hooks to pins to match the extra frame that she has. The kind of the big boned heifer that follows her next, the kind of the blue heifer, level made, got some bone to her. Just like to see her. She's a little limited out of her hock. She'll kind of come in her knee and splay out just a little bit up front. So structurally, we could probably upgrade her. Heifer that follows her is another nice one. I thought these three were really close. I like the depth of body that this heifer has. Like how loose structured and long striding she is. She's a little looser in her navel in terms of her undercarriage there. Probably gives up just a little bit of width to the pair of cattle in front of her. The young man's heifer that was kind of giving him a hard time here. I like how bold-bodied and robust this thing is in terms of her rib design. She's got a tremendous amount of dimension we get behind the cattle. Probably just a little bit more cylinder in her body design. Maybe you could see her a little sappier as we get back to her flank and level her out of her hip. We conclude the class with a female that's pretty honest in her condition, really long striding. Maybe just got a little more set built into her hip and hind leg design.
Thank you for that nice breakdown, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 10 in your Brahman show, led by Joe Strack from Wharton County 4-H, followed by Hayden Bouillon from Giddings FFA, Diana Kettler from Alvin FFA, Haley Schoenvogel from Burton FFA. Standing in fifth was Meredith Ashley from Anahuac FFA, followed by Kaysen Murray, Callahan County 4-H, and McAllister Long from Brown County 4-H.
another very interesting class, and there's just some little things here at the top end that maybe make up my mind for me. To be honest, I like the size probably of this red Baldy a little neater, and to me, where she has some advantages, it's in behind her shoulder. She's bolder in her fore rib. She's better in terms of her shape right there and behind her rib, and still has that uniformity and extra body depth in terms of that carries from her top all the way down there into the lower center portions of her fore rib and back through her belly. I think in terms of muscle and power and body and just general things like that, it's almost a wash. This one's just a little truer in terms of her body shape. I like at this point, I think both are pretty far along in calf, and you can tell this heifer's exposing a little neater udder. It's a little prettier up there on the front side of her attachments. And to me, there's one area I'd change her, and that maybe is why it's close and a close pair. We could lay her back or just trim her up ever so slightly in between her blades or in between her shoulders and just lay her back just a notch more there. And I think she would win this class pretty handily in my mind. But as I break it down and I break down size, wedge shapeness, the way that body transitions in behind her shoulder, I'd probably take 100 of these as cows before I'd take 100 of those. But I like her, so just because of her added trueness of rib design and shape and the way that all those parts connect there in behind her shoulder. Alter that one's front end structure ever so slightly, and to me, she wins this class pretty handily. The heifer I put in second, she's big for me, a shot big for me. The areas I like about her is her angle through her shoulder and her flexibility in her knee versus our class winner. That's a big-footed, big skeleton, big rugged boned one that handles herself very well for her size. She's not quite as true right in behind her blade in terms of power and shape of rib, and in behind her shoulder there as we study her through her fore rib. And again, she's got a little extra chest floor hanging down. You can tell it's part of her. It's her navel. She's going to have just a little more in that regard. She's a little more elegant about her head. She's a little prettier about her head. To me, if we could just tone her down just a notch, and if you did that, it would balance everything in behind her shoulder. It would balance that mid-third of her body much, much better. So to me, if you could mold those two heifers together, put the front end structure on that one, and maybe a little extra bone that this one provides to that one, I'd have the one I win the class easy. If you would add the body shape in the center rib in the udder structure to this one, I'd have a heifer that wins her class pretty easily. So, that's a tough pair, close pair. Wouldn't argue if you'd like to change it. I just like the shape and the size of the class winner a shot better. Heifer here in third, probably the most modest in terms of size in relation to her age, and maybe the most genuine in that regard. Obviously not as far along in calf, obviously not as bloomy or as dimensional as we study that one from just a sheer bone or power standpoint, but that's a good, moderate, flexible female that the young man brings. Just gets in a class with two big, stout cows.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 10 in our Simbra show, led by Bailey Wilson, Washington County 4-H, followed by Haley Hackett, Hooks FFA, and Stockton Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H.
Well, folks, an outstanding lineup of Brahman heifers out here. If you don't mind, let's give them a big round of applause. Yeah, we got 8 just remarkable females out here, and I certainly wouldn't argue if you've got a couple different favorites picked out. I think there's so much this could come down to personal preference. There's several heifers that are certainly worthy of distinction and the honors to probably win this division. Just going to come down to which one fits your type and kind of what you're after. That first class was really tough, and I landed on this heifer because I thought she was considerably sounder in terms of the way that she built and constructed out of her hip and hock. I think she planted her hind leg with more conviction and freedom. Female that I appreciated for being square in her front foot placement. As we get her back out here in the mix, I think that her chest to heart maybe doesn't flow together quite as seamlessly. She maybe falls out of balance just a little bit there. Nickel longer in her navel, and obviously any time we talk about these Brahmins, we're worried about the bull trade. We want to keep these things clean in their navel so those bull calves they raise will be good in their sheath, and then they'll have some commercial utility. Talked awful high of the heifer that wins the second class, just because to me she fits a lot of what I'm looking for. I talked about my personal preference and biases that I think that we need to start selecting Brahmin cattle that are a little bit more modest in terms of their frame size to try to expedite their ability to reach sexual puberty earlier and just reproductively kind of supercharge this breed. This breed's got a lot of commercial versatility, but I think if we make them more moderate in their frame size, we'll make them even more conducive and grow the bull market. And here's a female that fits that bill to me. Boy, she is bold and really burly in terms of her center body, but still really attractive up through her front end. I like the fact that she's square in terms of the shape to her front feet. She uses her hind leg with some athleticism. A female that's probably not as extended as some of these others out here, but boy, she's opened up, great structured, and I still think from a height to length ratio standpoint, that's maybe the most proportional female we've seen today. Heifer that's the most attractive from the profile wins Class 3, and I'm a big fan of this female too. Her neck is so long and extended. She's very elegant in terms of the feature to her head and neck. She's laid in smooth all the way throughout. She's long muscled, very feminine, still gets out here, catches her step every time. I heard that about that particular female. Maybe square up her front foot shape just a little bit. She'll kind of start to get just a little rounder in her toes up there. Female, maybe we could give just a shade more bone, but boy, to be that big and long and good looking, she's still got quite a bit of real width and dimension we get behind the cattle. Then the heifer that comes out here wins the last class, another one that I really like just where she's at from a frame size standpoint. Big, durable foot shape on that female. I think she is so effortless in terms of her skeletal makeup, which is complemented just to the fact that she's built right in her structure. Gets out here, catches her step, uses her hind leg with some flex and some freedom. It's got some agility out of her front skeleton because she's angular in her shoulder and knee. She's one that I think's got a little more undercarriage on her. I would like to tidy her up in her navel. Maybe a female that's just not quite as sharp and attractive and elegant up through her front end as a couple of these other cattle out here in contention. So it's a very close decision for me. The one that fits my bias the best and just my kind is going to be the young lady out of Class 2. We're going to follow Class 3 for reserve. Congratulations.
First call, Silverite Class 15. First call, Silverite Class 15.
I think a challenging division to sort through because there was so much diversity, and when I seen it in the first or saw it in the first class, that you were going to have some differences in type. You would have some that are maybe a little more exotic looking, and you would have some that are maybe just I want to say a shot more American looking, and I've had to get my mind around how you wanted to balance those traits and where you wanted to land your build and what you want to do on. And this particular division, I think just from a maturity and as we study these things develop, this is a big spread in terms of some age and some differences in types of year or times a year when they're born. But there's a couple females out here that hit me pretty hard in class, and it was a challenging class. And I think honestly, if you could take home 4 or 5 of these out of this division, I don't think you'd find them any more different but alike in certain areas. So again, I stick to skeleton, I stick towards skeletal build and angles and presence, but yet still having enough of they got to have the production straights. It goes right there together with structure and build, and so it gets challenging on where you lie and where your cards lie. But I do think there are 2 out here that are extremely fresh. I think in terms of in relation to their age, they're doing the right thing. So I'm not going to talk these all again. I'm just going to go out here and select you a champion and a reserve in this division.
Congratulations in our Simbra show. The Grand Champion Junior Heifer comes from Ashlyn Cole from Columbus FFA. The Reserve Champion Junior Heifer comes from Mackenzie Groach from Snook FFA. In our Brahman show, your champion junior heifer comes from Lily Vogt from Kendall County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Allie Thane from Guadalupe County 4-H. I'd like to take this time to thank our Rodeo Austin volunteers as well as our Bearcats from Sam Houston State University who are helping organize and run this show today. If you see any one of these volunteers, please be sure to give them a big thank you.
I think an interesting class here, and to me, there was never no chance I wasn't going to use this heifer to win. Just she's advanced in terms of where she's at in life. She's going to calve here pretty quick. Foot design and shape's good. She's a little frailer in her bone work than some of these more rugged ones over here in third and fourth, but she's the one that balances up the nicest. She's lean in her condition, not overwhelming in top shape or power or when you study this one, but just symmetry of lines and symmetry of angles and the way her skeleton just gets out and handles herself on the go is why she wins the class. And the fact that she's a little further along in calf, reads with maybe a shot more dimension to her rib and lower rib cage, and yet it still ties in there correctly up high. That's why she wins this class. A heifer in second. To me, I'd like to see her a little further along, and I guess if she was further along, I'd put her, she's more in contention to win the class than she is to be second, but her foot shape and the way that her outside hoof wall is designed is way better than the heifers there in third and fourth. And so I chose longevity of feet and longevity of hoof structure with her build and her functionality up high, knowing she's not going to calve as early as the two that are in third and fourth. But I chose that over them just because those pieces there are definitely more long-term or a little more longevity-wise to handle herself. And then you study her. She's functional in her structure, good in terms of her build. Would like to pull her apart a little more. And that heifer in third is definitely more pulled apart. She's further along in calf. You can read it in her rib shape. You can read it in her udder attachment. And this heifer, honestly, you know, from a distance, and if you don't just try to nitpick some areas, she plays with the class winner in terms of flexibility and angles. When you get down and study her, she's got, you know, her outside hoof wall on her toes not quite right, and it concerns me a little. And on the other side of things in that regard, she's maybe not quite as stout as the heifer there in second, even though she's a little bolder and neater in terms of her rib design. Heifer in fourth. When the young man gets her set up from the side, she's got a really, really nice look. She's round in her rib. She's high quality in terms of her build. And honestly, she's flexible when you ask her to go at the ground. Gets up just a little bit in her top when we ask her to go, and she's not the boldest in her forerib like a couple of them heifers there in front of her. And that's the areas I'd change about that one to place her higher. The Harrier red heifer here, deep, soft-sided one, real uniform in terms of rib shape, good in terms of her feet and legs. Just plain about her head, a little plainer about her look. Appreciate that she's further along in calf. That's to me the reason why she's above these two below her, because you got some balance and some quality in these two behind her, but maybe not quite as far along from a cow standpoint. Young man's got one when he gets her set up, she's real good looking, and I think one in terms of her head shape and her neck length's really, really nice. As we study this one though, not as big and bold in terms of her rib, not as far along in calf. Probably on the heifers on either side of her, and we'd just like to see her a little further along from a production standpoint. Heifer that rounds out the class, red baldy, again, round in her rib, good and wedge-shaped in her design. And again, when we ask that one to go, she's a little uncoordinated in the way that she handles her hind leg, maybe not just blessed with as much body as some of those at the upper end of the class. Still one that presents a nice look and is real trim and female-like about her head and shoulder, just needs a notch more to her.
Well, on our Brahman side, we think I got a really close top pair here, cattle. I think kicked out on grass, I'd probably be just a little bit more high on the heifer that wins. I think if they're in the same level of condition, I think that the spread would be even bigger. This heifer's a little stouter at the ground in terms of her bone work. I think she's assembled maybe just a little leveler out of her hip, and reads with more genuine width underneath her extra condition. We said the cattle from behind. I like the angle that her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's longer fronted, and I think correspondingly she gives a little neater look here up through her front end. Now we could square her up. Her front toes are starting to curl on me just a little bit, and she's got just a shade more, just length of navel than I term to be ideal. And that's where the heifer that comes in second makes a case to start. The trade-off is she's cleaner in her undercarriage. To date, she's got more just depth and fill to her belly line than our class winner. And I still think that heifer is still nice in terms of her structure, and she's actually the upgrade in terms of her front foot shape compared to the female that wins this particular lineup. But I'm a little worried that some of that extra width that she's got when we get behind her might have just been amplified by fat. I think we kick her out. I don't know if she's going to have quite the same kind of punch and dimension as my favorite heifer in this class. Sure like the moderation and the practicality of the female in third. Big bone, rugged is how I'd characterize this replacement. She's a female that's got some dimension we get behind her. Got a little extra skin up through her front end. just like most of the best cows do as well. Female maybe that's just not quite as fancy as the cattle that stand directly in front of her. Like the depth of body, the flexibility of our fourth place heifer. Boy, she's so practical. I think her best days will be in production. I think she's just really going to like that practicality in terms of what she can do on grass. You know, a heifer that's maybe carrying a little extra condition, starting to fill in up there through her chest floor relative to some of these other cattle. Red heifer that comes in 5 is bold-bodied and powerful. I wanted to call her the bullmaker because she still actually just got so much authentic width all the way throughout. I'm just a little apprehensive of her hind leg. I think she'll need to be skillfully mated to kind of provide a little bit more functionality in terms of her structure, but that one certainly can generate just with the type of power and balance that she has. The red heifer that follows her is big and extended, got a great look here from the side. Boy, she's level-hipped, really neat in her neck attachment. I like the structure that she's got underneath her as well. For my taste, she's a little big framed. I'd like to accommodate her with more body to help balance her and offset the size. She's got a little bit more stature. Young man's heifer that comes next is bold and opened up, very dimensional when we get behind the cattle. She's got a tendency to duck her pins to compensate for the fact that she's naturally just a little straighter in her hock, probably a little big for my taste as well. Young man's heifer that follows her is deep-sided, really sound, a little looser in her navel, starting to cake up with some fat there around her tailhead, like to tone her back. The heifer that follows her is another big-footed, sound-structured, good moving type of heifer here. Female that I'd like to see leaned up in terms of her condition. She wants to pair up a little narrow at her hock and close from behind. Young lady's heifer is more moderate in her frame size. She's very strong out of the backside of her hump. Even though she's a little bit more moderate, I still read her to be just a little bit tight in her flank relative to having some condition on her as well. The blue heifer that follows her is another long-strided female. I think she's one that gets a little up and on her pasturing, maybe just a little bit more fragile in terms of her bone work. I like the body and the balance of this particular heifer. Structurally, we just need to make her more agile off either end, a little stoved up in her shoulder and limited out of her hock. The red tinged heifer is stout in her bone work and long-sided. She's another one that plants just a little straighter from behind, could use a little bit more flank. I like that the outline of this heifer in terms of just strength behind her blade. She too is one that really gets tight out of her rear leg, a little abbreviated out of her step. Then we conclude the class with a heifer. It's got a shade more performance to her credit, a little loose in her undercarriage, female that gets a little uncoordinated as she travels from behind.
This is a second call for the Calf Division Champion Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena. Again, second call, Sunbrook Calf Division Champion Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena.
Very nice place to start, and breed up on this cow was good. And I'll be honest with you, both heifers in this class are high quality and nice, but the fact that this cow is so good in terms of her angles, so good in her structure, good in her udder, refined in terms of her look, but yet powerful, and she's got a heck of a bull calf on her side. I mean, obviously you rolled her up just a little in terms of her age to make her calve early, and hey, it didn't hurt her one bit, because that bull calf's probably worth something by the way that calf is built. So tremendous pair to lead off this class. Heifer in second is not a slouch. Her angles are good, her structures are good, her feet are good, her rib cage and the design of her rib is really, really nice. You know, she's not as neat necked or as neat chested as the cow that's nursing a calf. Usually that's what happens after they nurse a calf. All that stuff kind of goes away and they turn into a woman. And anyway, this heifer's far along in calf, and I don't discredit her because she hasn't calved yet. It's just that thing's got a really, really nice bull calf, and the cow's really nice, and it just works. So again, very, very nice place, second place heifer that's got the right shape to her rib, the right skeleton, the right structure. Just got stuck in a tough class.
Thank you, gentlemen. To recap, Class 13 in our Simbra show, led by Paisley Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H. Colt Riker, Gonzales County 4-H. Adelie Petrash, Sealy FFA. Followed by Gavin Hinckley, Lockhart FFA. Kaylin Floyd, College Park FFA. Seth Groce from Snook FFA. Jacob McQuinn from Rouse FFA. Class 14 in our Simbra show, Jacob Sampson from Brenham FFA and Riley Mantooth Sam Rayburn Ivanhoe, FFA.
Boy, we got just a tank to win this particular class. A female that's just chock full of power from every single angle that you look at her. She's stout and rugged in her bone work, but for a female that's just that stout down low, I love their teat quality and the way that her udder looks like it's going to shape up someday here. The squareness is really nice. Her teats are refined. From there up, that heifer is just so symmetrically balanced. I think her height to length ratios in concert. She's a female that's got just so much dimension, but still blends it together and embodies it in a maternal fashion. I think that heifer is awfully special. A really nice one to win this particular class. Close decision for me between 2 and 3. Heifer that comes in seconds, maybe just a little bit more stretched out in terms of her look up through her front end. I like the fact that she's still got plenty of body. You know, she's one that'll break just a little bit right behind her hump and get a little low in her pin set. I'd like to maybe just intensify her just a shade in terms of her stoutness of bone, but boy, she's long necked, opened up, big bodied. That one's got some really cool pieces to contribute to a breeding program. Balance probably favors the heifer in third. I make this assessment as she starts stronger out the backside of her blade. She's more nearly level out of her hip, and I also think she's more uniform in terms of her body depth. Heifer that's certainly a little bit more moderate in her frame size and refined in her teats. As a consequence, maybe if we could change that heifer, I think she's a little bit dropped out and sinks out in her chest relative to being a little higher in her flank line. She too's one that maybe we could change just a little bit in terms of her foot shape and give her a little bit more authentic width when we study the cattle from behind. We conclude the class with a big scaled, performance-oriented female that's got some bone underneath her. She's got a lot of extra leg and scale and extension there. For my taste, I'd like to tone her down in her frame and make her more practical in terms of her rib design.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 14 in your Brahman show, led by Case Baca from Bowling FFA, Braxton Butler from Goliad FFA, Paige Stenko from Rio Hondo FFA, and Brett Procella from Hemphill FFA. Class 13 in our Brahman show was led by Lauren Beth Lambert from Tarkington FFA, Hayden Meyer from Needville FFA, followed by Brady Closel from Grand Oaks FFA, Hannah Wright, Banquet FFA, followed by Cash Venito from Sulphur Springs FFA, Jana Wall, Evant FFA, Cade Bailey from Fairfield FFA, and 8th Carson Rabb from Brock FFA, followed by Mackenzie Thames from Columbus FFA, and Lena Rumke from Washington County 4-H.
This is a really tough pair to sort, or a pair of pairs for that matter, because there's some differences and there's some pieces of each one that you like better. I think flexibility and extra stoutness and probably the way she's holding together just a shot better in raising that calf is the one I'm going to use to win. And I think that one's just a little denser in her bone work, a little more athletic when you ask her to go. Still got a nice calf in terms of look and balance and skeletal build. Is her udder as nice as the one that's in second? No, but is it a problem udder? Absolutely not. It's still small-teated. Maybe don't hang as square as the heifer right there and behind her. And there might have been a difference in letting one nurse, not letting one nurse back at the stall, and that's none of my business, So, but a very, very nice pair, and that cow's doing a nice job raising that heifer calf. Now, no doubt, when this thing come into class, I like her too. I think in terms of refinedness and freshness and femininity, she's really, really nice. And got a nice square udder attachment as well. When we get that one out in motion, she's a little more robotic in her hind leg. Don't get out and reach, but she's got a big bag to kind of try to get that stuff around. Obviously, in terms of condition and way she's holding herself, I appreciate it. That's a cow raising her first calf. I'd expect them to draw down, and they drawed down just ever so slightly. Both of them did. Still a pretty nice, big, stout bull calf. Again, when you ask him to go, that heifer's maybe a shot more athletic at this moment. Time will tell. A lot of maturity, a lot of growing to do. Bull calf's nice, though. That's a big, stout, rugged design one that's good in terms of his rib cage, and that cow's doing a really nice job of raising him. So, nice top pair of females. Cow in third, and again, I think one that's extra powerful, extra dimensional when you study that one. Nice udder at this point, a little coarse at the top side of her teeth, but that's just cutting small hairs. That's obviously a nice udder for a first calf heifer. She's actually raising a better heifer calf than she is as a cow. The heifer's laid back better in her shoulder, very, very athletic when we ask it to go. The cow has some stability issues up in her shoulder and her front knee. Time will tell how long she lasts. Hopefully she lasts forever, and likely the best thing for her is to let her be a cow. Get her out on grass. They fix their own problems in that regard. So dang nice pair here in third. If we could just sounding up that cow's front end structure, I wouldn't argue that thing can roll up to the top end of the class. Nice pair here as well. Very nice heifer calf. She's the deal of the group, in terms of she might be as nice a calf as any of them here in the group. The cow's obviously a first calf heifer. Heifer's nursing her down ever so slightly. If we could just refine her up just a little bit in her teats, maybe just give her a notch more power, I wouldn't argue want to roll her up. And a cow that rounds out the class, got the youngest calf out here, and that doesn't discredit her none. I still think that's what they should look like from a condition standpoint as a first calf heifer. They should be drawn down. They should. It's their first time. They're still trying to grow, still trying to raise a calf themselves. To me, again, like the cow in front of her, we just need to tone up that udder just a little bit. She's a little long in her teat size. Nice class, nice top pair of pairs.
We got a good Brahman heifer class here. The one that wins is just chock full of bull making pieces, and I forecast her to really have an impact on a breeding program. She's so stout and rugged in her feature, particularly her bone work there, and then still got an authoritative set to her hind leg. It gets out here very functional in terms of the way she uses her hock, got some bend built into her form and knee. I think she's built for the long term from a structural standpoint, and still really neat in the way she collects herself here from the side. Now, relative to having a little extra condition on her, I probably would like to see just more depth to her midrib, but I think she's a good heifer to get laid off here in this particular class. The red heifer that comes in second corrects my winner because she is a little sappier through her center body. She's one that maybe reads just a little bit more advanced reproductively as well. I value that about that particular heifer. I couldn't get past the fact that she's just a little low in her pin set in concert with being maybe just a little posty in the set to her hock. Those two things maybe throw her balance off just a little bit. Hard to beat the combination of one that's just got more power and still sounder in the way she does it. Heifer that comes in the 3-hole, really bold-bodied. I like how opened up and dimensional she is. Both those things give her a lot of credibility as a bull maker as well. I think that she's on target from a frame size perspective as well. Kind of like the heifer that stands directly in front of her. She's got a tendency to get a little straight in her hock. She compensates by getting a little weaker in her pasture and as an individual. Maybe another one we could see just like the seen her maybe a few pounds ago, then I think she'd looked even more impressive. The big red heifer that comes next, boy, she is so stout at the ground. I like her foot size. I like the athleticism, the way that she uses her hind leg, and she's one that when she stops fighting the halter, she can really strike a pose. just probably a little extra frame for my taste. For my bias, I like Cat a little bit more moderate. I think she got a little more leg underneath her, maybe in the same time got a little swelling there at the front side of her hock that's a little worrisome as well. Heifer that follows her is another really loose-made heifer. It's got a lot of fleshing ability. She's a little off in her hip and maybe just not quite as neat and sharp up front. Then we conclude the class with another red heifer. It's a little more honest in terms of her condition, just giving up total body mass and volume.
Thank you, gentlemen. Recapping our Class 15 in our Simbra show. Colson Gluck from Columbus FFA. Followed by Rachel Lewis, Freestone County 4-H. Avery Holland, Liberty Hill FFA. Caitlin Robinette from Burnett FFA. And Ashley Cole from Columbus FFA.
Here for our last division in the Simbra show, we talked these things pretty descriptively in class, and again, I don't need to be redundant because I think there's something real easy to do out here, and then you can kind of use your head and kind of put together some things. Do you use one that's farther along in production? Do you use one that in relation to her age is right on in terms of production but hadn't calved yet? And so, again, it gets a little more challenging there for reserve. But that cow out of that middle division, or out of that middle class here, is going to be your champion in this division fairly handily.
Congratulations in our Simbra Heifer Show. Our champion senior heifer was exhibited by Jacob Sansom from Brenham FFA. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Paisley Lightfoot from Fort Bend County 4-H. In our Brahman Heifer Show, Class 15 was led by Megan Lambert, Tarkington FFA, followed by Baxter Whitworth, Rusk County 4-H, Cade Bailey, Fairfield FFA, Hannah Wright, Banquet FFA, followed by Maggie Stevenson, Anahuac FFA, and Peyton Cockerham from Brown County 4-H.
As we draw to the close this division here at Brahman Heifers, if you folks don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. Boy, I don't have a very good poker face. I've had just an absolute blast out here sorting these cattle. I know I've been kind of walking around smiling. I really enjoy getting to work with your young people here. I wish I had maybe a little bit more time to spend with the kiddos, but I know we got a pretty impressive agenda, got a lot of cattle we got to get through, so the timeline is trying to get through these as quick as we can. But boy, this has been a phenomenal set of cattle. My congratulations to the breeders and to the families that put these things together. You know, the heifer that wins that first class is one that I really like, just how square she is in her front foot placement. A heifer that's got some stature and some height of shoulder up front, but still pretty reasonable in the way she gets out of her front skeleton. I like the angle that her neck comes out of her blade. It gives her that kind of cocky look out here. A heifer that's a little bit more honest in her condition, maybe relative to some of the other contenders out here, and a little cleaner in her joint work. Now, she's probably not as eccentric in terms of power or body, maybe as a couple of those other contenders, but I really think that's a very problem-free heifer that balances up well. Maybe could see her just a little deeper in her flank and trim her up a little bit in terms of her navel. We spoke about the heifer to win that second class. She's just so stout and dense and burly in her center body, and still so proportionally balanced from a profile. I think she's one that's really fresh, awfully impressive, just the feature and the stoutness and the power that she has, and she's still refined in her teats, still very ladylike in the feature to her head and neck. She does a lot of antagonisms. It's tough to make cattle with bull make and power that's still got the silhouette to really be captivating in the show ring, and this heifer does it. She catches her step every time, like many cattle that push the envelope for power. Maybe we could see her release her hock and pasture with just a shade more flex, but that's being awfully critical of a really elite structured heifer that can do a lot of things that I like. Big fan of the heifer that wins the last class. She's another one that's so stout and opened up in terms of the way that she's built. She's big and broad in her pin set, and I think that trend continues as we study her from there forward. The outer projection to her rib cage is just flat out impressive. She's still one that's just really neat in terms of where her neck sends out the top of her shoulder as well. You know, for me, if I could change that heifer, she's starting to get a little puffy in her hock and a little down on her pasture, and more than anything, I wish I could have seen her about 100 pounds ago. I think if we had her freshened up, I think we'd really even showcase how much more elite structured that heifer is. I think her angles are good besides her pasture, and maybe if we had her toned back and conditioned, she'd look fresher and even more impressive from a skeletal quality standpoint. So got a nice set of seconds represented out here. My favorite's pretty obvious. It's going to be the young man out of Class 2. It's close for reserve, but I think just fundamentally speaking from a condition standpoint, we're going to use the young lady out of Class 1. Congratulations.
What a show it's been here on the Cimbra side, and we've seen several classes and several differences, and honestly, between the Brangus and the Red Brangus, typically there's kind of a type. You know, they're easy to follow, they're easy to find the same kind. When we got into some of these Cimbras, you had some that were probably a shot more exotic looking in terms of the way they balance up and trimness of skin and then stuff like that, and then there was some that were maybe a shot more on the American side of things, and again, I think a multitude of those different types won different classes just based off of their skeletal design and build. When we get them all back out here and just analyze what we did or what I did, I'm happy. I think, again, very symmetrical in terms of how you progress their age and their maturity in analyzing these things. And again, just studying the progressions that each one of these does from a production standpoint is just intriguing, because you've got a tremendous calf that wins that first division that balances up really nice, and again, one that's round in her bone structure but still yet athletic and gets out and goes when you ask her to, and like I said, still balances up very, very nice from a skeletal build, from a shape standpoint, in relation to her age. I think she's right on from a maturity standpoint to make an elite or make a nice spread come next fall. That's a lot of time to make up, and a lot of time from now till then to know, but the pieces are there. As long as you don't screw her up, she could probably do that, but I should say as long as she don't, she's got some chances to be an elite in this breed, I believe. The heifer that I guess the senior calf here in front of me, again, from the same mold, a shot more mature, obviously, because of her age. Again, built from the same mold from a balance and an eye appeal standpoint. Maybe sits down on a little more circumference of bone in relation to her age than the heifer there in front of her. but very similar in terms of the way they're hooked up and the way that they're built from a balance standpoint. And she does it with a little more muscle, a little more mass, and a little further along in the production cycle. And then you in that last division, and the cow's really nice. I mean, you can't argue that that cow's nice. Nice bag, nice teats, handling herself and her condition extremely well at this stage in the game. Still really good structured. She's got a big old white bag to worry about and walk around out here in the ring. She still gets out and covers herself extremely, extremely well. But where she succeeds in terms of just herself is not just probably the cow. It's the advancements that she's done from a breeding window or from a calving interval, and the advancements she's done with a very high quality bull calf. You know, and time will tell whether or not that thing turns out to be as good. But at this point, it looks like time is on your side, and that's going to be a heck of a bull calf, and guys need to realize that within this breed. So that's what's so unique, is when we kind of get down and break down these things. I think there's several ways you can go depending on where you lie your you know, where you put the maturity, and where you if that calf's going to be as good as this pair someday, or is this pair that good that there's no chance it could happen, or there's a lot of things that could happen. So putting that in your mind and trying to decide which one you like is tough, because I think they're all three very high quality. So let's give these kids a round of applause. I'm going to go select the two I like.
Wrapping up our Simba show, your grand champion Simba heifer comes from Jacob Sansom from Brenham FFA. Your reserve grand champion Simba heifer comes from Ashlyn Cole and Columbus FFA.
Well, as we wrap up this Brahman show over here, I think we got just an outstanding lineup of cattle. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. Yeah, this has been a fun division to sort through, because the cattle have been extraordinary in terms of quality. There's some differences in terms of just frame size. I'll be honest with you folks. You know, I like cattle that are a little bit more moderate. I think if the Brahman breed is going to continue to grow its portion of the bull market and become even more viable in the commercial industry, the production side of things, we got to start selecting bloodlines and building cow families around these females that are a little bit more moderate in their frame size. Just to be quite perfectly frank too, as tough as it's gotten sometimes here in the show ring with people wanting to move some of these birth dates, I think if we stop trying to make these things so tall, that may kind of incentivize people to be a little bit more honest in terms of their aging. And so, you know, as I've sorted through the cattle today, I haven't put a ton of emphasis on just true performance, because of, you know, it's kind of hard to tell exactly where they're at. I've tried to sort on those traits that I believe are everlasting, that being just the way that they're assembled in their skeleton, from a structural standpoint, and the way they're organized in their balance. Because if we just come in here and only sort directly off mass and performance, all we're doing is rewarding those people that are maybe a little bit more creative with their calendar genetics. And so I'm really pleased with the cattle that we got out in front of us. I think there's 3 of them that I like awfully well. I'm going to talk about them. Heifer wins the first division here. This is without question the levelest hip and the most attractive female in her hip and hind leg posture. I like the set to her hock. I like the strength she's got built into her pasture. I really like how neat she is up through her front end, how sharp looking that heifer is. To be quite honest, for my taste, she's probably just a little bit on the big side of things from a frame standpoint. I'd like to see her been dealt just more body to really balance her up and aid into her practicality long term. But boy, that heifer's really tidy down there through her navel, and one that's really clean and got quite a bit of power for as good looking as she is. 2 heifers that I like awfully well were the champion reserve in that middle division there. The female that wins was the one that I think out of all the cattle out here, I think she's the most appropriate in her front foot shape, particularly compared to the heifer that stands directly behind her. I think that she's more even in her toe size. I think that heifer's got a good spread to her toe, but still remains pretty tough and durable in her foot wall. That heifer, I think, just plants her hind leg with more conviction and plants it and uses her hock with more flex than the heifer directly behind her. And to me, she's one that is really attractive in terms of the extra length and extension she's got through her front end. Proportionality of that heifer is excellent. I think her height to length ratio is really in concert, and it gives her that symmetrical look here from the side that we're after. You know, kind of as we study that heifer, she's probably a little moderate for some. But probably more than anything, she just doesn't have that extra gear in terms of just stoutness and power like the heifer that stands behind her. But boy, she's one that's really tough to make, and I'd sure like to see more Brahman cattle emulate that kind of frame size, practicality that she has, and still more than enough width, particularly for a breeding female. Heifer that wins the final division here. Boy, this one is just so stout and rugged at the ground. She's so impeccable in terms of her balance. Despite her being longer bodied as an individual, she still hooks up strong out of the backside of her hump. Generally, the easiest way to make cattle deep is just to make them short and compact. I think that heifer, relative to her frame size, actually has quite a bit more length of body than the heifer in front of her, and yet she equals her and maybe even exceeds her in terms of just depth of side, and she still pulls together so strong in terms of her top line. I like the power that heifer has. It is just downright impressive from a front 3/4 shot or rear view. Every single angle, this heifer expresses mass and volume throughout and is actually quite a bit stronger in terms of her pasture than a couple of these other cattle out here that are in contention. As we mentioned in class, I think she's an outlier. To me, she looks like she's got bull making pieces with the silhouette that demands show ring attention. She gets out and catches her step every time. I think it's very impressive for the power that she has, how elite she is in her structural makeup. If I could make her even better, I'd see her release her hock and pass her with just a little bit more flex. Now, I know I just got a little nitpicky on her structure. This heifer is kind of like one of them 300-pound linemen that can run a 5.040. It's just so impressive to make one just that bold and powerful and move that way, but maybe she's not quite as flexible in her hock as the heifer that stands directly in front of her. So, outstanding lineup here. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man for champion. Young lady circling right there is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Wrapping up our Brahman show, your grand champion Brahman heifer comes from Case Bacha from Bowling FFA. Your reserve champion Brahman heifer comes from Lily Vogt from Kendall County 4-H. Recapping from our Brahman heifer show, our reserve champion senior heifer. Our reserve champion senior heifer exhibited by Lauren Beth Lambert from Tarkington FFA.
This is a very interesting class because there's 5 that could win this class. There's literally 5 different types of females. They all have their attributes, and I think there is 5 that can win this class. And to me, when I just break everything down and just study them in terms of their foot shape and size, this is the best footed one, just in terms of squareness of toe, depth of heel, angles, and the way that she's connected all together. She's one of the younger heifers of these initial 4 or 5, obviously, and to me, the only place that I really just want to break her down, aside from her just being young, is maybe tone her tail head down in her just a notch. But then when you get to studying it, she's got a little hair loss in between her hip and her tail head on the other sides of her tail head, so it just kind of becomes a little bit of a part of her. But when you ask that one to get out and go, she gets out and reaches, stays true in terms of her base width, very good in terms of squareness of toe and build. And then again, in terms of a little extra shape, a little extra uniqueness in terms of head and neck and the way it ties into her shoulder, she does that the best to me as well in terms of trimness up through her front end, but yet still being female enough in terms of her shape and the kind of pieces that she puts together. But to me, it's just at the ground. When we study these next 4 or 5, there's a couple. There's one that's pigeon-toed. There's one that rolls in a little on her hind wheels. There's one that gets a little narrow. And there's one that's not quite right in her angle to her shoulder. And this is the one that I can probably find the least faults in terms of her skeleton, with a little extra look and with a little extra uniqueness to her build, with the added bone and the added mass that she possesses. You know, ever so slightly, I'd just like to tone her tail head down in her just a shot more in relation to these heifers here in second and third, but I still think that one, to me, just in terms of her foundation down at the ground, I like that parts of her the best in relation to her age as well, because there's a couple to 3 month age gap in these heifers. The heifer in second, again, just kind of hard to put a major hole in. She's not overly exotic, or she's not overly impressive in any one area, but she's just awfully complete. Her balance and the way she connects her lines is very, very good. Her structure, when you ask her to go, is very good. She wants to turn in just a little bit off her hind end on her back wheels ever so slightly, but it's a little bit the part of her too. She's green, she's young, she's late maturing, she's going to grow, but her balance and her skeletal build and the way that it's connected together is very, very nice. If we could give her just a notch more to her versus the heifers in that beat her in class, and then the third, fourth, and fifth, she's not a stout. And I don't think she'll ever be a stout, but it's conformed and it's female-like and it's lady-like, and I like that heifer quite a bit. Third, fourth, and fifth are kind of challenging to me, because the more you study this kind of brindle baldy or this reddish brindle baldy, the more you like her. On the standstill, she's more in contention to probably win the class than she is to be third. I like her power, I like her shape, I like her roundness of rib. When we ask that one to get out and go, and she just gets a little base narrow from behind, wants to get up underneath herself ever so slightly, and I think if you'd ask that one to go too fast, we'd notice some differences, and she'd try to twist or shuffle just a little off of them hind wheels when she goes. And to me, if we could stabilize her from hawk to ground and leave her as wide at the ground as she is when she is up high, I would roll that one up and do it in a heartbeat. Heifer that comes in next, on the standstill, awesome. Extra bold, extra stout, extra dimensional when we study her. I like her from her shoulders back, just in terms of pure dimension and pure power. When you get this one in motion too, and she does a great job of just trying to hide it, not letting her get too fast, not letting her get outside of herself. She's a little pigeon-toed up front, and maybe if you study that one's hind leg, just wants to duck under her pins just a little, and I know if you got to go in that one too fast, you'd for sure notice it. And to me, if you just give her just an extra gear underneath her to let her get out and go, like them two in front of her, that's to me what alters her from first to fourth in my mind, because that's a tremendous cow prospect. That's obviously closer to winning this class than she is to being, towards the bottom end. Initially, when they came into class, this thing kind of gave you a look, high quality, and high quality about her head and neck. Very smooth in terms of her transitions when you study her body type and her shoulders and the way her tail head lies in her. When we get this one in motion, she is just a little more upright in her shoulder. She does not have as much bone as some of these other heifers in this class. She's a little rounder in her bone work, But to me, just like to extend her out there up through her front end from knee to ground, let her get out and reach and let her hit a few more acres there in terms of just her skeletal build and her structure, and just a shot more foundation or a shot more circumference of bone would allow that. But you can just see she doesn't want to get out and reach out of her front end as well as them heifers right there in front of her. Big, stout, burly one comes next, extra dimensional, extra powerful, getting just a little bit of swelling in the hock. Watch it. It's something to watch on down the road. That's a moderate, good-shaped, good-built cow that just gives up the extra look to these 4 or 5 right there above her. Young man brings one that's kind of built from the same mold but in a younger package. I think when you get him on the standstill, she's really good-looking and real square. She's moderate. It doesn't help a big, stout kid's on her because she's young and she's small. So your relation to size, I think she's right-sized in terms of her age. That doesn't bother me. Again, when we ask that one to get out and go, she wants to pull up in her top, wants to get just a little low in her front end, and doesn't handle her structure as well. And the heifer that rounds out the class, probably a shot more flexible than the 2 right there in front of her. Not near as much dimension, not near as much rib to place any higher here today. But that's a challenging class, and I wouldn't argue them 4 or 5 heifers. I think them things are very nice. They're different stages in development. I just chose the one, to me, that's the best at the ground.
Well, we got a thought-provoking class over here in our Santa Gertrudis. I think that there's a lot of cattle that make a case to start. I'm still the most, I guess, high on the young lady's heifer that wins. Now, for first blush, she's one that maybe it's a little tough to get past the fact that she breaks out of the back of her shoulder, but past that, I think that heifer is really long and extended up front. I think she's one of the more powerful cattle in the class, particularly relative to the amount of condition that she has on her. She's still pretty lean to have that kind of just true width and mass all the way throughout. And I think she's organized from a structural standpoint a little bit more functional than a couple of the cattle that stand in 3rd and 4th. Now, as I alluded to earlier, we could make her a little stronger and more composed in her top line, but I still thought she probably represented the most intriguing breeding pieces. We're thinking about going home and making them cows. The one in second kind of threw me for a loop. She's my favorite in terms of her feet and legs, and she's got a great look here from the side. She's kind of like an immature kid. Expect maybe seeing one of those junior high kids that's kind of all knees and elbows and going through a growth stage. I think that's that way that heifer looks right now because she is considerably just greener and more immature, which I don't mind. I think that we need to make these heifer calves look like heifer calves. They don't need to look like breds at this stage of the game. But obviously she's quite a bit more modest in terms of her rib and flank compared to the cattle on either side of her. But I think she can get better with time because of her structure. Heifer that ends up here in 3rd, I think makes a strong case to start. The trade-off is she's probably the boldest rib, the biggest top, and she follows suit from behind. She's big hip and very dimensional. I like how good looking she is from the side. Her chest is driven up in her. She's really long and extended up through her front end. I'm just a little apprehensive of that heifer in terms of her structure. I'm a little suspect of her foot size, and she's just a nickel up right off either end. I'm worried that as we add weight to her, that might become a little bit more of an issue, but she's certainly an awfully good female to stand in 3rd. Female that comes in 4th, big, stout, performance-oriented heifer, heifer that's got a lot of dimension to her. Another one that maybe is probably got a little bit more upright in the angle to her shoulder. I think she's a little bully in the feature to her head and neck, but boy, the power, the dimension is still really impressive how good she is out of her hind leg. Young man's heifer that follows her is a deep-sided, sound-structured type of heifer here. We get behind the cattle. I just don't know if there's enough true cow power. She's got a tendency to taper from hooks to pins and close out a little narrow there to her hock. A young lady's heifer that follows her, moderate, deep-sided, level-made, got a good functional set built into her hock. Another one that maybe compositionally we could change. I'd like to exchange some of that white tissue for a little bit more red meat. Heifer that follows hers, another long-sided heifer. It's got some bone underneath her. She stops and parks maybe just a little straight in terms of the feature to her hock. As a consequence, you'll see her maybe wanting to get a little uncoordinated as she goes there from behind. Young lady's branded heifer's got a big, good-looking one here from the side, deep-sided, level-made, a little up and down in terms of her pasturing. More than anything, I'd like to see her just wider. We can get behind her, already starting to get a little fat there established around her tailhead. As we conclude the rest of the cattle in this class, we got some females that are still get out and move pretty well, probably just don't organize themselves with quite as much balance as their contemporaries.
Thank you, gentlemen. In our ARB show, Class 1 led off with Paisley Krovaka from Waller County 4-H, followed by Avery Gluick from Columbus FFA, Braxton Butler, Goliad FFA, Justice Epley from Calhoun FFA, in 5th, Jacob Sansom from Brenham FFA, Gracie Lenz, Angleton FFA, followed by Coulter Hughes, Live Oak County 4-H, and Kendall Copland, also from Live Oak County 4-H. In our Santa Gertrudis show, Class 1 was led off by Gracie Lenz from Angleton FFA, followed by Rihanna Villanueva from Brazoria County 4-H, followed by Hannah Hubbard from Angleton FFA, Ronaldo Gonzalez from Manville FFA, Trip Nichols, Blooming Grove FFA, in 6th, Rebecca Brown from George Ranch FFA, Ellie Hicks from Joshua FFA, Ella Pirtle from Rusk County 4-H, and in 10th, Ellie Hicks from Joshua FFA.
On our second class here, we got a heifer that leads off. It's very stylish in the way that she's puts herself together from the side. I like how organized she is in her top line. Particularly, she's considerably leveler out of her hip than some of the other contenders out here. Female that's still equipped with plenty of depth of body and been dealt the requisite structural correctness to thrive in production. I really like the teat quality that she has. Now, I'd like to see her just a little stouter in her bone work and in particular just more durable in her foot shape. She's getting a little longer on that outside toe, and maybe we could see her just more authentic or authoritative as she meets the surface there from behind. heifer comes in second to a big-bodied, stout, dimensional replacement here. And one that's getting pretty early maturing. I'd like to see her with more gas left in the tank and leaned up a little bit, but I still think that she's got the type of practicality that never goes out of style in production. Heifer that stands in third is a little bigger and more extended in her kind, and she's got more stature. Unfortunately, she achieves that extra stature up front by being a little upright in her shoulder, and that's the way I think we make her just a little bigger frame that way. I do like the set to her hind leg. I like the levelness, just like to dial her back and maybe give her a shade more body. Young lady's heifer that comes in the 4-hole is deep-sided, level-made, easy keeping. I think she's another one that's really going to excel when we kick these cattle out to grass. As I mentioned before, we're kind of in a drought period here in Texas. We're going to need a little bit more rain. This heifer looks like she's got the fleshing ability to hold up in some limited forward situations. On the end of a halter, she's starting to deposit a little extra condition down low. Like to see her stouter pinned and more dimensional we get behind the cattle. Big rugged heifer that follows him, the tall gentleman's got out here. This young man brings us a female that's got quite a bit of thickness to her. She's one that maybe as she tempos up, you'll notice she'll kind of kick up in terms of her pasture, and like to see her have more body. Then we close the class with a pretty stout made, moderate type of female here. Doesn't read quite as feminine in her make. Female that gives up some body relative to her contemporaries.
Hold on. Just let him hold. He's first. Yeah, he's first. Just set up right there in first. Yeah. Talk too much. Batteries. I think a tremendous place to start. And when she came in the ring, there was no doubt that's the one that you key on. And I think she just does the most good in terms of feet and legs and balance and body and shape and just her extras that she has in terms of her skeletal build and movement, but yet still being stout enough and bold enough and right enough in terms of her rib. That heifer surfaces rather quickly. It gets more challenging from here on out where you want to land your preferences. I think both these heifers are similar sized. I would say both these heifers are similar in terms of build. I'd like to maybe just expand them both out just a little bit right in behind their shoulder. They're a little tighter in their forerib, maybe right in behind their blade. Then the heifer that wins the class, and that's why they're in second and third. The black heifer's a little stouter. I think when you get in behind her in terms of bone work, bone size, dimension, when we study her down her hip and down her top and out of her hip is just much more admirable in that regard, and still flexible enough when you get her out and ask her to go. Doesn't perfectly hit her stride, but flexible in the way she goes. The heifer here in third, and like I said, probably just a little bit of the fish out of water in terms of color pattern and kind, and but very high quality still. Presence is good, female look is good, carries a little extra throat than the other two that are shot more exotic and maybe not as neat in terms of squareness of hip and hip design as the two right there above her. Similar in body shape to the one that beats her, and to me it was just a little extra bone, a little more neatness of lines that probably sorts that pair. When we get this one out in motion too, she's flexible, she's good at the ground, she's maybe not as big-footed or as big boned or as neat in her hip design to get around that one in second today, but still very high quality. Real stout one comes next, built more like the one that's second with more body, but when we ask her to go, she's a little more rigid in her hawk, carries a little more coarseness there, and doesn't maybe handle them rear pasterns quite as nicely when we ask her to get out and go as fast as these three above her. And the young man's heifer that comes out next, a little more flexible in that regard, but she does it with a little more immaturity. She's not as bold or as stout in her rib design. She's not as dimensional as some of them heifers there right above her. Middle of the road in terms of structure and size, still a very high quality one that's just not probably developed yet, and time will tell how she lands as a cow. Big rugged one comes next in terms of depth and sogginess. Very, very good. Very soft at the ground, almost a little too soft when we study her off of that hind leg. I'd just like to square her up just a little bit in her hip, give her just a notch more dimension to go with that extra depth of body. Pair of heifers here come next, similar in type. One's a little prettier and neater necked. The other one's a little softer as we study. Both sound, both functional in terms of their build. Both give up just a little bit of power to the heifers on either side of them. And the heifer that rounds out the class, she's just green today. I think if time's on your side and you're able to get enough belly and get a calf in this one's belly and that progresses, I think there's pieces there. Her neck's long, her hips square, she's got a nice structure underneath her. Just not enough rear carriage or undercarriage there for me. Just need to blow that one apart a little bit in terms of expansion of rib to place her any higher. But that's a tremendous heifer that wins that class, and she wins that class rather handily.
Well, over here on our center gratuitous side, we got an awfully nice heifer that starts off, one that can really strike a pose from the profile. She's driven up in her chest. She's really fresh at the top side of her neck. From there back, she's just flat out stout. I mean, I think it's downright impressive just how opened up, dimensional, broad that heifer is in her pin set, and just the intensity that she's got in her bone work. And then for being a female that's just equipped with so much feature, she's still really refined in her teeth. So I'll bet she's going to have a great bag to boot someday. Now, if I could change her and make her even better, I'd dial her back just a little bit up front and clean her up of some of that fluid she's got built up there in her hock. But like many cattle that kind of push the envelope for power and bone, you're going to maybe get a little bit of that comes with the territory. Heifer that comes in second is a little sappier through her center. I do think that heifer's more moderate in her frame size, and I really value the fact that she's more flexible in her top line, particularly in the cattle get going on here in the lead. She maybe doesn't balance up quite as nice from the side because her chest sinks out of her and she cuts up in her heart. At the same time, she kind of weakens down there on her pastern to compensate for the fact that perhaps she's just a little straight in her hock. Heifer that comes in third, bold-bodied, opened up. I think this one's actually got more natural thickness and dimension. Particularly we get behind the cattle, she's got more spread up high. She probably doesn't organize herself quite as neat from the side. She's a little shorter and rounder out of her hip relative to being longer bodied. And then I'd also like to see her maybe a little bigger at the ground in terms of her foot size. Really refined, teated heifer that ends up closing this particular class. She's moderate in her frame. She's got some fleshing ability. Relative to the other cattle in here, I think she's one that we'd like to see just opened up in terms of her pin set. I'd like to predicate that with the fact that she could be bolder in her rib design.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. You just heard Class 3, Santa Gertrudis, led by Eli Sanders from Burton FFA, followed by James Carlo, Hooks FFA, Macy Hicks from Joshua FFA, and Sarah Barber from Collin County 4-H. To recap Class 2 in our Santa Gertrudis show, led by Jordan Trant, Iola FFA, Cortland Vanderveer from Ennis FFA, Caden Leonard from Navasota FFA, Haley Forshee from George Ranch FFA. In fifth, Hayden Acker from Chapel Hill Tyler FFA. And Ryan Hatchell from Mount Enterprise FFA. In our ARB show, Class 2 was led by Barrett Merton from Washington County 4-H, followed by Mason Woodruff of El Campo FFA, Tatum Robinson from Trenton FFA, Brooke Daisy from Belleville FFA, Matthew Colley from Calhoun FFA, Mia Covirubas from Edna FFA, followed by Gina Minyard from Taylor County 4-H, Logan Woodruff from El Campo FFA, and Georgia Maldonado from Cold Spring FFA.
I think a challenging class, but I'd use this one every day of the week just in terms of mass. In terms of body and brood cow look and extra power, this one has it. And still, when we study her structure, it's functional. I would say she's a little uncoordinated in her hind two, and you're very good. If you get that thing out and try to go too fast, she may play out ever so slightly. But even with that in mind, her angles are good, her joints are good, her feet are good. And I think flexibility is a non-issue with her, and she does it with the most dimension, the most body, the most rib. To me, the pair's in second and third, but the red heifer's just sounder. We study her angles, we study the way that she gets out and handles her feet. It's just better. I think there's some give and take in hip structure, there's give and take in power, and there's no doubt that one's stouter and a shot bolder in terms of her rib. But I think this one, from a longevity standpoint, still has enough body, not as expansive as the heifers on either side of her, but real smooth in terms of her transitions. If we could just tone her down a little bit there in her grow bone and her hip, I think she's more in contention to win the class because of her skeleton. The heifer in third, extra powerful. On the standstill, very dimensional, very, very good in terms of rib shape. You know, I used one in class 1 that you could call maybe just a little coarser tail-headed, ever so slightly, but it balanced into her skeleton okay, and I think it was more just a presentation or a lack thereof hair. This one, it's set up in her, just an upturned in her, just a little too much for me, and I'd like to just lay her back and smoothen her up in her hip, and because of that, the way that hip's designed, that hind leg's just a little robotic when you ask it to go too, but that's a big, stout, powerful brood cow that just needs some tweaking done on the rear end of her skeleton. Heifer that rounds out the class, definitely a little better in her tail head set, smoother and neater in her transitions than the heifer above her. But as we study this one, not as stout as any of the other heifers in this class, and carries just a little bit more chest. I'd just like to probably tone down that front end ever so slightly, or just stouten her up from there back just to match up with her front end to place her any higher. But that's a very, very nice class winner in terms of power and just brood cow look to win that particular class.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 3 in our ARB show, led by Cayman Allen, Huffman FFA. Followed by Julia Farquhar from El Campo FFA. Coit Clark, also from El Campo FFA. And Hayden Acker from Chapel Hill Tyler FFA.
We got a nice class of heifers over here. The female that wins is awfully nice. I'll tell you, it took me just a little longer to appreciate her. You know, it's not quite as cool as it was this morning, but I can tell some of these heifers it's probably haven't been in the ring quite as much, and she's just dancing around, not wanting to really showcase herself. But you get past that, boy, this one's built pretty special. Heifer that's built right in her angles. I think we like the slope to her shoulder. The flex to her hock is exceptional, and then she's really square and durable in her foot shape. Surprising when we get behind the cattle. That one's still got plenty of genuine width and dimension. I like her awfully well. She maybe could be just a little stronger in terms of her spine, maybe not quite as deep in her heart as a couple of these other cattle out here. Heifer that comes in second emulates a lot of the features that I really admire about my winner. She's another one that's got a maternal image in terms of the way that her shoulder lays onto her forerib, the shape to her head and neck. I like the functionality she got built out of her hock. We get behind the cattle, it's just not quite the same story because she's got a tendency to pair up a little narrow at her hock. I think this is predicated by the fact that she's naturally just not quite as bold in terms of her pin set. The young man's heifer that comes in third, I like the bone, the depth of body, and she's certainly got some performance to her credit. And the great thing is beside that performance, she's got all the practicality to accommodate that and to still maintain herself in production. She's getting a little excessive in terms of her toe width. Or length. We could probably see her changed up just a little bit there. A female for me that I think still just a little more out at the point of her shoulder than the width of her pins, and from a calving knee standpoint, that could be problematic. Young lady's heifer that follows hers, another one that I appreciate in terms of having some moderation, some depth of body. When I get behind the nose ring heifer, I wish she just had a little bit more to her. I think underneath the extra layer of condition, she may be just a little bit more modest in terms of the level of width that she has. A small heifer here that's a little more moderate in her frame. The young lady in the turquoise brings, I like the levelness of lines. I think that one's the type of kind of cattle there that we see that really thrive in production. Probably could certainly fit in a lot of production environments, particularly if there's not quite as much forage. At the end of a halter, she's a little bit more generic in her look up front. Probably could provide her with a little bit more width all the way throughout. Performance-oriented heifer that makes the turn and is kind of fighting the halter here. I like the depth of body, the sheer mass that she's got all the way throughout. She's one that we could see just a little bit more composed from the profile. Heifer that is a little low in her pin set. Certainly wish she was toned back from a condition standpoint. I think that certainly give her a more elegant look from the side. Young man's heifer's a female that's a really loose spine, got some bone to her. Like that about her. She's another heifer that we could level up just a shade from hooks to pins. Probably a little bit more modest in her bottom line. Heifer that follows her is a little bigger framed. Certainly like the stature and the strength and the stamina she's got built into her top line. Accounting for her extra size, I'd like to provide her with a little bit more body to offset that extra leg she's got underneath her. Heifer that follows her is more moderate in her frame, probably just a little sharper in terms of the feature at the top side of her neck. She's one that I think she's giving up some performance. Get behind the cattle. She doesn't read with quite as much authentic width and stoutness. Then we conclude the class with a heifer that's got some bone. Structurally speaking, we'd like to change her. She's more vertical in her hock placement. Heifer that's abbreviated in her step off either end of her skeleton.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 4 in your Santa Gertrudis show, led by Arden Strait from Prosper FFA, followed by Catherine Porter, Karn City FFA, Ethan Black, Grimes County 4-H, Jordan Trant, Iola FFA. In fifth, Pamela Brown, George Ranch FFA, followed by Savannah Rossler from Cook County 4-H. Brenton Taylor from Hooks FFA, Brooke Heido from George Ranch FFA, Kelton Leonard from Navasota FFA, and Aaron Bubella from El Campo FFA.
Really different class here because totally different types and kinds. And you know, this heifer hits the ring and you just automatically your eyes draw to her just in terms of, balance and symmetry and feet and legs and structure. Again, like we've talked to a couple of these heifers in this particular drive or this division, she does it. And what I like is her length of neck's good, her head attachment's good, her length of body matches that. Her length of hip, and she has a little extras in that regard. Her length of hip also balances up very, very nice. And then when you get off from the side and you study her from the top of her blade, the center of her back, out through her hip, how her tail head sits in her, everything's very symmetrical. And she does that with a female type look. Real good feet, real big feet, real good at the ground, gets out and handles herself with extreme comfort. That heifer wins this class, and she wins it rather handily. I'll not argue if you want to switch second through fourth, but this is the second most athletic one in the bunch. And again, she comes from a little different mold, a little more American mold. But when you just break these next three down, she's just as stout, she's just as big-bodied, she's just as wide-based, and she's better at the ground than the next two, and better in terms of her hip design than one of the next two. So to me, I couldn't criticize her too much for being a little more traditional in terms of that build because everything there lines up and hooks up correctly. If there hadn't been such a good one to win this class, she's more of a candidate to win this class of these next three. The heifer that comes in third, and she's third over fourth just because of athleticness. She's definitely more stable in the way that her hawk moves, definitely more stable in the way that she sets that foot to the ground. Now, aesthetically, there's some pieces not as nice. She's not as good hipped. She's not as bold-bodied as the heifers on either side of her, but there's enough shape. There's enough dimension, and I just like and prefer the way that she gets out and handles them rear legs and that hawk into the ground than the heifer that's here in fourth. On the standstill, this heifer's closer to being second or in contention with that class winner because of her mass. When she's on the standstill, she puts together a look that's very, very nice. Extra powerful, extra bold, extra dimensional. And to me, if honestly that heifer just moved better off her hip and hind leg structure, she plays in this division as well, just because of that. But we get this one out in motion, and she's just a little rigid in her hawk and rigid in the way she sets it to the ground. And to me, the only savings grace for this heifer right now is you've got her looking right, and you've got her pieces put together right. Exercise at home is the main thing that will allow that thing to continue to get better. Heifer that comes out next, the black one, soft structured, good moving, little plainer as we study her in her neck, and a yellow one there that puts together a nice look, but kind of like that black one there in fourth, just a little small in terms of her, just a little different in the way she handles that hind leg when she goes, and a touch small in her kind.
Well, over here in our Santa Gertrude side, as we kind of wrap up this first division in cattle, got a really great set of heifers out here. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give the kids a big round of applause. I appreciate that, folks. I'll tell you that I know it's really tough to put cattle together this caliber, and these young people are just doing a great job out here showcasing some of these females. We talked about that first class. I thought it was thought-provoking because this heifer, to me, was the best combination of just style and eye appeal up front with just a true width and dimension when we get behind the cattle. As we talked about, just to reiterate, she's probably just not the strongest in the way that she hooks up out of the backside of her shoulder blade here. A heifer that maybe we could see just a little looser in terms of her structure. I think she catches her step, but she's a little stiff in the way she plants out of her hock, and maybe we could give her a little bit more curvature built into her knee. From a fundamental standpoint, the heifer that wins the second class is awfully good. She's level-made, deep-sided, very fleshing, a lot of fleshing ability there. I think she really is it displays all the hallmarks why this breed is really sought after by the commercial industry, because she looks like a female that could really thrive in a forage-based environment. Now, as we get her compared to some of these other cattle out here, she maybe doesn't offer as much just opportunity for genetic progression because she's a little more modest in her bone work. She's not quite as extended or eccentric in terms of her look or power. But boy, that's a really solid replacement that I think is going to be an excellent cow. Young man's heifer that wins the third class here. She's the one that, you naturally gravitate to from the side because, boy, she can really strike a pose. Her neck comes out the top of her shoulder in that kind of alert fashion that we're after. She's big-boned, extremely progressive in terms of her stoutness. Got a really refined set of teats underneath her for being such an outlier, a population outlier in terms of the amount of power that she has. Now, with that, comes the territory of being just a little bit more up and down in terms of the angle to her shoulder. She's a little stiffer and got a little more swelling built into her hock there, so we could free her up just a little bit. But power and look on that one's awfully impressive. I think she'll really make a strong contribution to our breeding program. Then the heifer that wins the last class, she's just my kind. I think feet and legs on this heifer is the best in the lineup. She's got quite a bit more just set built into her shoulder and knee than the 3 cattle that stand in front of her. She uses her hock with flexibility and freedom. She plants it with conviction. I like how long she is out of her hip. For a heifer that's big-bodied and maternal in her image from the side, get behind the cattle. That one's still really square and wide in her pin set, and she lays her muscle over her framework in a long, smooth, feminine fashion that does not detract from the ladylike look that she has. I guess if I could make her even better, I think she's just a shade longer body than what she is longer in her neck. So I'd maybe make her just a little longer neck to proportion up perfect with the length that she's got there to her body. But that's being pretty critical of a heifer that I'm really high on. So we're going to use this young lady circling. She's going to be our champion. The gentleman out of Class 3 will be our reserve.
In our Santa Gertrudis show, your champion heifer calf comes from Arden Strait and Prosper FFA. Your reserve champion heifer calf comes from Eli Saunders from Burton FFA. Recapping some results from our ARB show, Class 3 was led by Cayman Allen from Huffman FFA, followed by Coit Clark, El Campo FFA. In third, Julia Farquhar from El Campo FFA, and Hayden Acker from Chapel Hill Tyler FFA. Class 4 in our ARB show was led by Jade Stone, Martin County 4-H. Hayden Engelke from Leon County 4-H, followed by Reed Stringer, Fannin County 4-H. Madeline Gitlitz from Waller County 4-H. Haley King, Floresville FFA, and Daniela Garcia from Sherryland FFA.
Here on the ARB side in this first division, and it's been challenging in some of these classes, just finding the one that you needed. And then there was 2 classes obviously in this division where the cards were dealt and it was pretty easy. This heifer, I'm glad I did what I did in that first class, because that was tough. That was 4 or 5 completely different molded type females, and when we get them back out here, she fits with what we ended up having to use in some of these other classes. And like I said, I loved her foot design. I loved the way she got out and handled her real low, down there low in her skeleton. You know, she's one of the younger heifers in this drive, and so she's not as just robust or as pulled apart in terms of her rib cage. She's maybe not quite as picked up there in her hip or as neat in her hip design as a couple of these others out here. But as we study her skeletal build and her balance, she fits with these, and I think that one's going to be a tremendous project for the young lady as she develops and matures, and depending on how things go for the next year, it's going to be a tremendous project for the young lady. This young man brings this heifer out of Class 2, and I mean, it was simple. Like, after that hard first class, it's satisfying just to get one that you can hang your hat on in that particular class, and she was simple to do that with. And it's, again, we talked about some pieces of balance and parts of her that were very, very good, and she's good in her feet and legs. She's very good in her angles. She's very correct in the way that she's built from a skeletal standpoint, and yet still has that right shape to her rib and enough sponge and just density and bloom to her muscle to know that that one's going to continue to grow, continue to stay high quality, continue to be good on down the road. And she does a lot of those things very, very well, and she won that class rather handily. The heifer in that third class was the big stout one, and she won that class fairly easily just off of power and yet flexibility. And when we get her out here, she's a little plainer than the heifers on either side of her, but still won just in terms of production, in terms of making a cow. That one does the nice things. Trim her up just a little bit in her chest floor and up through her neck compared to the ones on either side of her. And again, that's where she would be up here in the league to get a piece of this division. And then the heifer that wins that fourth class, and like the one in the second class, they wins that class rather handily. And again, it comes down to them two, and the two that I'm going to talk the best about. And again, we talked about balance. We talked about feet and legs and structural integrity, and that heifer handles it extremely well in that regard too. I love the set to her hawk, the functionality to her hawk, and the ability to go much like another one out here. You know, there's some differences in age, there's some differences in maturity, and so you gotta rely on yourself to decide what you want to do, which directions you want to go. And I do think there's some little things, and it's probably age, it's probably a little maturity. This one's maybe just a little neater in her transition from her shoulder into her rib, but it's probably because she's more advanced and has a few months more age on her. Now, a part of her that she's just maybe a shot more of, and maybe the reason why I end up doing what I do, is she does it with just a shot more body length. She does it with just a shot more length to her hip, and still has that same balance and presence of a show heifer. So two very high quality class winners, two other very, very nice class winners that represented them classes very well. Young man out of the fourth class will be my champion. Young man out of the second class will be my reserve. Close pair, very similar type of females.
Well, we got a nice class here of heifers, and female that starts off is one that got a tremendous amount of body. I'd certainly characterize the top pair both as really deep and easy keeping. I read just a little bit more stoutness, feature, and bone in the heifer that wins this particular lineup. I think that helps her balance up just a little bit better here from the side. Both these heifers probably got a little extra condition, but she probably is able to kind of conceal it a little bit better because she's stouter at the ground. It doesn't make her fall out of balance, maybe quite like the heifer that ends up in second. Now, we could level her out of her hip, and then for having a little bit more on her, I would like to provide her with a little bit more genuine width when we get behind the cattle, but she's a nice place to start. From the profile, the one in second probably gives our winner all that she wants. Her neck sends pretty high out of her shoulder. She's not the longest fronted, but I still like the angle that it shoots out of her blade. I think she's long and level out of her hip. Got a functional set blitz into her hock there. Probably, arguably, got a little bit more width when we get behind the cattle. She's starting to fill up there in her chest. We'd like to tone her back condition-wise. I'd like to see her a little more durable in her foot shape. She's getting a little longer in her toes, got a lot of spread in between her toes. We want toe spread, but we don't want them excessive. Then it's easier to get rocks into the webbing of their feet there, and we start either getting some foot rot or some injuries. So we'd maybe like to make her just a little bit more correct in terms of her foot shape and spread. The heifer then is up here in the three-hole, really puts herself together with a tremendous amount of balance from the side. I like how parallel in her line she is. I think she's honestly more honest in her condition, the heifer that stands in front of her. She's not blessed with as much just depth of body, but I think she's got more spring to her rib. I just wish she was dealt more true width from behind. I think she's got a tendency to kind of maybe pair up just a little narrow at her hock. Cool pieces in the one that comes in fourth. The stoutness of bone and length of neck is certainly commendable. I just wish she pieced herself together a little better in her top line. I think she gets a little off right behind her shoulder, maybe a little low in her pin set, but boy, that's a loose-made, sound one that certainly got some stuff that I really like. A young lady's heifer that follows her, one that's got a great outline, maybe a little bit more stature and frame size, but still accommodated with the extra body to match it, like the refinement in her teat structure. I just like to see her a little sounder. She gets a little stiff out of her hind leg. I think the biggest issue is her angles read okay. She's just a little extra condition on her. I think if we tone her back, maybe took 50 pounds off of her, she'd probably move good enough to move up in this class in a hurry. Heifer that follows her is another one that's has got some length of body and is pretty stout and featured to her jawline. I like that about her. A little bit more modest in terms of depth of body and starting to get a little extra fat established down there in her udder. Heifer that follows her, another one that takes a long athletic step here. Certainly appreciate the range of motion that she represents. Female that's a little bit harsher in her ribbon flank, maybe could use more power. Get behind the heifer that ends up closing this particular class. You have to like the amount of bone work that she has. She's one that maybe gets a little off and from a balance standpoint, a little plainer up to her head and neck, a female that's a little lower in her pin set.
Thank you for that class breakdown, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 7 in our Santa Gertrudis show, led by Eli Saunders from Burton FFA, followed by Madison Douglas, Celeste FFA, Madison Moran, Washington County 4-H, Allie Johnston from Victoria County 4-H, in fifth, Lauren Hanna from Decatur FFA, followed by Denton Rossler from Cook County 4-H, Jasmine Martinez from Pasadena FFA, and Camila Medina from Manville FFA.
We got a nice class of heifers over here in our Santa Gertrudis show. Female that leads off to me is the one I deem to be the most complete. I think she's the most ladylike in the way that her shoulder lays on and is assembled and built into her forerib. I still think that heifer is one that's got some flex built into her hind leg. I like the fact that she's pretty balanced and composed as we start her from the side. Now, she's another one that maybe we'd like to tone back condition-wise. I know that it's tough when you get these cattle that are this practical. It's part of the reason that we like them this way, because they're easy doing cows, but sometimes that can make it a little tough to manage in a show barn. Some of that feed can maybe get to the point where you start to take away from some of their freshness, and we probably could tone this heifer back just a shade, but still very complimentary of the kind of practicality that she represents. A little different sides as the spectrum here in 2 and 3. I landed on the heifer that's more performance-oriented, and I think that she accomplishes the higher weight per day of age, compliments of the fact that she's just stouter boned and more dimensional when we get behind the cattle. Now, she's a little looser in her skin and hide. I'd like to trim her up a little bit there in her navel, a little worried if she has a bull calf. Don't want them to be, quite that coarse sheath in terms of carrying a little closer to the ground. And a female that we could probably just give more strength as we build her in her top line. Heifer that comes in the 3-hole is more moderate. I think she's actually just a little sleeker in terms of the shape to the top of her neck, and she does have more strength built in, skeletal strength in her top line. I like that about her. She's got a bad habit of kind of getting a little stiff the way she plants out of her hock and pasture. I like to see her just a little more flexible there. The young man's big heifer that follows her, one that's got a tremendous amount of bone underneath her. Certainly like the fact that heifer is one that's pretty uniform in terms of her depth. Just like to see her a little bit more agile when the cattle are on the lead. She plants her hock a little straighter. Consequently, she's shorter stepping off either end. Then we conclude the class, the female that's more moderate in her frame. I actually really appreciate the arc and the curvature that's built into that female's rib cage, but we maybe could provide her with more depth. Maybe exchange some of that rib shape for more depth of the body from a functionality standpoint, but a good classic cattle.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 13. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 13. Second call, ARB, Class 10. Second call, ARB, Class 10.
Several nice heifers in this class, and to me this one kind of just rolls to the top, and she's just the combination one in terms of just build and skeletal build and extra body and shape and the way that she's designed just in terms of turn of rib, length of hip and hind leg set, and then you just get them in motion, and that thing probably handles it with the most comfort and the most flexibility. Ever so slight, she's got a little more shoulder, she's a skosh lower in her front end, but she's also at that age where they're kind of in between a growth spurt, trying to get bred, trying to do this, doing the right stuff from a cow standpoint. So we could tidy some of them areas up ever so slightly, but general build is just tremendous in this female, and I think to me just that added volume and athleticness is what reaches her to the top. The heifer here in second, and I think just in terms of quality, is very, very nice. And she gives up just a little belly to some of these here and behind her, and definitely the one that wins the class, just in terms of that lower sweep to her rib cage. But when you study this one's angles and you study her feet and design and you study that one out in motion, she's flat and good in her bone work. She's just green. She's just skinny yet. And time will tell how that shape down low with a calf in her, what it does, what it changes. But what I really like is the way that she balances in her top line. Her hip's good, and the way she's set up in her hip is good. And when you ask that one to go, typically ones that are a little stouter and a little drier in their belly like that want to roll their top up or do something weird with their legs, and she's actually pretty stable when you ask her to go. That's why she's second here today. Now, I think if this baldy heifer was having a real good day, and it's hard to tell because I think the fill today is hurting her. It's hurting her top line when you get her in motion. And part of that, in terms of her hind leg, might be because she's not as big boned, but might be also because she's full. When cattle are full, they don't handle their hip right. They don't handle their hind leg with as much authority as they should. I think she's flexible in her structure, and I think the longer that she's up and the lower that belly fill comes down, I think it would help everything that you'd want to change about this one. And that's how she sits in the center of her back. That's how she's handling her hip and hind leg when you ask her to go. She's walking outside of her wall just a little. And if we could just stable that area up, I would not argue. And I think if she was having her day, she might be second, and today she's just not as stable in her top line or stable in that hind leg. Either it's part of her or it's part of the extra fill. This heifer's really nice too, and to me, she's as much as a contention to go in second as she is fourth, and there's just some differences here that you can sort on. And again, balance is good, top line's good, top line's strong, feet and legs down low are good. She's a little uncoordinated. Her ducks her pins just a little when you ask her to go, and maybe rolls that jump muscle up or the center of her back up a little when you ask her to go. That's part of her. You get a calf in her, you do the right things from a cow standpoint, that'll probably center, and that'll be a competitive female. As we study that one versus the two in front of her, maybe not quite as laid back in the angle to her shoulder. Good moderate yellow one coming out next, just skinny and green, plenty of shape, plenty of dimension, nice at the ground, just one of the greener ones in the class, and still a really nice functional one that leads off or leads out the class in terms of one that's still good in her rib cage, still uniform in her body depth, maybe not as powerful as the heifer there right in front of her, or not as stable in terms of her hind leg set, but still functional and good in terms of her own right. So that's 5 or 6 heifers in that class that are going to make tremendous cows for these young men and women. So let's give them kids a round of applause. Heck of a class winner.
Senator Judas, class 10. Radiant Hate is making your way to the arena. Again, Senator Judas, class 10. Radiant Hate is making your way to the arena. Second call, Senator Judas, class 13. Second call, Senator Judas, class 13. First call, ARB class 13. First call, ARB class 13.
We got a nice class of cattle over here. I think the female that leads off does so just on account of her balance. I made the call from the side. That's where she's one. The reed's a little fresher and the feature to the top side of her neck. I like the fact that she's more nearly level from hooks to pins, and she plants a hind leg that's a little bit more attractive from the side. And as she tracks away, she does so with more clearance at her hock and more stability at the ground. She's a female that's starting to fill up and be a little bit more pronounced in her forward chest if we could make her perfect, but I still really like how refined and square she is in her teeth design. It's pretty close for me after that. I think that there's some different things you could do. I landed on the female that's ahead of the game reproductively, already starting to bag down and start to show the fact that she's a little closer to calving. I like this heifer in terms of the depth of body and the easy fleshing look that she portrays here from the profile. I think both of those attributes certainly leave me optimistic of how she'll thrive in production. On the end of a halter, she maybe doesn't look quite as attractive up front. She's a little plainer, maybe just a little rounder out of her hip. Like the heifer in front of her, certainly like to tone her back in terms of condition. Heifer that comes in 3 has got some really cool pieces. Boy, she's long and extended up through her front end. I like how sharp and neat she is here in her chest line, her chest and her throat latch there. I think that heifer is extremely long-sided, young lady. I like the heifer's amount of bone that she's got there. She's just not quite as big-bodied as those cattle that stand in front of her there. If we gave her a little bit more depth, would certainly move her up in this class. Young man's heifer that comes next, buddy, I like your heifer quite a bit just in terms of the bone and the rugged feature that she has. Certainly think she's moderate in her frame size. I think that heifer is going to be one that does the right things in production. She's got a little bit more shoulder onto her there, and I'm a little worried that if her calves inherit that could be a problem at calving time for her, but certainly like the power she represents. And we conclude the class with a big extended female that's a little sharper in terms of the way she's put together in her lines. She's maybe a little bit more streamlined as we look at her belly. I'd certainly like to see her deeper sided, maybe like to see her release her hock with more flex.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. Class 8 in our Santa Gertrude show was led by Pat Higgins from Bell County 4-H, followed by Ethan Black, Grimes County 4-H, then Dakota Castaneda from Foster FFA, Dalton Johnson from Victoria County 4-H, and Kenneth Mount from Manville FFA. Class 9 in our Santa Gertrude show was led by Micah Mikulajek from Pasadena FFA, Helen Mount from Manville FFA, followed by Kayla Goff, Brazoswood FFA, Beaumont Cruz from Scurry Rosser FFA, and Madison Moran from Washington County 4-H.
kind of an interesting class, and I wouldn't say there's just that one that you just got to hang your hat on and say she has to win. But when you just start breaking them down in terms of her pieces and the way that she's put together skeletally, she needs to win. She's not the deepest in her center body, and it's probably because she's a shot big and she's a shot long body that she just don't balance up perfect in her center body. When you get her up on a hill or you get her next to two that are a shot smaller than her, when you just analyze her quality, her neatness ahead, and the way it angles down into her shoulder and that connection there, she's the truest when we ask her to get out and go in terms of structure and length of stride and the way that she handles her feet and stuff on the go. And still one that from a 3/4 angle has the right shape to her rib, just not the deepest bodied one here today. Get that one bred. Let a calf kind of go to work on that depth of body thing, because I think she's the highest quality. I think she's the best structured in this class. The heifer and second's built from the same mold in terms of size and shape and look. And again, one that's probably a little deeper in her body shape and a little neater in terms of the lower rib shape. When we ask that one to go ever so slightly, she just gets a little robotic in the way she handles herself from hock to ground. I deem her functional, but I think she just needs to be a little looser built to get around the heifer that wins the class. Heifer here in third's moderate, and I think one in terms of body shape and shape down her top's very, very nice. And again, there's pieces of this one that you really, really like just from a cow standpoint, from efficiency standpoint. But then when you get to analyze her, you get her out on motion, she wants to kind of duck under her pins and get up underneath herself a little, not stay near as stable as one right there in front of her that still has some issues there. And she just gives up the extra look and the extra pizzazz of them two right there above her. Fourth and fifth, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to change it. I like this one a little bit better in terms of foot size. I like her flatness of bone. Really, in all honesty, if you could just connect this one in terms of her top line, her hip, her tail head, I think it would balance her out a ton, and you wouldn't probably focus on her belly shape or lower belly shape as much because it just draws your eyes to that area, makes it seem just a shot narrow from the side. Again, time will tell how that one progresses and gets on down the road. Heifer that comes out next, kind of like the heifer in third, maybe carrying a little extra condition, but one still that balances up nicely. Angles are nice, just in terms of strength of top line and boldness of rib. When we study this one, she's a little shorter neck than the heifers there right there in front of her, a little longer in her dew claws, a little longer in her toes as we study her, but not major. A heifer that comes out next, big, long, stout, high performance one, just needs more pulled down just in terms of her rib cage. Then a pair of these heifer here towards the end, one's a little more moderate and just a little more compact, and the one that rounds out the class is probably a shot more angular and feminine about her head and neck, but not near as powerful as we study her. So nice class, interesting top 2 or 3 heifers on how you sort them. I land on the one that wins that class, and I'd probably do it every day of the week.
We got a nice classic cattle over here. I find a pair that are a little bit more moderate in their frame and certainly accommodated with more body. Of that pair, there's one that's been dealt more just authentic with, and that's the heifer that wins this particular class. She starts bolder at the base of her forerib, and perhaps that's why she flows seamlessly from her shoulder into her cage. I still like the fact that she's got more dimension we get behind the cattle, and the big advantage she's got over the heifers that stand in 2 and 3 is she's freer fluid at the base of her hock, and I think she's a little fresher in terms of the way that she's put together. Now, we could make her stronger directly behind her shoulder and level her up a little bit from hooks to pins. I think that's a good place to start. Heifer comes in second. When she stopped and parked, she can give you a great look. I think a big part of it is this young lady is just a heck of a showman. You do a great job of really showcasing just how neat this heifer is at the top of her neck and getting her top put together. Kind of like some of the other ones we've seen. I just like to tone her back a little bit condition-wise. She's a little off in terms of her teats at the structure there. Maybe her rear quarters are a little deeper than her front ones there. And maybe we could give her just a little bit less swelling there in her hock. But I like the body, like the look, and still think that heifer balances up pretty nice standing still. Heifer in third was a tough one for me because I definitely entertained starting her. Without question, she's the biggest bone. I think she's got quite a bit more curvature built into her knee than some of these other heifers out here. She's a good-looking, long, level-hipped heifer, a lot of bone work underneath her there. I just couldn't convince myself that, she was a little worried about just the frame size that heifer has. I think she's a little coarser at the point of her shoulder and at her hock in terms of her joint there, but wouldn't argue if you like to move that heifer up. She's just a little big for my taste. Heifer that closed this particular class, a female that is more moderate in her frame, got a good functional set built into her hock. Teats are maybe just a little long, but still pretty square in terms of their design. I'd like to give her more body. Certainly gives up some mass to some of these other cattle.
Single entry here on the ARB side, and one that's nice. I told the young lady her skeleton and her structure and her feet and legs are really, really good when you get her in motion. And you study her head shape, you study how she ties her neck into her shoulder. You deem her just a little coarse, and typically coarse ones like that are a little coarse in the way they're handled in their tail head, a little coarse in their joints, and she's really not. That thing in terms of flexibility and movement is really good. She's square and neat in terms of her hip. Her problems lie is, if you could just balance her belly into her chest floor, or balance that relationship from the top of her back down to her flank like it is up through the front end of her skeleton, and just give her a touch more mass, I think it would help her just balance them pieces out, and you wouldn't focus on her head as much. But in terms of flexibility and structure and build and base width, that heifer does that spot on. She just does it with a little plainer, a little coarser look.
Thank you, gentlemen. You just heard Mr. Stewart's breakdown of the single entry in Class 9 exhibited by Allie Johnston from Victoria County 4-H. Class 10 in our Santa Gertrudis show was led by Rihanna Villanueva from Brazoria County 4-H. Then Madison Douglas Celeste FFA. K.O. Cornelius from Shelby County 4-H. And Kinsey Jones from Spring Branch FFA. Class 8 in our ARB show was led by Clinton Brown, Columbia FFA, followed by Katie Hall from Angleton FFA, Colton King, Floresville FFA, then Elena Alvers from Brazoswood FFA, Jenna Jennings from Brazoria County 4-H, Christian Cavazos from Spring Branch FFA, Olivia Adams from Alvin FFA, and Lillian Schneider from Normandy FFA.
Very contrasting and type pair here, and I think an easy class winner just in terms of quality. I think she's a little higher quality about her head and neck, one that's just a little higher quality in terms of her rib shape and her dimension when you study her from a 3/4 angle. You can see she's pretty far along in calf from udder development. That's a plus too, and I think that does help her in terms of body shape, because she's not just the deepest bodied one in the world, but her shape's real good. If we could change that one though, more so than just her center body depth, I think we could just loosen her up ever so slightly off of that hind leg. She doesn't want to just plant them most comfortably all the time in them pasterns as we go. Not major, but every once in a while you can see she'll do stuff that you don't want them to do, but might be because she's so far along in calf. Now the heifer here in second is better in that regard, better in terms of her rear foot and the way that she handles that hind leg on the go, but you'd expect her to. She's more moderate, she's not as big and as burly, so you'd expect her structure to at least be better in that regard. Her angles are good, and I think her functionality down low are good. Just a little plainer as we study her about her head and neck, and not as shapely as the heifer that wins the class.
Well, as we wrap up this second division here at Santa Gertrudis, let's give these kids a big round of applause. It's been a good division of cattle out here as we reiterate and talk about our class winners again. The heifer that wins the first class, young man, he's just buddy, you're a great showman. I'll tell you that. You're really good at what you do here. You get these cattle just cocked off from the side, so my congratulations to you, because you're a heck of a stick. I like just how stout and intense this heifer's bone work is, in combination with being really refined in her teats. Generally, we make them stout at the ground. We make them a little coarser there in their teat structure, and that's a cool combination this heifer has. I also like the fact this female, when she stopped in Park 4, she's got a great balanced look and image here from the side. Now, if I could change her, I'd clean her up just a little bit in her joint work. We talked about many of these cattle that'll push the envelope and are kind of on the edge in terms of stoutness. Sometimes a little extra fluid comes with that territory, but we'd like to see her just a little better in that regard. And for as stout as she is at the ground, I wish she followed suit maybe just in terms of her pin set. Heifer that ends up winning the second class, moderate, big-bodied, easy keeping, the kind that never go out of style in production. This female, I'll bet, will look even better when she's melted down in production. That's where you probably really can appreciate the functionality and that easy keeping look. I think that heifer's got her best days ahead of her kicked out on grass. Now, as a show heifer, she's a little bit more generic up front. She's probably just not as eccentric in terms of width when we get behind the cattle. Like a lot of the things about the heifer that wins a third class, I think just from a balance perspective, that heifer's the nicest. And the young lady does a good job showing her, but she doesn't require to be set up perfect to really have the nicest hip and hind leg design. She's a heifer to me that's naturally very strong in her top line, composed with just a lot of a skeletal integrity. I like how secure she's built in her hock, and I think she plants a little bit more conviction than some of these cattle that stand on either side of her. We talked about her maybe protruding forward just a little bit in her chest. It's a little bit more pronounced relative to maybe where her flank is. But the nice thing about this heifer is a good balance as she is. She's awfully dimensional when we get behind the cattle. Kind of deceptive to see one that smooth and good looking that's still got quite a bit of power, the type of power that certainly suggests she's got an excellent shot to generate. Then the heifer that wins the last class, I thought it was a tough class for me. The top trio was really tough. But for me, this one was just the one that was built problem-free in her structure. She was more freer fluid in her hock. She got out and reached with more reach and range of motion there. I like the fact that she reads moderate in her frame size and got some width to her. I wish she pieced herself together a little better in her top line. The longer she stands, she'll want to open up in her shoulder, and she gets a little lackadaisical in her top and her spine there, but an awful nice heifer there that certainly got the makings to be a great cow. So good decision division for me. This young lady right in front of me is going to be your champion. We're going to follow Class 1 for reserve.
Final call, Senator Trudeau, class 14. Final call, Senator Trudeau, class 14. First call, Senator Trudeau, class 15. First call, Senator Trudeau, class 15. Final call, ARB, class 14. Final call, ARB, class 14. First call, ARB, class 15. First call, ARB, class 15.
Another really nice division, but and I'm not going to go through and talk all these in this particular division just because I think there's one that just handles it, and she handles it relatively easily, and that's a young man out of the first class. She'll be your champion. As you pull in the second to this class, and there's definitely some arguments to be made with some of these older heifers and some things you could do from a balance or from an extra body or a little extra power standpoint. But the one that does definitely follow that class winner and division winner the most, young lady that wins or was second in the first class, she'll be a reserve. Yes. Interesting. What is she?
In our ARB show, your grand champion junior heifer comes from Garrett Sanders from Lynn County 4-H. The reserve grand champion junior heifer comes from Brindley Allison, McLennan County 4-H. In our Santa Gertrudis show, your grand champion junior heifer was exhibited by Micah Mikadlojek from Pasadena FFA. Your reserve grand champion junior heifer comes from Eli Sanders, Burton FFA.
We got a nice trio of cattle out here. The female that's proven herself with a calf is the one I elected to lead off with. That's a really big-bodied replacement female here. It's got maybe suspension to her udder we could change to make just a little tighter, but that heifer is still one that looks like she's doing a good job lactating. The proof's in the pudding. That's a good bull calf on her side. I like the look of that dude. I think he's pretty square-hipped. He looks like he's going to have a bright future in front of him. I think this really bodes well for this female's generating potential, that she's able to create a first calf that looks that good. Usually we go back with some Cavanese genetics on these first calf heifers, and but that's a pretty stout bull calf there. I think it's going to be awfully nice. The cow herself, maybe we could make just a little stronger in her top. We could probably tone her back just a little bit in terms of her condition. A female that comes up in second is one that I really admire, just the flexibility that female has. Loose made, long striding, a lot of foot size and dimension there as we get to the surface. From a reproductive standpoint, I'd like to see her further along in calf. And I think from a balance perspective, we also could see her flow back a little bit more seamless from her chest into her heart. She kind of sinks out a little bit up front, and that compromises her balance. She too's got maybe just a dab of shoulder. Heifer, the closest this particular class is maybe actually a little longer up through her front end. I like the fact that she's more honest in her condition, particularly over her rib cage. She reads a little bit more authentic in that regard. I don't think she's quite as stout in her bone work as an individual. Another female, maybe we could level up just a little bit in her top line.
Young lady. Nice pair of females, and different in their type and kind, but genuinely speaking, both good structured, both very functional in their build, both going to have awesome little udders when the day comes as you study their teat size and spacing. There's just some differences, and obviously there's more to the younger heifer, there's more to the gray heifer, but that's not it. I think just the way that she ties her head together, her head shape, the way it ties into her shoulder, that balance of top line and extra length that she has is definitely admiring, and not overwhelming just in terms of center rib width or center rib depth, but her shape in terms of her rib cage is good and well. You could maybe balance that just a little more, but when you start shoving a calf in her and they start peeling a little fat away from areas, they'll peel it away from their forerib and peel it away from behind their shoulders before they ever will their chest floor or areas you really want them to, and that's where she's at probably in terms of her production. I love her hip, I love her hind leg, I like the way she gets out and moves, and just her added quality to me is what places the pair. That's nothing to take against this one because I like her moderate size. Again, structures to the max, both very, very good structured females, and again, she don't tie together. She's not built to be as pretty headed or as pretty necked as that one, probably not bred to be as pretty headed or as pretty necked as that one. If you study this one as a female, she's female about her head, she's female and thin about her neck. It just don't tie together quite as neatly with as much length or as much just neatness of quality because of the reason they're bred or the way that they're bred. So still, you study this one because of her moderation. I think she does. She reads a little truer in her rib shape down low and right in behind her shoulder. Maybe connects there just a little bit neater and more uniformed like there in her center body because she's just a little more compact. But that's a really nice pair of heifers, just two different and two totally different styles.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 13 in our ARB show, led by Brooke Dicey, Belleville FFA, and Chloe McLeod from Alvin FFA. A couple of general announcements for the barn. Whichever side of the arena finishes last, we will begin calling for the breed champions 10 minutes afterwards. So all breed champions need to be ready for whichever side, east or west, show finishes last. Also tonight, the only two heifers that will stay in this barn are the American Division Reserve and Grand Champions. Every other animal must be moved out of this barn by 8 p.m. or an hour after the show concludes, whichever is later. The only 2 heifers that will stay in the barn are the Grand and Reserve American Division heifers.
Well, good class of cattle here. I'm a big fan of the pair that leads off here. The cow is, for one, a first calf heifer that's in working clothes. It's pretty impressive, just the body that she's maintained and sustained after calving. I think she's one that's built right in her structure. I think we maybe could refine her a little bit in her teats, but the uniformity of her udder is awfully good. And then, boy, she's one that I think's got a very striking little heifer calf on her side. This female looks like she's got a very bright, promising future in front of her here. I like that our showman is doing a good job. Almost showing her like a sheep. Got her pretty broke there as well, so we like to see that. That's a good pair of females there to win this particular class. There's a lot of power and stoutness in the heifer that ends up in second. She's one that's just more progressive in terms of the stoutness of her bone work there. I think she's a population outlier within this registration base, just in terms of dimension and stoutness as well. With that, she's maybe getting to be a little bit wide in the way she plants her front feet. As a consequence, her shoulder will start to open up and separate away from her body cavity. I just wish she had a calf on her side. I think if we did that, we probably could use her to win. Reproductively, it's just hard to justify beating a nice pair. Female that ends up in the 3-hole here, one that I think is certainly another sound, functional type of replacement, doing a good job with the calf on her side. She's maybe one that's a little more lackadaisical in the way she hooks her spine out of the backside of her shoulder there, a little low in her pin set. I like the outline of the cow that stands next in the 4-hole, I guess. Young man's female is really sharp and extended up through her front end. From the side, she's hard to miss. Boy, she's really level, a good structured female as well. As we've taken that calf out of her, it looks like we've maybe exposed the fact that she's a little flatter in her forerib, maybe doesn't blend quite as seamless in terms of her transition up front, but like the outline that cow has, I think if she's mated correctly, she might have the biggest impact in terms of her breeding program, because she's the one that's the most unique from the profile. Then we conclude this particular class with another cow-calf pair here. First calf heifer that's a sound structured, got some foot size and some range of motion. She's one that we could piece together a little nicer in terms of her top line, maybe see her more uniform in terms of her udder, suspension's a little off in terms of her front quarters.
Thank you, Dr. DeClerc. That was Class 14 in our Santa Gertrudis show, led by Lauren Henna, Decatur FFA. Followed by Savannah Rossler, Cook County 4-H. Mackenzie Roy, Hooks FFA. Ryan Hatchell, Mount Enterprise FFA. Calvin Wunderlich, from Washington County 4-H, and then Ryan Hatchell, Mount Enterprise FFA.
Almost impossible pair to sort, just because they're different. They're totally different. They're at different stages in terms of where they're at in terms of production and development. And I'm not going to be the guy that just uses the January or February pair because she calved already. And I'm not going to be the guy that beats one that hasn't calved yet just because she was a little slow to get bred. But I think I genuinely like the cow. I think in terms of moderation of size, female look, extra freshness as we study her in terms of her head and neck. Obviously, she's raising a calf and peeled down. It had been interesting to see what that cow looked like 2, 3, maybe 4 months ago, heavy in calf, but not with calf at side, to see how balanced and how nice she was, because I'm sure she was bolder in her rib. I'm sure she was a little, I guess probably a little stouter in terms of her build. She's raising a really nice calf. The calf's not very old, a few weeks old, awesome udder. That's just an answer that she's doing the right things, and I like her quality. I like her quality of head and neck. I like her balance. I like her skeletal build in that regard too. Now, there's no doubt ruggedness, power, balance, and things like that I enjoy about this female too. And I think from a powerhouse or from a donor standpoint someday to raise some stuff, this cow could probably do that. She's just a little behind that one at this stage. When we study this one, and it doesn't bother me that she's just a little later bred. Some people just don't calve that early, some do. Yeah, and that happens. Sometimes that'll happen. And so she, to me, when we get her out in motion, as stout and as bold and as heavy as she is occasionally, don't necessarily just set that foot down 100% assured. She'll kind of just want to give just a little bit at the ground. And to me, if she was just a little leaner in her condition, and just a little fresher in her condition at her age right now, I know that's a big stout cow that's probably been hard to manage from because she's probably so efficient. That's and that's difficult, and it's hard on me. But I think that's a very, very nice pair. Two totally different types of females. I just like the freshness, the condition, the balance, maybe in terms of look of the class winner. Heifer here in third. Again, you can tell she's far along in calf. She too's carrying a little extra condition. It probably helps her. It makes her look just a little bit stouter and a little bit bigger as you study her up high. But to me, she just gives up a little extra power and a little extra look to them two above her. And the cow that rounds out the class, and again, nice little udder on her, raising a nice calf. Again, you study that one, just a little behind. I wish she was just a little bit stouter. I wish she was just a little bolder in terms of her rib cage to place her any higher. Be interesting to see what the red one does after she calves at this point. So you could call that a pair, but definitely a top pair that's worth discussing. And I wouldn't argue if you switch that pair, because I could have done it myself here a couple times in my head. So very, very nice class.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 14 in our ARB show, led by Kinley Compton, Waller FFA, followed by Brooke Winjura from Columbus FFA, Trent Bogner from Earth County 4-H, and Wyatt Nugent from Brazos Wood FFA.
Well, we got a nice class here, a big cow-calf pair. So we got some first calf heifers that are getting the job done here. I think a really impressive female that leads off at this particular class. That's a first calf heifer is one that's a really impressive in terms of just the shape and the turn to her rib cage. She projects an image from the side that's maternal yet attractive. I like the length of body that she has and still being equipped with plenty of depth to balance up from a symmetrical standpoint there. And then she's got some dimension we get behind the cattle. I thought that was probably the biggest advantage she had, is she just had a little bit more to her. Now, I'd like to upgrade her a little bit in her udder. I think she's one we could square up and make just a little bit more uniform, and the dispense and the suspense to her ligaments there, but I think a nice one to get started with in this particular class. Heifer, the pair that comes in second, they make a strong case to start. This is a really nice heifer calf on her side. Again, for a first calf heifer, she's doing a whale of a job, because that's a big heifer there that's got some depth and very sharp up through her front end. I would say the heifer calf, or the heifer calf, is actually a little longer and sharper up through her front end than what her mother is. So, my compliments to you, buddy, here for doing a nice job of getting her mated right the first time. And this cow actually has my favorite udder in the group. I think her suspension's better than the female that's in third, and I think she's actually more refined in her teats than the class winner. Maybe just like to see that heifer as a cow, just a little bit bigger bodied, a little deeper sided, but boy, she's a nice one to go ahead and stand in second. Pretty impressive that we got the third place here, a female that's got twins on her side there. It's amazing is that she's still in pretty good shape to be in this kind of rig, and to have two calves on her side. The first calf heifer's awfully impressive. The female's very sound as an individual. I would like to see her maybe just a little shorter toed, and then the suspension to her udder. I know she's got to milk pretty hard to take care of these two guys here, but the suspension to her udder to still be hanging down there below her hocks is a little bit worrisome long term, but definitely like the fact that she's obviously taking care of those two calves very nicely. The pair that comes next, a really sound structured, big bone, long strided female. Another one we could probably square up a little bit in her udder. Got a nice calf on her side, could piece her together a little better in her top line. Big-bodied, easy keeping kind of cow that stands next. Like the functionality that she has. She's one that's carrying a little extra condition on her. Probably like to see her melted down on grass, and then I think we'd probably like her even better. Out here she's a little shorter teated from behind. A female that we could see a little leveler. Kind of the more moderate cow-calf pair that comes next. I certainly like the fact that she looks like she'll hold up in a limited forage situation. She's a little longer teated and giving up some mass than the female that close to this particular class. Obviously isn't near as far along in gestation. Doesn't look like she's showing as much calf. I'd like to exchange maybe some of that extra condition that she's got through her chest and get a calf on her side as an individual.
Again, a nice class of them, and one that's for me is easy to start with. And it's not just because she's furthest along in terms of production, but I like her. I like her size. I like her look. I like her balance. When we study this cow, got a nice little udder on her developing, raising a nice little calf. It's young, too young to tell what it'll become, but at this point, it's nice. I think in terms of look and ear set and high quality look, she's raising a pretty nice black calf. But again, that's just a nice cow, right size in terms of on down the road to make a good cow and to breed back in good shape, and just does a lot of the right things. Of course, she gives up just a little bit of expansiveness of rib and a little extra the dimension that the heifer here in second has, but it's because she's nursing a calf. She has something drawing down on her, and nothing taken against it, because I think both these females, we can study their udder development. We can study them there. They're bred. They're just not bred as far along. This heifer here in second's just bolder. I think she's obviously bolder than the one that wins the class. She's a little stouter than the heifers on either side of her in terms of just rib shape and rib design, and yet still you study her angles, you study her skeleton. She's good on her front end. She's good in her feet. She gets out and travels extremely well. She just gives up the extra look, the extra neatness, and obviously a shot slower in her production cycle here than the heifer that wins the class. And the heifer here in third, and again, moderate in her build, loose in her structure, loose in her design, maybe almost a little too set back in her hock, but you can breed that out of them, no problem. I mean, I don't think it's anything that causes stability issues, but when we relate her to the heifer there in front of her, just not as bold or as deep or as neat there in her fore rib, in the center portions of her rib as the heifer that beats her. But still one, I think once you study past her head and her skurs that she has, still has some quality and some functionality of structure and a right size to make a nice cow on down the road just a little later in her production cycle as well.
you, Mr. Stewart. That was Class 15 in our ARB show, led by Laney Matchett, Van Vleck, FFA. Followed by Kason Ramirez from Kaufman County 4-H. And Peyton Bradley, Edna, FFA. In our Santa Gertrudis show, Class 15 was led by Braden Griffin from Alvin, FFA. Followed by Chesney Robinson, Ector, FFA. Chloe Kutak, Schulenberg, FFA. Trip Nichols from Blooming Grove, FFA. Kylie Kazaya from Foster, FFA. Camila Medina from Manville, FFA. And Delissa Acker from Chapel Hill Tyler, FFA.
Great lineup of cattle out here in our Santa Gertrudis show. Folks, let's put our hands together and congratulate these kids. I think it's really tough to manage these females when they start to get that calf on them. They start lactating. Boy, they'll really get into those negative energy balances. They can lose weight. It takes a lot of feed to sustain these cattle and to make them look as fresh and bloomy as they are. And it's a good lesson for these young people. The one thing that I like about showing cow-calf pairs is that in order to probably win this division, it's a lot more advantageous to have a calf on her side. Well, guess what? In the real world, reproduction's the number one thing. You can't get paid if your cow doesn't have a calf. So it's a great thing to teach those students. And another thing is to keep in mind is as you start feeding these things, how much more you got to feed them when they got a calf on them. It's a good life lessons for these young people to realize the type of stress that it takes on a cow and the toll that it has that it can pull back on them in terms of once they got that calf on their side, and how challenging it really is to get these first calf heifers to breed when they're losing weight after that first lactation here. So good lesson for these young people. There's a pair out here that I like awfully well. I think they're fresh. I think they're honest. I think that there's a lot of power in the cow. It's going to be the young lady out of the third class. She's going to be our champion. I think it's pretty close for reserve, but I'm going to go ahead and use class number 2 for reserve. Congratulations.
In our Santa Gertrudis show, Your champion senior division heifer comes from Braden Griffin from Alvin FFA. Your reserve champion senior division heifer comes from Lauren Henna, Decanter FFA.
Another tough division, and there's some differences here in these three females. And obviously, we got two cow-calf pairs here that are first calf heifer pairs that have entered that in terms of their age, have entered that part of their life where they become cows or will become cows, and are doing a really nice job of raising their calves. And then you have an April heifer who's, you know, as you study this one and you study her udder tone and you study her go away from you, you can tell that she's bred. I mean, she's got them creases in behind her hind legs there into her udder. And I do think that one's balanced up really, really nice. So I don't expect an April to have a calf right now. You know, she needs to have one here in the next 30 to 50 days, obviously, or 30 to 60 days. And she looks like one that could still continue to do that when we analyze her. Real fresh, real good looking, has maybe just a shot more dimension than the pairs, but I would expect her to because she don't have nothing nursing on her. But still one that balances up very nicely from a look and an eye appeal and just a levelness and quality of balance look to her, and still gets out and handles herself well. Obviously the black cow, we talked about that one in class. There was a big rugged one that wasn't as far along in that particular class, and she's got a nice little red heifer calf on her side, only a few weeks old, very nice udder, developing very nice, maybe not as trim or as neat necked or as headed as the two heifers on either side of her, but that's just part of her. I think it's one that comes with a little more of the American influence in her chest floor and her navel than the others. So, but still balanced and raising a very nice calf and a very nice udder to go with it. And then this, obviously, this smoky female that rounds out the class winners here. Again, like her in terms of her size, like her in terms of longevity when you study her structure and her angles. Still a very nice udder, raising a nice calf. Time will tell how them calves develop and whether or not they make show calves or they just go on and make replacements. Hopefully, you know, it's hard to say the first calf heifer will raise one right out the gate, but hopefully that happens for these young kids' futures. But in that regard, I think there's some give and take, and there's some differences here to balance and jumble into your head. So I'm going to study them for a second or two longer, and then I'll pick you a champion and reserve in this division.
Well, I'd like to extend my congratulations to our Santa Gertrudis exhibitors over here, folks. If you don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. You know, it's always staggering when you come out here and you think about these females that not only they represent each one of these kids and their families and their show barn, but they represent a breeding program. and you see how good these cattle are, and you just think that just how many generations in a row you had to make the right breeding decision to put together an animal that looked like this. And you don't just get out of bed first time, throw a straw semen into a cow and make one that looks like this. It takes a lot of trial and error. It takes a lot of work and study and kind of mistakes to get one like that. And for these kids to manage one and to be good enough showmen, and how many years and all the time that it takes them to get to this point, it's really staggering, the thousands of hours that each one of these animals represent. And so for me, it's a humbling experience to be out here. We talked about the heifer calf that won the first division. To me, I think out here in a league of cattle that are elite in terms of the way that they're built, this heifer really sets the standard from a structural correctness standpoint. I am adamant about the fact that she's built the best in her foot shape. She's the most durable in her outside hoof wall. She's the cleanest in her hock joint. I think her skeletal correctness is tailor-made to click on a wide cross-section of bulls, and then you get behind the cattle, and she's bold, dimensional, fresh and opened up, and then I like how refined she is in her udder design there. To me, I think her frame size and length of body is tailor-made for production. Those are the type of cattle that can generate performance, but they don't do it with frame and extension. They're not big, hard-doing cows. That female is going to weigh something because she's so long and thick, but at the same time, she's going to stay the right frame size to be conducive to putting herself together and always staying in the right kind of shape and production. You know, just a real nitpicky thing. If I could change her, I think her length of body and length of neck are a little out of concert. I'd maybe stretch her neck out just a little bit just to match that extra length of body that she has, but that's getting pretty critical of a heifer that I think is really elite. From a balance and a proportion standpoint, it's hard to miss the female that wins Division II. I think her height to shoulder is certainly really impressive. I think she's extremely proportional from a symmetrical standpoint. Everything fits together and flows in concert just the way that I'd like to see. I think she's nice in terms of the column of bone that she's standing underneath her there with. And to me, she's one that draws up very nice for a female that blends so smooth from her shoulder into her forerib. I think that bodes well from a calving standpoint as well. She's probably protruding forward just a little bit far in front of her sternum there in terms of her forward chest. Maybe as we study that heifer from behind, she's got just a shade of fluid built up there in her hock. I'd like to change those two attributes, but another one that's really refined in her teats, and I think got a bright future in front of her. We talked about the cow-calf pair. What I really thought was interesting about this cow-calf pair is I think the female's, to me, in the right kind of shape and rig. I think she's one that can really showcase the fact that she's got some dimension from behind because she's not gobby fat. She's really lean over the edge of her ribs there, and I think you can tell that female's long-sided. She's probably just a little bit more athletic in her structure than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. She uses her hind leg with more flex and reach. Female that has got a nice calf on her side there. We could change her udder just a little bit. She'd get a little long on her front teats. Maybe could square them up just a shade in the way that she's built, but that one's pretty nice. So I think it's a pretty a good pair of cattle out here, good trio of cattle. You know, I used to have a rule for my judging team when I was coaching. I used to tell the kids, hey, if they're heavier muscled and they sounder, they win, no matter what, okay? That's antagonisms that don't go together. They're usually not built like 300-pound linemen and run like a cornerback or run like a running back, and we got one out here that does that. That's that young lady out of class number 1, their division. She's going to be your champion.
Congratulations in our Center Gertrudis Heifer Show. Your grand champion, Center Gertrudis Heifer, comes from Class 4, exhibited by Arden Strait from Prosper FFA. Your reserve grand champion, Santa Gertrudis Heifer, was exhibited by Micah Mikulocic from Pasadena FFA.
This has been a very fun to sort through group of heifers because, you know, the Cimbras, there was some diversity in that breed, but they kind of balanced each other out. And I think, again, in this particular breed, we've seen a lot of the same. You know, I think there's some that probably come from different breedings or different bloodlines and maybe even different breeds amongst the American cattle to get to where they're at here today. So with that being said, it's been a good day here, and I've enjoyed sorting through these American breeds. It's something that's not all too common to see in the north, but we obviously, you know, through my collegiate judging career and stuff like that, I've seen a lot of those cattle, and cattle are cattle. I mean, there's no differences in whether or not they're prettier in their navel or prettier in their chest floor, or don't have as many folds. I mean, cattle are cattle. Good structure, good skeleton, good build is what kind of surfaces no matter what you're looking at. And so with that being said,
4-H. Barrett's future plans are to attend Texas A&M and become an electrical engineer. His favorite hobby includes livestock judging. Our champion Beefmaster, exhibited by Quentin Garrett from Coleman and Coleman County 4-H. Quentin says, I would like to attend Texas A&M and become a wildlife biologist. Quentin enjoys hunting, playing sports, ranching with his dad. He also enjoys building his own herd. Our reserve breed champion Beefmaster, shown by Kaylee Beeson from Thorndale, Texas, in Thorndale FFA. Kaylee's plans are to go to agricultural college and major in animal science, and then do embryology and raise American show cattle. Kaylee's favorite thing to do is showing cattle. Your champion Brahman, showed by Case Bacha from Wharton, Texas, showing for Bowling FFA. Case's plans are to become a game warden, and he enjoys showing animals, playing sports, and hunting and fishing. A reserve champion Brahman, showed by Lily Vogt from Bernie, Texas, showing for Kendall County 4-H. Her future plans are to go to Tarleton State University or A&M and become a vet or a game warden. Her favorite hobbies include showing cattle, public speaking, and judging meats. Your champion Brangus, showed by Bram Christensen. Bram is from Danbury, Texas, and shows for Brazoria County 4-H. His future plans are to go to Texas A&M and study business. His favorite hobby is showing. Your reserve champion Brangus, showed by Waylon Hinsey from Burton, and shows for Burton FFA. Waylon plans to attend Blinn College with plans to livestock judge, majoring in agricultural business, and upon completing Blinn, plan to transfer to Texas A&M. His favorite hobby includes showing and judging livestock, team roping, raising quality livestock, football, baseball, hunting, and fishing. Your champion Red Brangus, shown by Presley Jacob from Pattison, and shows for Royal FFA. Presley's plans are to become a veterinarian, and her favorite hobbies include raising and showing cattle, fishing, and hunting. Your reserve champion Red Brangus, Mason Woodruff from El Campo and El Campo FFA. Mason's plans are to attend Texas A&M, and his favorite thing to do is to hunt. Your champion, Santa Gertrudis, shown by Arden Strait from Prosper, Texas, showing for Prosper FFA. Arden plans to attend a great agricultural college and return to Strait Ranches. Her favorite hobby includes showing Santa Gertrudis heifers, playing soccer, and being creative with fashion and interior design. Your reserve breed champion, Santa Gertrudis, by Micah Mikolojek. Micah is from Pasadena and shows for Pasadena FFA. Future plans are to attend Texas A&M and become an agricultural science teacher. Her favorite hobbies include working with Santa Gertrudis and art projects. Your champion, Simbra, shown by Jacob Sansom from Brenham, Texas in Brenham FFA. Jacob's plans are to go to Blinn College and then transfer to A&M. His favorite hobbies include showing and fitting cattle. Your reserve champion, Simbra, shown by Ashlyn Cole from Columbus, Texas and Columbus FFA. Ashlyn's plans are to attend Sam Houston State University and become a large animal vet tech. Her favorite hobbies include showing livestock and spending time with her family. Ladies and gentlemen, your Grand American Drive. As our judges are evaluating these cattle, I'd like to remind everyone on your way out, send a big thank you to our Rodeo Austin volunteers and our Sam Houston State University Bearcats for helping put on this show.
Well, I know this is just the first day of 2 days we'll get to evaluate cattle, but I always enjoy actually sorting cattle down here in the South. My family, I grew up in north central Kansas, in the luxury of it. We're both technically Midwestern boys, but honestly, he's probably a little bit more familiar, and I'll be honest, he will be more familiar with these American breeds than I would personally, because he's been down in this country, went to school in this country, and has stayed down in this country for quite some time, did some different judging jobs and moved back to the Midwest for a while. So me being able to bounce some stuff off of him and get some ideas and understand some differences is good. But like I talked about earlier, whether you're familiar with a particular breed or you're not familiar with a particular breed or a particular kind of cattle, it doesn't matter. Good ones are good ones, whether they're exotics, whether they're continentals, whether they're British or they're Americans. I mean, cattle are cattle. At the end result, they do the same thing, and we expect them to do the same thing. Some are fit more for certain parts of the world and some aren't. And so with that being said, I don't want to say I'm immature or not probably qualified, because I do think good cattle are good cattle. And when it comes down to sorting them, if you can stick to a kind, stick to a certain kind of animal, then it's simple, and if you don't make it hard, it won't be hard. So those are just some short comments from me, but I want to thank, first of all, Rodeo Austin for allowing me to be down here, the committee members and whoever was involved with getting me on the list to judge, and it's definitely an honor. This is probably what you'd say my breakout major show here in Texas, and definitely on the female side of things, and who knows what will come of this, but all positive vibes on my end with Rodeo Austin, and I appreciate the gesture and the call to get me here. So let's give them guys a round of applause first and foremost. Secondly, it's tough. It's very, very tough this time of year for me to leave home and leave everything unattended for 3 or 4 days in this time of year, because this is our major calving season, and my family runs quite a few cows, and first calf heifers are calving, our embryos are coming, our Angus are on their second rotation, and we're getting anywhere from 15 to 30 calves a day right now. So I got to thank everybody back home. I got to thank my parents for keeping the guys in line, the help that I have that we've acquired over the years. We've got a crew at home that allows me to leave when I can leave, so I can't leave without saying that and mentioning that on the table. And I got a girlfriend that works at the vet clinic there at home that's flushing and going to breed some donors for me because I'm going to be gone for 3 or 4 days. So I can't leave without thanking them guys too. So, but with that being said, I'm going to leave it short. We studied the cattle. Obviously, I studied more of the breeds that came off the other side of the ring than my side, because I know what came from my end. And what we're going to end up doing is we initially just sat over there and talked and gave our top 3. And we're in complete agreement with the one that we're going to end up using. And so we're going to use that as our supreme when the time comes, and then we'll reevaluate here when the second one gets pulled in and probably use the same method. But I just want to say thank you guys for allowing me for this to be my breakout show in Texas. It's incredible. The quality's been good, and I'm sure it'll only continue to get just as good or better through the weekend. And it'll be interesting to see how things play out, because I've always followed this show, and dang sure watched the rodeo as well at night. And so I want to just end it with that, and end it saying these kids, they work hard. I know these majors in Texas are huge. The numbers are huge. And there's a following of parents, there's a following of sponsors, there's a following with the representatives of every particular major that allows it to be one of, and if not, I mean, I'm not even going to argue it, the best place to exhibit, cattle or show steers and cattle and all the above is right here, because there is more support that comes and more money that gets funneled into these kids and their ag programs and their futures than anywhere in the nation. So I congratulate you kids to be in a part of the world that supports it as much as Texas does. and I appreciate that. So kids, thank your sponsors, thank your parents, thank the people that may have bred or raised these cattle, and make sure to thank these show committees that put this on, because most of it's volunteer work, and they don't do it, they don't do it for betterment of themselves. They do it for betterment of you kids. So let's give everybody a round of applause, and I'll let John DeClerc talk.
Well, thanks, Brigham. I had a lot of fun getting to judge today with Brig. He's a man that I really respect. Had a big impact on the cattle industry, so it's always humbling. Thanks again to Rodeo Austin for coming out here and letting us to work. The students that have helped us in the ring and assisted have just done an outstanding job. You know, when I used to coach at Tech, we'd send kids down here to work the steer show, and I know it's a thankless job. These kids unload the trailers. They put up with a lot this week, and I know they're sleep deprived and underpaid. So thank you to the group at Sam Houston State and all the other volunteers down here at Rodeo Austin. Now, I'll just try to reiterate just a couple things real quick. Yeah, let's give them a big round of applause here. I want to thank everybody in the crowd for coming. You guys have been an excellent crowd today and supporting these young people. I know it takes a lot of time, a lot of financial commitment, and at the end of the day, these kids are given a lot to be here. And so sometimes you go to these shows, and it's almost like there's a guy playing basketball in an open gym by himself, because there's nobody watching, nobody supporting these young people, and it sure means a lot to me and these kids that you're out here doing it. Now, there's a great set of cattle. Brig talked about the fact that, I mean, they're awesome, right? There's a reason that there's 30-some different flavors of ice cream. Everybody's got a little different perspective. Everybody's got a little something different that hits them perfect. So as good as these things have been, the two that Brigham and I use today probably aren't going to be everybody's favorite, but these females are the type that can go out and really make a mark on a program. And what I love about showing heifers, my nephews show heifers, is that every kid's got an opportunity to go home and prove us wrong. You can make a cow out of them, raise one better, make a better living by doing that, and make some money. That's how you succeed in life. It's not by going home and complaining. I coached a lot of successful judging teams. The best kids didn't complain about the officials after they got beat. They didn't complain about some home court advantage or the ball bouncing the wrong way. They said, let's go home, let's work harder, and let's get the job done later on. And you kids out here in the ring, if you take that attribute to raising cattle, you take that attribute to life, you're going to have the world by the tail. I promise you that much. So thanks again for everybody in Austin. Appreciate you guys having us here. We'll go select you a couple champions.
And your champion American heifer comes from the Brangus breed, shown by Bram Christensen from Brazoria County 4-H. Congratulations, Bram. Your reserve champion American comes from the ARB breed, shown by Jade Stone from Martin County 4-H. Congratulations, Jade. That concludes our American Heifer Show.